Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
What is up, guys? Nice to be here, joined here with Foster Bunny, and we are in, of course, the Boulevard City, having a blast here. Now, it's MWI day number 3 at EWC. Unfortunately, yesterday, we had to say goodbye to 4 teams, but 4 teams also moved forward.
Yeah, congratulations to the 2 Philippine as well as Indonesia team. We got Team Liquid, Navi Philippine, Onyx, as well as Vitality, who already booked their sets at the playoff.
They are in the playoffs now. Today, there's still some teams sitting at 1-1. 4 will move forward. 4 will be going home. So we're going to have to find out who that is today.
I hope we're going to enjoy the games for today, because as much as we're enjoying the balls and the House of Hype, and we're going to throw the balls back to the panel. Let's go!
We started with 16 teams. 4 have been eliminated, and now we have 12. to prove to all the fans of MLBB to show how brutal MWI is this year. 8 more teams will be eliminated. The pressure doesn't get higher than that. Welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is my partner Chantel, and now Fasha Bunny joining the day. This tournament doesn't slow down, Fasha. 8 teams are gonna get eliminated. That's insane.
It's insane because I've already feel sad for the 4 teams that had to say goodbye yesterday, and now we have to say 8. Oh my God, it is so surprising and intense, and looking forward what's going to happen for today.
I mean, honestly, I feel electric. I feel excited today. Imagine it's day 3 and we get to crown the new queens of MLBB, or maybe a team that will defend the crown in a few days from now.
And now we got to see a little bit of action of what really happened yesterday. So we're going to look at the Kadia top plays of the day, because I got to say, yesterday, the first 2 games, it was intense. We went all 3 games, and now today is going to be even more than what we saw yesterday.
Imagine, I think even game number 1 felt like a do-or-die situation for majority of the teams, and it just shows the prowess of a team that is well-seasoned in terms of the drafting, in terms of their pattern. But I gotta say, for most of the teams, their performances was kind of surprising in a way that I didn't really expect that match 1 and match 2 for Stream A would be forced into a game number 3.
And the fact that we thought that it was going to be like all of it's going to be best of 1, right, from match 1 to match number 4. But the rest of the second half of our session is that we see 2-0 completely, just clean sweep coming in from Vitality as well as Onyx.
And I gotta say, for today, I'm really expecting for a full game series as well, because this is the matches that they'll be playing for their lives. Because later on, even in the quarterfinals later on today, it doesn't matter how good you did in day 1 and day 2. If you lose today, that's it. That's game over. So this is very intense. We're gonna be really breaking down a lot on the drafts, because I kind of feel like the teams that have been eliminated are the teams that just couldn't figure out this meta. Because the thing is, it's not just heroes, it's timings.
Yeah, I would agree, because some of the teams, we could say that there's this effort to pull off other heroes that we don't usually see. But at the end of the day, it's all about the execution. It's all about the timing, just like what you said.
Yeah, and now we got to see the emotions that we got yesterday. So we're going to look at the Sony top reactions, because the winners, they feel amazing. But again, we had 4 teams eliminated yesterday. So I believe that for a lot of the players, it must feel very heavy in their matches. Honestly, win or lose.
Yeah, I could feel the tension for majority of the players. Like this, for example, a very, we could say, a mixture of sadness and even excitement from these ladies. And it's just the story of MWI and even these players that really need to step up every day, every single game.
And the fact that we do have like a clips of how they show their culture, because like you saw just now, Food Esport, we're doing a little bit of hype dance, a Turkish traditional dance where they lead each other. But even though that was the start of the game, the start of their building up their hype, they did had to face their loss against their own Onyx opponent itself. But we hope for the best for them, because they still have 1 more life to go for today.
I mean, we talked about the winners. I kind of want to focus on the teams that lost yesterday. I guess one team was okay because someone got engaged yesterday, so that was something. Even I didn't expect that. But overall, just to set it up a little bit, every team has a key, and if you're eliminated, we're gonna see some key crushing. So right now we're gonna look at some of the key crushings. And here's the thing: last year my heart broke no matter which keys got crushed. So we're going to be looking at the key crushing right after this, and I feel like my heart is going to break again.
Yeah, I mean, the key is like the representation of your dream in that MWI crown. And because of the plays from yesterday, as we could see that the majority of the teams are really stepping up in terms of play style. You can feel the tension with regard to their team fights. A lot has changed from day number 1. So I gotta say, I think for day number 3, things will be more intense.
Definitely. I mean, we know for a fact that those other people who are right now at the line, okay, this is their session where they're going to go in for the crush. Oh no.
Oh, that hurts. Ooh.
It's literally...
It's a snap.
That was snap, yeah.
Oh my God, it's broken in half.
Is this different from last year? Like,
Last year it just bended
It was bending only.
he literally crushed
in half.
in half.
What do you have beef with that key, man?
No, this just shows how serious this is because remember, folks, they're all fighting for a shared prize pool of $500,000 US, and every single match matters. Every single match. If you make one mistake, that's gonna cost you thousands and your keys as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's your pride and a glory that whenever you see your key being also part of others of a trophy, whoever wins this, it's something that you will always remember that, oh my God,
Salt to the wound.
Yeah, MWI 2025, my key got crushed. My dreams were crushed right in front of me.
No redemption arc. I mean, most of these teams, they've already been able to qualify to MWI. Some of them just started their debut here, and yet they aren't able to even continue their journey.
And the thing is, today we're gonna see like what? Eight?
Oh, even more worse.
Can we just do it with four?
That's insane because, folks, if you guys don't know, the quarterfinals later on, it is going to be single elimination. So it doesn't matter how well they did day one and day two. If you lose, you lose. Oh, no, the key is going to get crushed.
This one for me is personal. I think I saw that this is a key for
CFU Gaming.
CFU Gaming. For CFU Gaming, I expected a lot from them. This MWI, and there you go.
The guy's face is so stoic as well. He's like, yeah, I don't care. It's not mine.
It's my duty. I need to do this.
Not gonna lie, I want that guy's job.
Yeah, I think I might want to try even once.
Yeah, just once. Yeah, just once. Yeah. And honestly, looking at the gameplay that we really saw, it's not just the key crushing is unrelentless. Even the teams, they're merciless. They're gonna make sure if they win, they're gonna win big.
And the fact that I feel like most of the teams, they've already reading to all of the drafts that's been done by their opponent teams. And those are the things that are crucial from all the lives that we saw just now. Okay, this is for the...
Wow, GG.
You know what? He's the executioner.
Oh.
Let's call him the executioner.
He's the executioner. Mr. Executioner Man. That one.
Oh no.
Now he's showing off.
He was just
Now he's showing off.
The emphasis that it's broken in half.
perfectly cut. Like two peas in a pie.
I don't know what to say, but for Wow GG, I've heard their interview. Still high hopes in the next MWI. But yeah, it's their first time, but first time in an international stage and you have a key crush. I don't know what to feel.
It has like two ways, right? It's either your morals go down below and then you started to say like, maybe this is not my path. But there are another way to say like, nah, this is just a momentum for me to say, you know, we gotta learn from the lesson. Let's build up from this and go to the front. Move forward.
Here's the thing, I'm not an emotional guy.
Yeah.
But talk about manifesting your emotions into a physical object.
Right?
Oh.
Like your hopes and dreams are on that triangle and they have to give it to the guy.
Wait, no. The rest of the three keys just now, it was the guys who was showing off the keys. Now it was Rising Rage all by themselves showing it off. Oh, and they're looking at it.
I think next year, if Rising Rage is able to qualify again, I mean, they can manifest the Rising Rage.
Yeah, agree. That's a really good lore,
Like a
actually.
Rising Rage.
Rage from the key crush.
They need to remember that moment.
Look
They
at
need to
Lafayette's
remember
face.
that moment. They needed to experience that for them to be the best, probably more than what they can do from this year.
I don't know. I cringe. That was difficult to watch. But we have an exit interview with Rose as well as Rising Rage. So let's see what Rising Rage has to say after the loss.
Hey guys, welcome to Reporter Hits. It's still Rose streaming from Stream B. Now, with me here, we have Rising Rage's Zaja. First of all, I know it's been quite an emotional day and, of course, an emotional way to end your day. But maybe you could share with us what actually went wrong in your MWI journey this time around.
Firstly, we didn't expect it that we will be so nervous because it's a next level. It's an international level. So, yeah, just nerves, you know. That's all, yeah.
I understand that sometimes nervousness does make us feel more pressured on stage, and we have mental blocks and all that kind of stuff. I hope you guys can work towards improving your nervousness in the next tournament. Now, despite the loss, your opponent still respected your Freya. How did that feel?
Of course, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's kind of honor for me, and I like it.
Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Zaja's Freya is actually top global. She has like, what, 8,000 matches?
More than 8,000.
More than 8,000 matches. So that itself is crazy. And I honestly think it's a good thing that they respected your Freya. You feel more empowered.
Yeah.
Now, before heading back to EECA, what lessons did you learn in MWI this time around that you can apply to the tournaments back home?
Yeah. Firstly, work harder, train harder, and work with your nervous system. Yeah.
All right. You know what? Thank you so much, Zasha. I really hope to see you again next year. And who knows, you guys could come back so much stronger. And with that, let us run back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose and Zasha. And like she said, the nervousness, because the thing is, in your head, you know you're going for an international tournament, so it's going to be tough. But the moment you fight against them, that's where the glass breaks. That's like, I didn't thought it was going to be this tough.
Yeah, I think also it applies to everyone. You say to yourselves that I can do this, I can do this. Easier said than done, right? But I think that's the greatest lesson that these ladies have in this tournament, that at the end of the day, every beginning has an end and every end has a beginning. And hopefully this is not the end of their dreams, and to finally be able to be the queens of MLBB. Hopefully.
I mean, come on, like one door closes, the other door will definitely open. That's the thing. You have to always remember that there's always another opportunity coming. It's just at the moment, like, do you want to grab it or do you want to just let it go? You know?
Yeah, and now to really recap on what's been happening for the previous 3 days, we're going to look at the brackets here to see the teams that got eliminated and basically who they fought against. We're going to start with Group A here, where again, this group is looking pretty strong. Team Vitality, they're going to the quarterfinals. They're just waiting for Team Falcons and Twisted Mind. Whoever wins that one will move on later on.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting match, Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. And I saw the game yesterday. I watched some of the games, and I gotta say that for Twisted Minds, they are playing really well. And even for Team Falcons also, the consistency, even the discipline is very evident for every team fight. So Team Vitality, the usual team that they are really swept the game against Team Falcons. So yeah, but pretty much that's it. And even for Group B, there are a lot of changes.
I mean, again, I was really impressed on Navi MY. I mean, you get that first win, and we thought that the momentum was going to be able to pull through for the second match. But we're talking about Team Liquid. Like, at least they could have actually get one, though. But then, moving into the best of one is really tough. Definitely, Navi MY had a really good run, but they need to prove themselves here, fighting off with the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and it's going to be a rematch because the last time they met each other, Navi MY actually won 2-0. And now for Group C, the story still continues on. Navi PH, the players are the defending champions. We got to see if they can do it again. They defeated Terra Queens, and now Terra Queens have to fight with Virtuous Pro to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, actually for the game of Navi PH and the Terra Queens, everyone was surprised that they were able to pull off game number 3 against Navi PH that has the defending champions as their players. And even for CFU Gaming, a lot expected from them, but Virtus Pro was able to defeat them. And we have Group D, of course, Food Esports winning against Rising Rage, and even for Onyx won against the Food Esports. We have DreamHack Girls against Rising Rage with a 2-1. I think that was one of the longest games that we had. A lot of surprises, but there's gonna be another rematch for our players. Food Esports, no. Food Esports and DreamHack Girls will be facing in a qualification match.
Yep. These are the groups from A, B, C, and D. And I gotta say, after the first 2 matches of the day, we're just gonna be looking at a different bracket. We're gonna be looking at the knockout brackets because today, after the first 2 matches, we will be going straight on to the quarterfinals. So the teams that perform amazingly yesterday will have to perform again today. So We got a lot of matches we're going to be covering too. Later on, I'm really looking forward to talk about Navi MY as well as Gaming Gladiators because they faced on day one. Now they got to face again in day 3.
I mean, this is where we clean the slate again, okay? You got already your 2 victories, started off already with a really good win streak, but now we're back again to the square one. But the fact is, this is it. You have to fight again to go into the quarterfinals.
And now we're going to be looking at the schedule to see the team that we're playing today, more importantly, when. Because again, we still have both matches, 4 matches for today in 2 streams. We got Stream A and Stream B. So we got Navi MY going up against Gaming Gladiators, and then Team Falcons will be going up against Twisted Minds. Navi PH as well as Team Liquid. They'll be waiting for Group A as well as Group B decider winner to see who will they be facing off against. So for us, Navi MY against Gaming Gladiators, who wins that one will be going up against Navi PH.
Yeah, same goes for the last game for Stream B, Stream A, and this is for our Stream B. So we have Terror Queens facing up against Virtus Pro, and we also have Food Esports versus DreamHack Girls, Onika Pertiwi versus the winner of Group C, which is either Terror Queens or Virtus Pro, and we have Team Vitality versus the winner of Food Esports versus DreamHack Girls.
Yeah, and again, like we see 8 total matches coming in for today. I gotta say, you folks, you got your money's worth, man, because all 3 days we have 8 matches going on, but now we got to focus on the Saudi National Bank match of today. For us in Stream A, it is going to be the second match, which is going to be between Twisted Minds going up against Team Falcons, where this is the match where we're anticipating there's going to be a crowd.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time that there's a game for Twisted Minds and even for Team Falcons, we have a lot in our venue. And this is like the hometown heroines versus the former MENA representatives.
Yeah. Either ways, is going to be very charged because at some point someone will be like, wait, which one are we rooting for? Yeah, but either ways, that is our Saudi National Bank match of the day. And the thing is, for me, it's like for both Gaming Gladiators as well as Navi MY, there's Malaysian representative for both. So me and Fasha were like, which one do we want?
I'll be at the middle.
I mean, like, you know, like Gaming Gladiators from NA, sure, but Arya is there. And for people that know that, no. So I don't know, man. I'm torn in between.
I'm confused too, definitely. I mean, like, we're big fans of Arya as well, but then at the same time, we want to focus on NVMY, right? Because they have been doing a performance that has been profoundly amazing. I mean, compared to what they did last year, and the fact that they're just almost close enough to go into that quarterfinals. But at the same time, I feel like we gotta give a little bit of credits to Navi MY even more, because if they ever survive this last fight with the Gaming Gladiators, they're gonna actually meet up with their sisters, Navi PH. Then that's even more scarier, you know?
2 Navis in one tournament, yeah.
Yeah, 2 Navis in one day. You know, good luck to the casters for actually calling for that one. And then later on, Team Falcons going up against Twisted Minds, because I haven't seen too many of their games, but talking to our scriptwriters, it really does seem like they evolved their own playstyle in the first 2 days, where they're really embracing the healer style, this enchanter supports.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there were games wherein there were a lot of backshots, and even I think Uranus for this team. So this is where the intensity will come in if these teams are prepared. If in case there is a draft wherein they're not ready for those heroes to be not available.
But that's the thing, we've talked about it, and I've even like many times say I'm 50-50 when it comes to support heroes, okay? This is a hot take. I know a lot of people say like, hey Bunny, Estes still works. All the supports and Enchantress heroes are still working off for the draft itself. But you have to remember, it depends on situational.
You know, it's insane because supports, they heal other people. Like when I use it, I feel very toxic.
Oh!
Like Diggy is so cute, hoot, but damn that bird toxic. Like you die and you still get to spin around and actually cancel recalls. I'm actually one that I like supports. I like when I'm using it, I don't like going against it.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Right.
Same case with Kimmy, right? I love it when it is the other players from my team using it, but if I'm using it, I hate it.
Yeah, true.
I mean, like, as a roamer, I love it. But I hope you guys will love the start of the day because, again, we have 8 amazing matches. 8 teams will get eliminated. So before we even start the day, let's check out the epic poses of the teams.
from BC capitalizes.
And all those great actions is because a decade's work where Moonson has been pushing for 10 years to become one of the best. And because of that, we've been nominated for 3 different categories in the Esports Awards. We got Moonton Publisher of the Year, the M5 World Championship as Live Event of the Decade, Publisher of the Decade, as well as MLBB being the Game of the Decade. So make sure you guys go to esportsawards.com/vote and vote for us, because you guys have been supporting us for 10 whole years, and now we're here watching this amazing day go through with 8 eliminations. My God, that's a lot.
After celebrating 10 years of MLBB, now we get to be reminded that we're
kind of old.
Yeah,
we're kind of old.
Kind of old. Yeah, but I think for this, it's like we are progressing into a more advanced game that we have now. Tournaments
feels
for
a different
women.
era.
Yeah, feels like a different era.
I have to beg to differ, because the fact is I am literally still new into the MLBB scene, so it feels really warm to the fact that I can see you guys have built so much foundation with each other, the connection, the past history itself, and I'm a bit envious. Seriously, I admire and envious, and I wish I could be part of it as well, but little by little I get into it.
Hey, you know what? Welcome to the team. We love you. She just started now on the international stage. We even wearing the same thing, so you know what? That's looking all good for you guys at home. I understand there's a lot going on, so make sure you guys follow all the social media on Instagram as well as TikTok. MLBB Esports. What's this called again? Underscore women. I don't know about underscoring, man. I feel like I only use that during the MySpace days, but those days are way over. Now, here's the thing, folks. You guys got to hold on to me, because we're about to start the day. We're about to get onto the stage. And just to remind you guys, this MWI, the whole prize pool is $500,000 US. And today, 8 teams will get eliminated. Today, we're gonna see the quarterfinals. But right now, we gotta start the first match of the day. It is gonna be between Navi MY going up against Gaming Gladiators, where they will be going up against a revenge match. And this one of them will be eliminated. So hope you guys are ready for the teams to move forward, for the teams to continue the journey, for the teams to be limitless.
For 2 days, we have witnessed the fierce, the phenomenal, the absolutely unyielding spirit of the women of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And we have seen the best of each region being pushed to their limits on their journey to become limitless. And with that being said, the fairy tale ends here for some teams. Yesterday, 4 teams packed their bags, dreams crushed, their tournament aspirations over. They were CFU Gaming, Rising Rage, WoW GG, and Tidal Legends Gaming. It is evident the Land of Dawn spares no one.
And today is the day of reckoning. 4 group stage matches, 4 quarterfinals and knockout matches with 4 teams waiting in Onyx, Vitality, Navi PH, and Team Liquid. Both streams A and B live, unyielding and unforgiving. 8 teams will bid farewell. 8 dreams and keys will be crushed today. Today is the fight for survival. Today is a shot at glory. Ladies and gentlemen, day 3 of MWI is here, and the fight for the crown continues. So without further ado, let's enter our first competitor of the day. It's Navi MY. They fell short against Team Liquid yesterday despite a convincing Game 1 victory. But this team has shown what they are made of on the stage before. Can they do it one more time when they need it the most? Can they make it into the quarterfinals? Your shot at glory is here. Take it.
And now, presenting to you the crowd favorites, Gaming Gladiators! The representatives from Gaming Gladiators have survived the elimination match against TLG to secure a rematch against Navi MY. Gaming Gladiators have seemed to solve their issues and on the much-needed momentum entering this redemption match. Can GG's Malaysian EXP laner Arya empower her team to send the Malaysian Rapids NVMY home? And now, Sandstorm, this is do or die. There is only one knockout position available, and these two teams are gonna have to duke it out and do everything in their arsenal to secure this hold.
Our queens have taken to the stage and they are ready. Our studio is set. The first match of the day is upon us, and the shot at the next stage of the tournament is here. Who will be able to take it? Let's head on over to the studio and begin our first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm, as well as Cheryl. Like they said, this is do or die. They faced against each other before, so now this is the real deal. Go big or go home. This is going to be between Navi MWI going up against Gaming Gladiators, where, looking at history, this is favored for Navi MY.
I mean, it's really tough. Like we talked about, we're quite confused for both because we're definitely rooting for them, but because of the national pride within me, I'm definitely going to root out for Navi MY because I love how they've been doing so well. They've been really showing off as well as improving from time to time.
And now we're looking at the EXP matchup here, Arya against Sha, where Sha was one of the best junglers in the game. We're using a Phobius, able to get the turtle, able to get the Lord. Definitely the EXP laners is one of those lanes that we really have to look out for. But again, both teams, this is important for both of them because it's not just an elimination match, but they faced against each other before, so they should have enough idea, especially on how the draft is going to look like.
Yeah, that's true. And I think they also have a different perspective now in terms of how the other team will play because they went up against other teams yesterday. So it means for Gaming Gladiators, maybe they fixed some of the mistakes from previous games. Same goes with Navi MY.
Yeah, speaking of which, right now we got to look at the roster coming in from Navi MY, all the way coming in from Malaysia, trying to become the queens of MLBB. We're going to be going up against the representatives coming in from North America later.
I mean, talking about how we saw the team of Navi MY meeting off with Team Liquid yesterday, right? They had a really good run on the first run, but then going into second, this is where the fine line, Team Liquid was able to find the weakness. They make sure that at least Fafao will not be able to get the mission of that goal lane.
Yeah, I got to say, Fafao has been amazing. I would say the one that we really have to look out for is actually Rina, because Rina yesterday looks like she was having a bit of trouble, even with the signature Lancelot.
Yeah, I think also for Rina, the struggle yesterday was there's no really way for her to keep up to the pace if ever the other team is trying to force her to make an error. So it's something that Navi MY should have decoded already overnight, because Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they already had the chance to play against them, but it's a different thing now.
Speaking of which, right now we got to talk about Gaming Gladiators. Again, they survived elimination yesterday. Can they do it again today?
For Gaming Gladiators, I have heard that they've been having some of the problems recently internally. So I think it's something that they should work around coming to this game, because this is a do or die match. If ever that they aren't able to fix that, it's going to be a problem.
I mean, they even talked about it. Ashley was actually mentioning how even starting of the game with Navi MY, the reason why they were actually failed to play it out is because they were actually very nervous. And I think once they move into their second match, that's when they finally to overcome. They were able to fix out all that internal struggles.
But for Gaming Gladiators, the great thing that happened yesterday, because during their game against TLG yesterday, it was a complete turnaround. It's like a different Gaming Gladiators playing, no mistakes, perfect execution, and the right draft for them.
And now we got to talk about things outside of game as well, because they got to be mentally prepared. And for Arya, she has her family coming over to support, which kind of my family as well. So let's check out the video.
Kali ini kita datang untuk support Gaming Gladiators and purposely to support Arya Abu Dhabi. I'm so proud of you. Coming all the way here, quite far. And today she won. I'm so happy. I'm her lucky charm. Yay! Please support Gladiators. Please support Arya.
Only 2 kills to 11, an entire 8,000 gold disadvantage. Gaming Gladiators with the wipeout!
Well done by Gaming Gladiators.
Okay, let's go!
Next match, you'll be facing up against Navi MY again.
Shout outs to my wife. Thank you, Vi, for coming. And her parents too, I guess. Either ways, looking into this game, we can definitely see there's a lot of emotions coming in for both teams. And I kind of feel like this is definitely the match that all Malaysians will be watching, because Arya, even though she's playing for North America, but she has established herself as a legend playing in the SEA Games and other international tournaments, bringing some fame back to Malaysia. But now, one of them has to be eliminated.
Things are very different this year. Last year, both teams were able to qualify for the playoffs. And then for this year, it's sad that we get to see one of these teams say goodbye. And I felt kind of emotional, actually, in that video, that I'm honestly rooting for Navi MY to Gaming Gladiators to actually...
Steven, you're confused.
I'm confused
which one am I?
Which one am I supporting?
Oh my
anyway?
god, it's so confusing, because the fact is, again, we've seen them before. We've already... It's like, I think mostly for you guys, that you guys are part of their journeys from they had to establish as from the bottom, now at the top at itself. This is international level itself, and we're seeing them growing from time to time, and yet they have progressed as well as expand to another brand, another org, and those are the things that are crucial for these players itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching at home and even you're confused who you should be supporting, this shows how heavy the story that all the teams bring here into the tournament. Some people are here for fame, some people are here to change their lives with the prize pool, and some just want to bring back glory back to their hometown. And now, again, if you put out your dream, you have to be ready for someone to step on it. So this is an unfortunate situation where, represented by the keys on their own table, as they're losing, they can see their pride and glory gonna get snapped later on today. But either way, we're just waiting for the draft to happen. Both teams have known each other pretty well, especially, I'm guessing, because they both screamed or at least boot camped in Malaysia, so they have roughly the same meta. And now we're starting on the draft.
There you go.
Navi MY being on the first pick, Gaming Gladiators on the second pick. Looks like Badang has been banned out, and Gaming Gladiators betting out the Yi Sun Shin.
Hopefully for this game, for Navi MY, they won't really have those Lancelot that much, because first time they met, yes, they won, but it was 2 Lancelot games for them. If they pull up the same strategy for this do-or-die match against Gaming Gladiators, I think Gaming Gladiators is prepared for that. So looking at the banning phase right now, we could see that for Navi MY, they banned out Gatot and even Badang. Most of the heroes that that could actually do a lot of crowd controls and sustain at the same time, even from those shields. So for a Gaming Gladiators, nope, we don't want another Uranus Day and even a YSS, because there's a lot that can happen if you have Uranus, and knowing that we should focus on the EXP lanes, then it's something that they should be mindful of. I'm not just thinking, if you're Gaming Gladiators, are you willing to give Phoveus to Sha?
I mean, that could be a case as well. But then again, we did saw was the time when they were able to pick up the Phoveus, but it wasn't going into their favors as well. So it's not really a permanent or a definite definition of them going to be winning. If they have Phoveus in their hand, they can actually be able to counter it. But the question is, there was a mid game that I saw from the side of Navi MY where probably they were too comfortable with the Selena pick to a point that they kind of abuse it. So that's the question, that can they actually try to turn things around here with their own mid picks as well?
By the way, since 1-1 has been banned, Baksha is open. There you go, Baksha, for a Navi MY. So knowing the trend for Gaming Gladiators, they play a lot around Fredrins and even Grangers. So last 2 games that I won against Tidal Legends Gaming, it was actually Granger. It even got out. By the way, Lafel, they play Akai and they won with Akai. Probably the only Akai that was successful.
So the way that for me to see an Akai win is for me to not see it.
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. Right now for Gaming Gladiators, there's still a lot of priorities here. I'm really looking at the Zetian or the Farsa, both having very positive win rates. And like you said, Fasha, where I'm kind of not excited for this Granger pick just because Navi can have a blue Iritel. So I really hope that they have an answer, especially considering, personally for me, I kind of feel like the CC is just a little bit too early.
Yeah, they're rushing it a little bit too early, and the fact that are they like thinking that they're not afraid of Iritel, or they're thinking that there's a possibility that they don't
Well,
before we even say that Navi will not actually take that as a challenge to actually put out the Iritel as a counter. Definitely Navi say that's just like an invitation to say that if you're gonna take Granger, we're definitely gonna take Iritel.
Interesting, actually, since you've mentioned that CC is kind of early, I feel like for Coach Rexvin and Midnight, they just don't want to give the CC because for their previous games, they were really consistent in banning this heroes. So it means that there's a high chance for Gaming Gladiators to go for sustained heroes like Fredrin. By the way, Arlot is still open.
Yeah.
They could actually take that one out or use that hero and have that Akai and Arlot maybe, but I'm not sure.
I mean, for Gaming Gladiators to have both
They have
of them,
CC.
they have CC, exactly. That's the problem. The reason why I kind of feel like it's a little bit too early, and now Zetian gets picked up. Looking at the first 3 picks for both teams, if we're looking at tier list, I gotta say that Navi MY, they got the cream of the crop. They got the Boxia, they got the Farsa, as well as getting the Iritel. Like, their opening draft is actually so strong.
Agree, definitely. But the thing is, when I saw the opening of Gaming getting the Zetian, this is actually the 2 heroes, or probably twice been used. Zetian has been used twice from the side of Team Liquid that actually locks in to the success of Team Liquid in the Philippines to get that river sweep.
Yeah. I think right now, the best ban for Gaming Gladiators is Selena.
Yeah, definitely.
Although there's
Or
a part
Lancelot.
Or Lancelot.
Yeah, they already have the Farsa and focus too much on the strong heroes for Navi MY. Yeah, Lancelot could be one. Hayabusa also could be an option just for the sake of not having that flex possibility on the Baksha since they already went to the route of not having Joy for this game. So things are kind of smooth in terms of the banning for Gaming Gladiators. Very specific that no Joy for this since we have the Granger and even Zetian on the more squishy side.
Yeah, and the fact that I feel we did saw a really good success coming in from the usage of Glue by Navi MY. So that could be also another contender to be put out here for the list. But then from the side of Navi, they decided to actually cut out Minotaur and Fedrin. And you talked about it, how there's a possibility of Fedrin to be picked up, and they see it, and Gaming Gladiator will be denied of the use of that.
Yeah, makes perfect sense for this ban. For Navi MY, since again you have the CC, so it means you have a strong frontliner or a tanky frontliner, tank jungle for Gaming Gladiators. So it's gonna be Lancelot this time around. So they need a heavy pause 5 for gaming just to complete their hero composition. Now for Navi MY, they're still lacking.
I'm thinking Kalia.
Yeah, Kalia is great.
Yeah.
Kalia is great.
Because Kalia with that Farsa, and if Rina is willing to use this Boxia in the jungle, that rotating speed, that roaming speed is so incredibly fast. The side laners are not going to be having a good time. Now, with that being said, Rina doesn't like this kind of hero. She wants those assassins.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if Navi MY really uses that Kalia. I haven't seen a game where they used Kalia. Probably that's their pocket pick for this game. Yeah, no history of using Kalia.
Oh, Hilda, okay.
So it's going to be Hilda for their game, just for the sake of zoning out and finding Lancelot and Khalid. So instead of Kalia, we have Khalid.
Okay, I mean, if you guys didn't know this, I've talked about this on the second session with Rema as well as Eterna and Athena. I love Khalid. That's the thing. The first roamer that I actually learned is Khalid. And I love it so much how that the way how most of the players of MWI, when they put out Khalid as a roamer, you'll be able to actually inject with the Raging of Storm, but you can also pull away. That's initiation that you can do it, but there's a 50-50 chance, there's a risk for you to give that body first and making sure that the follow-up will be coming through as fast as possible. That's the need that is coming in from Navi MY.
Yeah, I would agree now. But, oh, okay. Hylos for Gaming Gladiator. Is this the first time we see a Hylos? I think.
Yeah, I feel so. But like I said, you really need a very tanky front line. And if things go... Actually, they have ways to play with it. But I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Thank you very much, Fasha Bani. Thank you very much, Chantel. But now I got to throw it over to our casters to start the very first game of today, where, trust me, it's going to be a long day all the way to the quarterfinals. So, casters, good luck.
Thank you so much, LaFell. Thank you for the panel. Once again, it's me, Nice Suit, joined here this time around with someone different. It's Mirko. Mirko, how we doing, man?
Hey, doing great, man. Again, like LaFell said, we're in for a long day. And it starts here, Mr. Nice Suit LaFell.
You gonna pull the red?
I'm gonna pull the red bar.
Hey, we're jumping to the game, ladies and gentlemen. A crucial match for all the teams right now to move on forward. The losers will have to bow out of MWI 2025 here. Once again, we get a preview of this matchup that we saw just a couple days ago where Navi MY swept GG. We'll see if the fates can change here in game number 1 of this best of 3. Now, real quick, I would say, we have to look at the draft and... shot. Chunk down a little bit, but like Fasha Bunny said, this is one of her favorite heroes to be picked, and it's actually played really well for a lot of the teams here.
Dude, I mean, look at the compositions. I really like the Hilda. The Hilda pick, the Khalid pick, amazing last picks from Navi Malaysia. But as LaFell said as well, Gaming Gladiators just really need a frontliner. I think the Hylos fits in so well here. Just knowing the fact that Navi, the way that they want to enter towards the backline or dive towards the backline is kind of very honest, right? Having someone like the Hylos to peel is great. Good cover. Then from the passive alone, Nicolette jumps in with the Puncture and the Thorn Rose goes to Lethal Wanderer and actually secures it for the team, as Ashley should be able to escape or to use a Revitalize. Redmond goes back in, finds first blood in enemy jungle. Nicolette unable to get a trade back, knows how tanky the Hilda is.
This is why you like the Hilda, This is why a lot of people like the Hilda, man. I mean, the damage... Okay, she's got the Quicksand Guard. She's going to be fine. But that's the thing, you're kind of surprised, and I feel like we've seen this a couple times already for MWI, is that kind of burst, but then you get the concussive blast as we take a look at the emblems here too. There's a lot of concussive blast actually coming up from Navi MY, man. Good tankiness that this lineup also provides, and that's something that Gaming Gladiator is going to want to watch out for here.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like is the fact that the Hilda is placed on roam. I feel like the Hilda is a better matchup up against the CC, as the Khalid can constantly just get pressure in the mid lane. But they swapped it up, Khalid in the XP. It will give them a bit more pressure, especially Turtle 1, just with the Raging Sandstorm. Rina opening it up, so Yorina Bush recalling. GG, just delay the turtle take.
Just gonna delay it out. That Revitalize is almost available from Ashley, so she might want to wait, but
great Raging Sandstorm. Arya able to go for the Vengeance already. Pops in the curtain call, locks him down. Shaw will be taken down. Panda with the rotation earlier here as Redmond gets melted down. Nicolette picks up the kill, and this should be a free neutral objective to Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, the work that they just kind of put out there. I mean, Ashley was quite low, and I would say she didn't have the Revitalize. She didn't even need to use it. She didn't have the level 4, but a good opportunity to get that stun off and then lock down the right target, and that was Shaw. So an objective, a little bit of gold lead, built up now to 4 Cayman Gladiators to work through. And I think now when you see the Hylos, like Hylos in specific occasions, like you need that glorious pathway. You need to most likely have even the Revitalize and some of these skirmishes here. And this is also, I would say, for Ashley specifically, a very comfort pick. Like this is one of her picks for the roam.
Absolutely.
Up top.
Up top, it's gonna be the gank over to Remen. Good Detonata. Phantom Execution to the back as well. Fafao able to cut away. Rita pops in the shield unity. Ashley instantly with Revitalize to react to it. And a disengage from Navi Malaysia. And Naisu, I gotta say, man, I gotta give props over to Midnight because I really like the CC pick as well. First pick, it's kind of risky, you know? In a world where coaches get a lot of hate for random first picks, I love the CC pick right as he saw the Baksha.
The CC has been doing great so far. Actually, hold on. Okay, they're not going to commit to this, but that's the thing. I mean, you can actually be quite aggressive on a CC. You have, especially when you have an Vengeance available, especially in the sense of this lineup that now the MWI went with here. So something they want to work with, but I would say I think even the Earthils right now are at the top, I would say, at least statistically. Earthil just tends to be quite a menace, especially later on in the game. So, whoa.
Assassination in the mid lane. Hani taken down. Nicolette finds the kill, instantly rotates back up top.
They're finding great pickoffs. Just with the fact that they have a Hylos here. You see that? You see Shaw, what Shaw just picked up?
Yeah.
Is that what we would expect? From a Khalid?
Personally, no. That's going to be the sundown. Remen, gun down, Panda. Not given the kills. Nicolette will be on a killing spree now. But yeah, I think it's an odd choice to go for. But I'm guessing it's because she's up against a CC. She's going to get shredded anyways, right? If she builds tanky.
So just go for it, I guess. Try to get that damage off if you can. There's going to be a trade here. So objective, second turtle, now in the hands of GG. Looking to take some more resources as well. So there was a response. They might at least get an objective for Navi MWI down at bot once Shaw's able to push in that turret. But I gotta say, man, they're trying their best to respond to what GG's thrown at them, and really it's just, they're kind of locked in, I would say. This is a very different GG than what we saw in their previous matchup against Navi MWI.
Yeah, it was a stomp the first time they met. Navi MWI dominated through, I would say, both games, right?
13 minutes or something like that.
Very, very short games in the grand scheme of things, especially considering how good Cayman Gladiators are now. 2,000 gold lead. And I really think it's because they finally found the solution to the problem, you know? Some of them were struggling without their comfort picks. Now, Phantom Execution, Nicolette knows that Shah has gone for damage, so wanted to pressure Arena, zoned away, and back to the point. Enabling your players with really good picks, with comfort picks. The Granger, we saw Panda do so well yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be a sense too. Maybe it's a little bit of the family buff that we got to see during the panel segment where, again, here for the support for Arya, but, you know, LaFell was right. A lot of people are going to have their eyes on this matchup specifically. Nicolette kind of styling right now too, very, very confident on this landslide. So another turret's going to fall. They got more space to work with. They're in good position to set up for this next turtle coming up too. Arya on the hunt, but won't catch Fafao. So this is the thing, man. If we look at Navi MWI, how do they stop this from getting it too out of hand? 3,000 gold isn't anything too crazy at this point. I would say even in the sense that with this lineup, they should still be relatively okay to contest, even later on with that first Lord when it does come up. But the biggest thing right now is just kind of not getting picked off. And I would say one of the biggest stuns that's happening here, or the biggest crowd controls that's being utilized is, again, this Hylos. Not only the stun that comes with it, but the glorious pathway. When that's dropped down, it's great initiation, but it's also good to peel for the entire team, when you think about it. So they get control around this. This is the last turtle. They've got control right now. We'll see if Navi MWI wants to fight.
Looks like they do. Shield unity to the back. Panda still able to go away. Raging Sandstorm not landing in the back. Nicolette able to win out that red tree battle. Now goes into the back as Fafao continues to push. And will be able to find one, but Panda gets two big stacks on the Sky Piercer.
That was an initiation that they thought the risk was worth it, but Navi MWI loses two. And then Panda picking up a couple kills, plus she gets the Malefic Roar now. So, you know, on this Granger, like we've seen, that scaling is going to be really good. We're going to look at the instant replay here.
Yikes.
This is, they go for the shot jumps
why.
in. Yeah, she goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, mind you, again, to set things up, but you see the glorious pathway. It's so good to just kind of cut off crucial points of the team fights. So again, good utilization of the toolkits here from GG.
That's why I mentioned early on, right? When we were talking about the drafts, Hilda Khalid, I'd say really good picks, but then the Hylos last pick really covered all of Gaming Gladiators' weak spots. That's the ultimate from the... Oh, Hani taken down on the side there. Arya tying them up now as Nicolai jumps in with a puncture. Actually misses it out, but a Thorn Rose plus Sayori's damage will be enough as Panda once again stacks 2 more up on that Sky Piercer.
GG is out with vengeance, man. They're locked in. Everything is working out for them, and you know, even under a turret, how do you play against that? So looking at the items, you're gonna see there needs to be a lot of space covered here, especially for Fao. She's very behind in terms of Panda, and like you said, those stacks are building up.
Arya got the orange buff, nice too. And this is, I would say, rare. We don't get to see this a lot, right? The fact that the Baksha is so far behind, but this is one of the biggest weaknesses for the Baksha. We've just seen Baksha terrorize early game and win out most early games. That's why we haven't seen this side of Baksha. But if you lose out in the early game, first few turtles, especially against a Lancelot, and your jungle starts getting invaded, this is the reality of the utility jungles. Panda gonna be caught by the finish from the curtain call. It's right there to punish with a glorious pathway. Man, tied up and slowed down. What do?
You don't do anything. You can't even fly away with the wings by wings from that. And as you mentioned, you know, the gap continues to build up. Sayori, take some hits. Oh, is Raymond gonna go for this? Okay. She saw the low health bar. She's like, I can go and get the power of nature off here, but still, the turret's going to be worked on. Tier 2 in the mid lane will fall, and Lord is next on the objective list here as GG makes their way up. And now the MWI is just struggling to find a moment. And like you mentioned, Miracle, a big part of that is Rina here. She's so behind. What can you do? You don't want to box it. You're not really... You have to almost, in a sense, rely on the team at this point. Baksha is most likely just a distraction, or you're going to just try to find a moment where you can take the shots and hope that Fao can pop off. She picks up a Berserker's Fury right now. So maybe, and if Hani quits getting destroyed because Hani's out of the picture and you lose a Farsa this early on in the fight, that Feathered Airstrike damage is gone. So you miss a big piece of the puzzle of your damage profile.
Yeah. Misplaced strong picks, I would say, coming in from Navi Malaysia. Again, I think for me, the biggest point of criticism would be the fact that they picked up the Hilda Khalid, but they made the Hilda roam. I thought the Khalid would have been, again, roam, as Hilda could still stand her ground up against the CC. But now, it's a big Lord in the mid lane. Answer with a Feather Airstrike, instantly canceled out. Nicolai in the back with a Thorn Rose. Oh, Winter Crown evade from the Phantom Execution as Nicolai gets away. But it was only a diversion for the rest of the team to siege down below. Base turret down below, taken out. GG. Looking for more as they rotate up top. Dead Sonata's landing 2 onto Fao, taking her to half HP as Panda continues to throw out these shots. Mid lane base turret next. Still land it? Big waves in the mid lane. But Navi Malaysia, they'll hold on, but GG will get 3.
Gonna get 3. Turret's gonna fall. It's exposed. Do they go for the fight?
Rina, shield unity, whoa! Walks up and instantly just gets bursted down by Panda. Going for the shots again, the curtain call as Arya locks her down. But Nicolette stays on the prize there, looking for the end. Gets a kill before the rest of the team backs away. There was literally one HP on a cannon minion to ensure that they got the crystal.
What a game, what a statement. You can see the ladies here happy about that performance. They did it faster than they lost to Navi MWI earlier a couple of days ago. Just an amazing performance. They were locked in here, man.
Took a while for them to download Navi MY, we would say, right? 2 games. And then, even for Title Legends, they had to go through 1 game loss, coming back from that reverse sweeping TLG, and how they find themselves in their element. They know what to do. The traps look good. The execution might look a bit better. This is the GG we were expecting.
This is the GG, yeah. And it's, I don't know, man. It just seems like maybe the communication is
those arguments worked.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to see what they have to say about Game 1.
Well, first of all, Sayori looked absolutely happy for that one. And the thing is, now it's not history repeating itself because now we can actually see GG, Gaming Gladiators, actually taking game number 1 off of Navi MY. And I gotta say, I actually agree with our casters, a little bit of mismatch here because Box is an amazing hero, but it's not Arena hero. And then having the Khalid on the EXP, and it does feel a little bit forced to use that Blade of Heptases. A lot of mismatches here, Fasha.
Agree, definitely. At the first place, when I saw they picked up the Roma or Khalid as well as Hilda, we expected, even what we have heard from the cast itself, if, for example, Khalid was being put out as a Roma and Hilda as the XP, probably it could have been having a little bit more fun time compared to what we see so far. Now, Team Navi MY has just been punished from one place to another place.
Yeah, and it's really evident that for the side of Gaming Gladiators, they changed things up a bit in terms of the rotation. We could see Nicolette at the EXP lane, and there's an early 4-1 rotation actually for Gaming Gladiator, hence the 3.3k gold lead at some parts of our game. And we could see actually that for Gaming Gladiators, even the emblem set is meant to just deal damage against Navi MY.
And I kind of feel like they understand the movements coming in from Navi MY, more like their habits, because they know what kind of gold laner Fafao is, which is she wants to get the gold. She wants to get the minions. So Panda used that opportunity and actually rotated for the first turtle. And starting from there, they hold the map.
Yeah, that's true. And not just holding the area for Fafao, I think also for Gaming Gladiators, what really made the difference is that they always get a hold of that purple buff area onto the side of Navi MY. Hence, there is somehow a doubts from Arena and the rest of the team wherein are they going to initiate a team fight? Are we to do trades? And the Gaming Gladiators, I think we could see that later on in the highlights wherein they are to invade the purple buff. They saw that Rina wasn't there, so they let go of the purple buff, went to the turtle, and there was no trade actually for Navi MY.
I think this is it, where the Raging Storm was trying to go into the front and they were going into at least invade the front line of Team Gaming Gladiators. There was not much of a follow-up. There was a little bit miscommunication coming in, even though, yes, Fafao did manage to get a trade, but it was not enough because at the end of it all, not only they were able to get away with the turtle, they were able to steal 2 lives of Navi MY.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I only saw one Raging Sandstorm actually hitting, and that was in the base. And at that point, you just don't have enough damage. If it hit during that turtle fight, maybe it would have been different.
Yeah, and I think that was also the team fight wherein we saw Gaming Gladiators just let go of the purple buff. It was 5 seconds, I think. 3 to 5 seconds wherein GG was just at the purple buff, and then they knew, so it means that there's a change, or maybe they know how to assess what is best in terms of the current situation. So that's what I love about the performance of Gaming Gladiators during that game, and I kind of feel like for Navi MY, they're just really reacting onto what GG was doing all throughout game number 1.
So it really does look like Gaming Gladiators, they have very good control over the map as well as very good decision making. So Navi MY, what are we looking at the changes coming in for game number 2?
I mean, drafting-wise, probably just the positioning. Hero-wise, there has never a problem. Just the roles of how they want to actually go in right after the second match. And the fact is, I feel there were certain times that we even saw how the Farsa been used, the Feather Airstrike, opening up too much and to a point that she was in the front line. And Team Gaming ready to say, like, this is like an invitation for us to just shut you down, honey.
Yeah, and now we got to look at the head-to-head here. I believe we're going to be looking at the goal laners. We're going to be looking at Fafao going up against Panda. And one of the reasons why we got to look at is not only does Panda had a good game, but Fafao actually had the counter matchup. She got the Irithel going into the Granger, and yet Panda had an amazing game.
I mean, we already seen yesterday where Panda was also using Granger as well, and despite there was a back and forth, I think Gaming Gladiators say that it doesn't even matter if you have a counter for Granger.
Counter schmounder.
I still be able to do it because Panda had the highest, if I'm not mistaken, still dominated that game with 1049 GPM. That shows how much she is confident with the Granger. No matter what counter you give it to her.
I think the thing that made her very confident on that game is the formation also of the hero composition of Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they have the high loss. They even have Sayori to actually stop the players of Navi MY. So Panda was just enjoying the game. You have 503, you have the Sky Piercer. By the way, even Hani was forced at around 9 minutes to build the Winter Truncheon. It just means that majority of the players of Gaming Gladiators are just diving, specifically Nicolette, by the way. So you have the threat from an assassin jungler that could actually puncture at the back line. And for Panda, you're just doing the Rhapsodies, even the Death Sonatas. So it was masterful draft for Gaming Gladiators, and we could see and for this statistics that we have the highest damage per minute with the Sayori. So it's just supplementary support as to Panda's highest gold per minute. So add that items that Panda has plus the burst damage that Sayori has, and even those assists from Ashley.
Yeah, we can see that Raimundo actually took a lot of damage, but again, she took a lot of damage, but there was no dishing out. And I feel like this is just fundamentally, you're not utilizing your win condition, your draft, because we talked about this during the draft, where looking at the what Navi MY actually had, they had the opportunity to move around the map very, very fast. But they just couldn't do that, right? I don't see a lot of rotations. Partly is because we saw the highest damage did come from Sayori. And I did see Sayori actually poking out Honey quite a lot, to the point where she can't go to the side lane. She has to go back to base.
Yeah, I think also one of the many reasons why it was effective for Gaming Gladiators, or why Navi MY was confused, because even the Khalid was forced to just stay on the lane. I mean, if you're up against a Hylos and that type of hero composition from GG, it is expected that Khalid or Sha will be up front. But I think there was a moment in our game that she was the one doing the split push, and it's not advisable to have a Khalid to do that. You want Fafao to actually do that.
Agree, because you want to be fast. You don't want the moment when you're trying to go into push, people can actually go in. Your opponent will be able to catch you on your action and grab you straight away in that moment. But at the same time, we do have to give so much credit to Gaming Gladiators. Not just the map control, it's the fact that the invasion that they've done to a point that Team Navi MY, they couldn't even go out of their own way to make sure that they'll be able to push through. Because again, once you are being controlled by your own opponent, you can't do anything out of it.
Yeah, they're just really roaming around the map really fast. All areas are being covered. So Navi MY, it's as if they're restricted in their own farming area that they had to share on the resources that are only available to them. And Gaming Gladiators, that's the moment we're in. They're able to spike up their gold, have the snowball, and just they just did it continuously. So it's as if you are Navi MY, I can't breathe. Let me breathe just for a second.
And now we have a quote coming in from Gaming Gladiators, coming in from Ashley. This time, I truly believe we have a stronger and more consistent roster. I really want to prove to the world that NA shouldn't be taken for granted. I want to put our region back in the spotlight. And winning this one can definitely put them there. And here's the thing. I really feel like hearing the conversation between the both of you, it's really about pushing Navi MY out of their comfort zone, right? Because even on the heroes, I kind of feel like they're not really comfortable there. So maybe that's where Navi MY, they really have to start to get some control back into the game. Don't let GG take everything from them.
Agree, definitely. I think the fact that they've been read from all of their opponents, especially from yesterday as well, the fact that they always try to go in for the dive composition first of all, but then everyone been saying like, now we can definitely do an anti-dive composition back to you, Navi MY. So this is a thing that Navi had to figure out, like, how do you actually be able to counter the counter attacks back? Because the fact is now the teams are having a little bit of struggle to push through whenever there's somebody giving back the energy to them.
Yeah, agree. I believe that for Navi MY, they somehow played inside GG's game.
Yeah, exactly.
It was very evident that for GG they really gave up the Farsa, right?
Yeah.
So they have to be mindful of those heroes. Are they really giving us this, or maybe they are prepared for this hero? So for GG, it's working well the way they draft. For Navi MY, they just have to make sure that all areas are going to be covered if in case they get the heroes that are given to them by GG.
I kind of feel like, let's start with simple stuff. Let's start first thing. Give Rina an assassin, because I don't know about you guys, she did not look comfortable on that box.
Yep. Agree, definitely. I think that somehow, when we've seen how she popped off with the Lancelot, it was much on her own turf, and the fact that she was definitely on a roll whenever she has an assassin in her hands. So possibly when they wanted to actually have so much sustain in the team, it ended up not going in their favor. So there's a possibility draft-wise could be another hero that could be pulled out for her as well. And the fact that maybe with this having into their mind, they can actually do a better rotation.
Yeah, if that's the case, then for GG, I expect that they will not ban the YSS, but have Navi MY do that, and they will pick a Lancelot again, because that was the case for game number 1. Because the last time they met, it was all a Lancelot for Rina, but when they played against Team Liquid, they played great with the YSS. So, okay.
Yeah,
so
they banned it out.
They are the ones to ban it out. I believe if that's the case, then GG will go again for the Lancelot, or maybe even have another hero that is on the sustain, which is the Fredrin.
I mean, looking back at the NA qualifiers, because Nicolette is an amazing jungler, one of her highlights that I saw during that time was that Hayabusa. So that's also part of the equation in terms of heroes that they can pick off. So looking at Navi, very interestingly here, they really respect Sayori on this Zetienne. So I really want to see if there's any priority coming in mid, because both the Kimi as well as the Pharsa are still open. And for Navi MY, an additional Selena as well.
I mean, we did saw how crazy Zetien's been poking off away all the rotation that was done by Navi, and those are the things that is crucial for the movement of Navi MY itself. So they definitely want to make sure that it is a respected band that they want to be aware of coming into the second batch. But then again, we do see that it seems that Pharsa and Kimi will still be open up as they put out Gatot Kacha instead as the ban priority.
They are just limiting the options of Gaming Gladiators, because there's a high chance they pull off Zetian and Gatot both at the same lineup. So Navi MY did the research about that. So GG, you have open heroes. Kimi, although Kimi isn't really working well.
Yeah, 16% win rate. That's insane. Honestly, there is a lot open. Kalia's open, even though we don't see a lot of teams prioritize it overall. It's too early, but some teams... I feel like Pharsa is an okay one to open with, but it looks like they are going to get that Kimi. And I feel like Navi MY, they predicted this because they wanted that Pharsa by banning out that Zetienne, but right now they don't even have to take it because they gotta assume that this Kimi is going mid, so maybe they will take Pharsa on red 3.
Pharsa on red... Oh, red team. Okay, I thought Pharsa on red 3. I didn't hear it right.
So I'm colorblind and you just have hearing problems. We're good. We have our own issues.
Best friends forever. That's how it is. But then again, but they are going to actually pick up the Pharsa straight away with the Badang. So definitely a really good response coming in from Navi MY. I mean, if you have already the opportunity, why not just take it? A really good fizz crack and fizz break to actually have a really good setup for themselves. And maybe with this better combination, Navi MY will have the opportunity to give that push, the aggressiveness that we have been losing seen so far from these 2 days.
Assassins hate Badang, but I kind of feel like Lancelot is still okay.
Yeah, Lancelot and Arlott could be one, but Fredrin, okay. So I think this is the same draft that I had.
Just to know, Arlott is one of Arya's favorite heroes. She even uses it in Rome.
Okay. By the way, this is the same lineup that Gaming Gladiators had when they first met July 15. So they have...
Ooh, okay.
So we have Kimi, Arlott, and Fredrin. I'm not sure if they will go with the Irithel and Kalea, because those heroes are still open. If Navi MY will give it to them. So Pharsa and Badang, they can get the Lancelot now.
I kind of feel like Granger is a good pick as well, and then just ban every other marksman. Like, I kind of feel like Panda was one of the reasons why they lost.
I mean, this is also
they pick up Lancelot,
yeah, because the repeat of what we see between the TLG with GG, right? The fact that they had the Arlott Fredrin combo as well as the Granger. I like the fact that you actually noted about the Granger. They could have actually picked up, steal away the Granger so that they won't give so much leeway to the side of Gaming Gladiators, because that was the reason why they had so much potential to fight off with TLG yesterday.
You know what? Looking at the draft, there's a high chance that Navi MY will go Harith again. since you have heroes that are more on the melee side from the side of GG, so it's gonna be hard to go for that energy eruption and even the final slash. So we ban out the Minotaur as anti-crowd control. Kaleo could be an option for them to ban out. Even the I'm thinking about the Jushin, but you already have the Kimi.
I mean, Kimi could go gold. Like, we don't know, right? Because I feel like this is the good flex. I feel like Kimi flex gold admit is still possible. I don't know about this Arlet, because I don't know how much practice time does Ashley have. So, personally for me, I'm still assuming this Arlet is going over to the EXP. Now, GG, they are betting out that Granger. I'm really looking at heroes like the Moskov for GG to actually deal with the composition that Navi MY has, but not entirely sure what their comfort is, so Irithel gets banned out.
So with this, GG has the option to go like Moskov or Bruno even could be, although it's gonna be hard if you're up against say a Farsa in terms of mobility, but Kari could be one so that you can do those dashes. So GG could actually limit more in terms of the EXP lane. So they ban out the Phobius for this game, and with that, they are somehow forcing Badang to be the EXP lane and have
or let them take Lapu Lapu.
Yep.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like Badang, Roman, and Lapu Lapu EXP is actually quite good for Navi MY.
Yeah, definitely. But then they picked up the 1-1 instead for their goal lane, huh?
Okay. Clever. Banning out the Irithel. Clever, yeah. Not gonna lie, I forgot about the 1-1. Not gonna lie.
Okay. I almost not see 1-1 because of the bans also from the other days.
I think we have seen 1-1 getting through like 2 or 3 times only. And after that, we keep on saying 1-1 been taken out all the times to deny the entrance of 1-1 inside the draft-wise. But then again, right here, I do feel like, yes, damage-wise, Navi has the opportunity, but is it enough though?
Possible for Navi MY as long as GG doesn't get the Akai. I mean, this is the best way to pull off that Akai Arlot combo against a 1-1 and even Lancelot. I'm just not sure if they're really confident on pulling that off, but it's gonna be Mathilda and Bruno. Okay, just when we said that it's hard to have a Bruno against a Farsa that could potentially just rotate on the lane, but you have the Mathilda, so in terms of escaping, it would be a lot easier for GG. But the strength of GG here is literally the Mathilda and Kimi because of the fast clearing of minion wave, so they could just go in the EXP lane and have, if it's gonna be Badang on the EXP lane, to be at a difficult situation.
At this point, I kind of feel like GG, they're really trying to win the mid lane. And I kind of feel if they're able to kill a Farsa or whoever their roamer is before the turtle starts, I think a very big snowball will start to ensue, because we saw in the previous game, they controlled the jungle very, very well. They might do the same. I was thinking of the Lapu Lapu, but looks like they are going to pick up that glue. So going up against Badang, Farsa, and Lancelot in mid is going to be a challenge for Gaming Gladiators. Thank you very much, Fasha Bunny, as well as Chantel. Looking at the draft here, I actually feel like both teams are able to get a very good draft. So now I'm going to be giving it over to Naisu as well as Mirko to call for the second game. We'll see whether, Navi can actually win it back, or they got to return the favor and lose 0-2.
And we will find that out here in just a second. Once again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko to bring you game number 2 in this best of 3. A very dominant game 1 that we just saw from Gaming Gladiators, 11.5 or so minutes, much faster than they felt the defeat before. Mirko, what do you think of the drafts here? They're both, I agree with Lufel, they're both pretty good.
I agree too. I mean, there are winning conditions, solid ones for both the compositions, right? The 1-1 though, it's picked up, and it really comes down to how good Bafao can be on the 1-1. Because up against Panda, here on the Bruno, this is much more of a safe weak side pick than it is a way to beat 1-1.
Yeah, I think that's always the difficult thing when a 1-1 comes into play is, getting the marks off and then getting the crossbow tank, finding the right moments to be able to do that too. And you do have a lineup that can actually snowball pretty quickly, I feel like, because of what they drafted. And we know Glue has actually done really well too, to be that front line, obviously, to bring back members. You can see Arya dealing with that bullying that we usually see from a Glue in that XP lane.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting thing, man.
Absolutely. I think it's a very weird start to the game already. Level 1, you try to go for the fight against the Glue. You can see Arya struggle, almost a solo kill. You gotta usually ignore the Glue level 1.
Let him be.
He's too strong level 1, especially on an Arla. You're online level 2 once you can get some more resets on the Vengeance.
Yeah, so she's gonna go. Oh, I thought she was gonna go back actually, but I guess she got the call that, hey, Ashley is here, Sayori too. Maybe they can get something to go, but I just think you don't want to play too low health this early on, especially with a Lancelot across from you. So you see Rina, she's got that level 4 now, but still, I guess utility-wise, when you look at GG's lineup, it's great in the sense that they've got a lot of options to escape, but also engage the fights. And that might be crucial in, again, timing. Now, they showcased it here mid lane.
Whoa, good gank over to Hani. Gets her low, doesn't really bait any resources, but what's great is they relieve pressure off of Arya. They force Navi Malaysia to look for the response in the mid lane, and now Arya's back in lane. Should be able to set up faster than Sha. Again, Sha rotated to mid, but she's not level 4 just yet. There you go. Now she gets 4, and Arya's not 4.
Arya's so close, too. A final slash would be so good here if she had it.
Yeah, but I guess she's just going to be relying on the resets from the rest of the team. Nikolai walks up, is giving the mount down already over to Arya. Nikolai with the cancel, jumps in with the taunt as well. Unable to find... Rina goes in and actually still wins out the red tree. I thought it was a mistake going for the Phantom Execution to escape, but hey, a win's a win. Turtle 1 over to Navi.
She made it work. I thought she was going to get pushed out from the vicinity of that turtle, but she goes back, gets it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting that they weren't able to capitalize on that, but still, no first blood just yet. A lot of early poking happening between both teams, but essentially both these lineups really rely on those level 4s for both of them. Oh, look at this Glue. Little Shaw. Yeah. Splits. This is, I mean, Arya's... I would say what does the Arlot really need to win this matchup against a Glue?
It's really not about the win, it's just you trying to rotate faster. Hani pops in for the airstrike. Good response from Remen to help her there. But yeah, for the Arlet in this lane, you're mostly just looking for the clear and to rotate to your team. You're just playing for the Fredrin.
Just play for that, and I guess that's why the Matilda works so great here too, for the Fredrin. Because essentially, man, we could even see, depending on how this game goes forward, Nicolette could face the same fate we saw Rina on the box to the previous game. She could end up being delayed too much, but if you throw in a Matilda in there, it helps you kind of move around the map a little bit better, also kind of engage or disengage if you have to. And nonetheless, when the objectives comes up, you're still, that tanky hero that we're used to seeing with the Fredrin, but you get some added bonus with the utility. Now the Bruno too for Panda I think is a big thing because jump into this.
Good guiding win, but now it's the mount down. Good pin as well with fist crack. Now Nicolette's still able to dash away. Sayori pushes on those laser beams. The Worldie slowly but surely chunking those HP bars low as Sayori continues to zone in the mid lane.
And she's going to do work. Arya might just try to force, I guess, Rina off with this. Try to slow them down. Do they put pressure on the orange buff? It looks like they don't, but the turtle is up. Nicolette's still on the bottom side of the map, so we'll see how they respond to this. A couple of the ultimates already down, though, here, too.
Big resources down, and they're still looking to contest for the neutral objective. Mid lane for the airstrike. Used up Sayori, taking low flicker as well, committed down by Hani. Not too sure about that. Now the circling eagle, able to go for the knock up to the back. Arya now looking for the final slash, able to bring him back into the traction pulse. All the free hits for Sayori. First blood in 4 minutes. That's a mount down onto Arya as Rina picks up the kill on Nicolette. Arya forces the flicker around as Rina jumps back in, but a guiding win from Ashley plus the flicker gets Arya back to safety.
It was looking so good, I would say, for GG. I mean, a great layering of the ultimates, but then Navi MWI knew that, hey, we've got Shaw here. She can tank up quite a bit of damage, and then Rina came in at the right time too to capitalize on cleaning up some of the health bars and getting some of the kills there. But objective now in the hands, second one for Navi MWI. Definitely a better start for them, but GG still keeping things kind of under control. We're not seeing a big gold gap or deficit that they really have to work for. There is starting to be a little bit of a deficit between the junglers, like we mentioned. Rina level 9, Nicolette level 7. And so Navi MWI, if they want to transition the game plan of let's keep pressuring Nicolette, let's keep pressuring the side of the jungle if we can, then they build up on that advantage, and that might be what they look for here. Hani does pick up a glowing one, so she's got that. She's been very, happy on the feathered airstrikes, man. She's been popping those off really early on, but I think maybe that's what you want to do, at least in this situation, where you just kind of let those feathered airstrikes go, knock some of the health bars down. I think you have to put pressure on Sayori, too. She's been kind of free hitting for a lot of these skirmishes early on.
I agree. I think the big also ways that Na'Vi have been able to turn the tides around in the team fights has been through Sha. Like, just getting the mount down there and having Na'Vi Malaysia basically have free hits on him, isolating that target has been massive for Na'Vi. And for GG, I guess at this point, they got to choose. Either they put respect on the glue by playing it a bit more, they play it with more kiting, right? They just go back and forth. Or they commit all the way and just try to win out before the glue can actually have a say in the fight.
Sean's already so tanky. I mean, this early on. They are going to get a turret, though. It's going to be a trade across the map as Arena gets the tier 1 up top. So a little bit of trade here happening, but all set up. We're 20 seconds away from that turtle. So we're going to have to see Na'Vi MWI get in position. Ashley, half health, taking a couple shots. Has to respect that damage. And again, this might be a standoff, but look at the push happening, too, from Fafao. Still up top. She might get a little bit of damage on that tier 2. Not sure how they want to play this. It looks like they want to pressure this out, especially with Raymond having that flicker. Sha, though.
Yeah, they're going to go all in onto Sha. Final slash as well. But the meltdown comes in, just barely able to flicker out the worldie. Fade away. Nicolette gets out as well. But look at Fafao utilizing that skirmish as a distraction to claim a structure up top for free. It'll be traded with a turtle. But at this point, I think the tier 2 is a bit more worth it.
Yeah, that's going to open things up. She's just a couple hits away from getting it. Nicolette will get the turtle. I'm sure if they want to continue fighting. Some big items being picked up here too. Across the side, Berserker's Fury for Panda. You got the Flask of the Oasis now for Ashley online. That turret finally goes down here. So Na'Vi MWI, Mirko, they're playing for the macro here. That's the advantage they want leading into that Lord when it does come up in about a minute and a half.
You really wouldn't expect that, honestly, right? If you look at Na'Vi Malaysia's composition, it really looks like more of a team fight comp, especially with the Wan. But they've done things really well. Gotta give them props. Now, Melfic gun done as well for Fafao. A big power spike here.
How good is that for the Wan?
It's really good, dude. I mean, again, the limitations for the Wan, the restrictions usually is the fact that you just have pretty bad range. You get outranged by a lot of heroes, and then by the time you get close, you get CC locked. Your skill 2 gets baited out as well by, again, the amount of CC Gaiman has. So having that means that you can shoot, you can get the crossbow attack online much earlier. Better airstrike over to Sayori. 2 shots landing, 3 on Ashley. The turret up top, traction pulse. Oh! Final slash landing, but it's only it's Remen. Gets a pin down in the back now as Fafao looks for the crossbow tank and will be able to find it on one member. Arya will have the crossbow tank popped on her. Translating over to Nicolette now as Fafao has to respect the damage from Panda. So much coming down, but it will just be a 1-for-1 roam for XP.
Trading each other here. Still, the focus is mid lane. They might be able to go ahead and get a little bit extra damage, but Sha.
Massive mount onto Panda, flicker out already, and now Sha finds herself in a tough spot. 1v4, no one's there to follow it up though. Slight tackle in Nicolette, looking for the chase.
This is what Glue does.
They're hesitant for some reason, but finally they decide, no, she's alone. Sha gets away in the end. The hesitation killed Gaiman Gladiators.
I don't know why there was the hesitation,
but
thought
it was a bait or something.
I guess so. And that's what Glue does. How many times have we seen the Glue do something like that? 1v3, 1v4, and still survive to tell the tale. So a big moment there to happen. The Lord is up. Hani gets a Divine Glaive. We've already seen how much damage Hani's able to do. Now you have a Divine Glaive. You have that magic penetration to help you out. As I say it, you can see the damage charts. They are unreal. We're going to look at the instant replay once again. Shot 1v4. They could have committed to this, I think, maybe capitalize on the kill, but even Nicolette, she thought maybe that they were going to actually get it, but they don't. So Shot, once again, proving that this Glue is a huge value pick for Na'Vi MWI right now. But the Lord is up. We'll see how they play this out. We still have the junglers going to go ahead and focus on getting prepared for this.
Ooh. Remen, fist crack, locking Sayori. Let's give it all in with the final slash as well. Sayori kiting back, but will be taken down inevitably here. Mounted up as well. Rina doing work in the mid lane, getting the assassination onto Arya, and now straight to the neutral objective. Na'Vi they're back in the game too.
I think Navi is they're seeing the hesitation, they're seeing some of the mistakes that GG are making, they're punishing it, and they're capitalizing on that. Because even there, Gaming Gladiators, I feel like, didn't know, like, should we, like, some of them went back to base, some of them were there around that side of the jungle, and they go back here. They'll have to find a defense now. You're looking at the items breakdown, at least for the gold lane, neck and neck in terms of items and gold. But again, a big disparity still between the jungle. And that's the biggest thing. When you are a utility jungler, we talked about this in game 1, but it was flip-flopped here. What do you have to do? Now, Fred is still essentially that front line that can tank things up. You, of course, have that crowd control in the kit that works for you too. And that might be the thing here. She picks up a Radiant Armor, got a little bit more defensive for this magic damage that is just coming out from Navi MWI, and it's a lot to handle for them.
Yeah, I mean, wait, Remen, it's caught by the immobilization. Still able to find an angle to rotate back into the mid lane, and Navi continue to siege down. Holy defense. Oh, good rotation, or good hold by Nicolette in the mid lane. Stopping the Holy Defense from being taken, but still bottom. Holy Defense was popped in. Now Lord up top will be able to get a charge down. They should be able to deal with this. It's going to be a turret take. But nice too. I think at this point, Gaimin needs to understand their composition is all about longer team fights. They'll have so many more ways to dish out damage in a long team fight. Navi, they're kind of like a big smack up front, and then they have to back away right off of the cooldowns.
Yeah, literally, right when that Feathered Airstrike is expended, you lose a big part of the damage. But then even the Crossbow of Tang, if they can just wait for it, I think, again, as the game goes forward, that's why I want to see these lineups work in a longer game. Maybe we do get a chance to get to, what, the 18-minute mark plus, and then we get to see both of the compositions shine, because right now, like you mentioned for Game Gladiators, they don't have that ability, I feel like, to drag those fights out. At least it seems like that, just because of how they're getting picked apart. Now, Wind of Nature picked up for Panda. That might be the name of the game. Pick up those defensive items. Get to that point where you can withstand that initial window of burst that comes from the lineup from Navi MWI. You can see that too. Winter Crown available for Hani. So Hani has been really good so far in this game. I know she doesn't have crazy kills or anything like that on the far side, but really that's not her job. She drops down the Feathered Airstrike, gets people to what, half health even, and then you have Rina or Fao to come up and clean up. So we'll see it once again. It's Game Gladiators. You know, the aggression here.
Pick up attempt over to Remen, but they're split up now. Nicolette is all alone. Crossbow Tang ready with the airstrike as well. Fao inspire Crossbow Tang. Now Panda tanks it up with the Wind of Nature, but finds herself in a tough spot. Rina gets the assassination. Arya's next on the chopping block as Rina claims a double. So Yori and Ashley left to defend. 14 seconds on the neutral objective, but Navi, they want to end the game. They want to force a third game in the series.
They might be able to here. It's Sayori only here with Ashley. They go in.
But certainly Eagle. Now the Feather Airstrike zone them in the back. Now Remen, very low. Puncture over from Rina. Goes straight into the mid lane. Sayori doing her best to clear out the waves. 3 seconds on Nicolette now as Remen walks back up. That's going to be the guiding win out to the front. So the minions don't get in. And it's a good play to save the game, or rather, to extend it.
Extend it. That's what they needed. They needed to buy time here. GG is still in it, but the Lord is going to be focused down and take down Navi MWI.
They got to go.
It looks like GG might want to contest this. They go in, Nicolette.
They got to gamble on this. Feather Airstrike landing on Panda, and that's going to be the Phantom Execution as well. Lord not taken just yet, and Navi.
Oh, this is risky.
Have been forced back. Now GG, it's their time to control the tempo. Yes, they're one man down, but they got to force something out while Navi are low, while these big resources are on cooldown.
Oh, again, it's going to go for a little bit of a reset. The rest of the team is making their way back to the Lord pick here. And Ashley trying to join this fight. They get control. Navi MWI.
Final slash over to Fao. That's even the second skill baited out. Feather Airstrike. Nicolette finding herself almost taken down. Has the guiding wind to save her, but that means there's no jungler to look for the retreat, to look for the neutral objective, and Rina claims it for free.
Navi MWI played that so well. It was a pendulum, basically, for that Lord swinging back and forth, and unfortunate for GG, they just didn't have the firepower to withstand, or even the defensive items to withstand the initiations or the poking from Navi MWI. So they find themselves, once again, on the defense here. This might be a position for them to work with the lineup that they have, because of the last couple fights, man, haven't been good. I mean, it's clear that there is a different idea happening, because we've seen now 2 major team fights where one side of the team is on another place, and then you have a couple from GG on another. So we'll see how they play out this defense. Takes a couple shots. Lord's going to be worked on here.
Thorn Rose baited out. Now Lord in the mid lane for the airstrike as well. Panda able to go for side tackle. Arya went for the cancel, but wasn't able to find it in the end. Let's see Panda kiting back. Fist strike coming out as well. The base wide open. They're going to go for it. Pops the Inspire and secures the game. You see thumbs down there. Some emotes from the ladies. This is getting hot.
It's getting close. We wouldn't have it any other way. This is a crucial game for all the matches today. We want game 3, and Navi MY made sure we're going to get that.
So far, Naisu, this series has all been about speed. Whoever gets the snowball first, whoever is able to push in the game and control the pace has really been able to take over.
They have, and I think this sets it up for an amazing game 3 ahead of us, man. I don't know who's going to come out with more speed for game 3, but
I don't know.
Either way, maybe game 3 is where we think about the junglers.
Yeah.
Are they going to match up with
gold
the
lane, man?
Yeah.
Panda does well on Granger.
That's true.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Studio, we're going to have to go ahead and throw it over to you guys to see what you guys think about the speed of this game 2.
Yeah.
Yeehaw indeed. Like you guys said, speed kills. The question is, kills who? Because so far we've seen whenever the jungler gets an assassin, namely the Lancelot, the entire team gets this kind of confidence. But when you have this utility jungler, everyone starts slowing down.
Yeah, and it's very evident on this game. I think there were a lot of moments that wherein Rina was able to secure a kill. Like this, for example, when she had a double kill when in fact Gaming Gladiators still need to position themselves before going to a counter engage. So it's just Rina puncturing all throughout the players of GG, and you also have supplementary damage and even supplementary crowd control and all those layering of skills from Navi MY. And I gotta say, I'll be honest, both teams played really well and smart for game number 2, that we actually saw moments wherein they're forcing each other to commit mistakes.
I mean, again, back to the speed topic we're talking, right? The fact that we were holding on to the hope that maybe Gaming Gladiators, if they were be able to go for the late game itself, getting all the powers they need, they could spike out a different path for the game itself. But it didn't happen here because Navi MY keep pushing and pushing forward to a point that Gaming Gladiators couldn't do anything.
If I can highlight one player, I gotta talk about Raimundo or Remen, because that Badang really cancels out any kind of ideas that Gaming Gladiator really has, because it's either the fist break or the fist cry, but either way, the displacement, the mini stuns, it really did affect them, because we saw there were moments that they wanted to try something, but Raimundo was like, I'm one person, I'm stopping 4 of you.
Yeah, agree. And if you look at the mobility of Gaming Gladiators, it's just the Mathilda that actually speed them up. I think we saw play from Raimundo at the bottom lane earlier, wherein majority of the Gaming Gladiators just want to position themselves to the usual pathing that they do. But the Navi MY, they saw the opportunity right at that moment. That's why they were able to somehow set up a play for them. And we could see actually that all throughout the game, you even have Sha up front. But early parts of the game, it was actually Sayori that has the highlight. I think there were moments wherein Navi MY wants to set up a play at the middle lane, but because of her early damage, they were stopped.
I mean, Sha, give a little bit more time for her, right? The fact that 4 players was just chasing after Sha constantly to a point that she still survived. She was able to get away, just a little lifeline for herself, and yet they couldn't do. And this is where the fine line, we know for a fact, Sha is just too comfortable when having that glue on her hand.
Yeah, using the spread hitting onto 3 people, making the immobilized unable to catch, that's really key. And honestly, looking at the game, I think we all agree that both teams play very smart.
Yep.
And you can play very smart when you have a lot of time. So I really feel like a burst is actually more valuable in this best of 3 compared to DPS, damage per second, because we saw the Lancelot, we saw the Farsa. These are the kind of heroes that can eliminate you before you can actually do something else. And I kind of feel like that's one of the keys that we have to look for game number 3, is that eliminate this person before he or she is able to outplay you.
Yeah, good point, because there were moments in the game wherein Hana was just like finding Sayori in the middle of the team fight, and then if they already see Sayori mispositioned, then then they go and engage, and you have this Lancelot just doing a signature move up against the players of Gaming Gladiators, plus the crowd control. So kind of feel like for your Gaming Gladiators, some points of the game, so some parts of the game, they know what to do.
Yeah.
But because of the chaotic force that Navi MY has, it was very difficult for them.
Since Fasha want to talk about Sha, we got a head-to-head here between the EXP laners, and honestly, Sha is a big... The front lines, Raimundo and Sha, they're big disruptors for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, talking about how she was just giving her body right on the front line, making sure that nobody will be able to break through to the front line of the team itself. That's how Navi MI was able to get away with every position or even every threat that was thrown out by the team of Gaming Gladiator itself. I mean, they did manage to actually go in. This is the moment where they actually try to pull through the players of Team Gaming Gladiator and then come in Raimundo straight away with a fist break to a point that they couldn't actually get away from the team of Navi MY.
I kind of feel like also the difference as to how Sha and Arya played, it boils down to the hero composition also of their team. Because for Sha, it was a lot easier to set up a play or be up front because you also have an added layer of crowd control from Raimundo's hero as compared to Gaming Gladiators. The next crowd control that they will have is going to be the energy eruption or even the guiding winds from the Matilda, and it's not really that efficient if you have heroes from Navi MY that is more on the aggressive type.
And now we see Hani having the most amount of damage. That's 3,522 damage per minute. And I believe that most of it is just for zoning Gaming Gladiators away. And I kind of feel like this is a smart way to play, just to make sure that they don't have forward momentum so that they are not the first to arrive around Turtle, around Lords, and everything like that. Really giving a lot of time for Navi MY to set things up. Now, before the game started, Ivan said, like, give Rina an assassin and they can win. So that's correct. So maybe this time, both junglers will have assassins.
Possibility, or else they want to actually try to turn things around or try to define that issue, right? Because the fact is, we want to make sure that either you are giving allowance to that or are you going to deny it immediately.
Yeah, now we got to look a little bit deeper into both teams to really see how they compare amongst each other here, because we're going to be looking at Navi MY as well as Gaming Gladiators. Very interesting enough here, if we're looking at the players, it does look like Gaming Gladiators have that advantage, but if we're looking at the objectives, Navi MY has that covered.
Yeah, we could see that in terms of average Lord slain, it is actually Navi MY that is on the upper hand in terms of GG. So we could say that there is a possibility for GG to have a fallout in terms of decision making on longer games, which we actually saw during that game, because game number 1 was really fast for GG, and for Navi MY, they're just continuing that momentum, starting the game and even on the latter portions of the game. So I feel like for GG, since they have that potential to somehow have a difficulties in terms of decision making, then they should go really for the assassin heroes or probably burst in terms of the mid laners.
I think this is where the fine line we are seeing that the maturity of Navi MY, because we've seen from day number 1, we keep on seeing Navi MY keeps on going in for the diving composition, always trying to go for the harassment, the aggression, and then we talked about that this is going to be a really risky for the side of Navi, because if you keep on pushing on the enemies or you trying to push in on your opponent, people started to read it up and they will try to backstab you or try to counter attack you. But now finally they are trying to actually portray a little bit of priority to the objectives, and this is the one key that turns things around.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you why this matchup is so intense between both teams, because this is for tournament life. They went all 3 games because they know losing means going home. Winning will advance to the quarterfinals, where later on they will be going up against Navi PH. Now that's a difficult match, but we gotta have this mindset one game at a time. And now for both Navi MY as well as Gaming Gladiators, we went from a best of 3 now to a best of 1. One mistake and then that's it. You go home.
And speaking of mistake, one mistake could be through the draft. So we've been mentioning from the previous days that as much as possible, you want heroes that are more on the flex side. So I think for Gaming Gladiators, now that They learned again that their hero composition is not as effective as to how they pulled off in game number 1. I mean, they played it against the same team from day 1 of MWI, and they lost that game. And they tried it again on a do-or-die situation. It seems as if for GG, that's it. Let's not try to use it again. But for Navi MY, since they are able to defeat that same lineup again, then they just have to continue giving Rina those assassin heroes, having Hani on the burst. I won't be surprised actually if they pull off another Selena just for the sake of having that comfort on winning against GG.
I mean, this is really tough because, again, it's all about whether you want to actually go in with the comfort picks that you've already done. And so far, the players of Navi MY is able to play it out into their hands for Team Gaming Gladiator to fall through. But then again, the question is how much you wanted to deny, because glue was actually already expected, but the first one was been denied completely. That's the reason why Navi MY couldn't get the comfortable rotation that was done before. That's the reason why they actually won against Gaming Gladiator on the first day. But then they finally go in with the same rotation again.
Now that we've mentioned about the glue, I think the winning condition or the best thing that the coaches should consider in this game is whichever EXP lane has the winning matchup, not on the lane, right? The hero up against the other hero composition. I think that's the winning recipe. If the glue was effective against the rest of the players of GG, then that should be also the answer of Coach Rexvin and Coach Midnight against Navi MY.
We definitely have to see, because I feel like it's not really on the heroes but the sequencing, because even picking up that Selena, I feel like if Gaming Gladiators pick up their mid laner early, say they pick up something like a Zitya, like a Farsa that's immobile when you're using your skills, then they might go for that Selena just to make sure that they're able to pressure whenever the ult has been used. So I kind of feel like that's one of the reasons why they pick up the Kimi first, just to make sure that they don't get into the trap of Selena. Now Gaming Gladiators are going to be first pick, Navi MY will be the second pick, and instantly the Lancelot is out. Looks like that's the hot pick for this game, and it's instantly out, as well as the Uranus and the Yi Sun Shin. Zetian is not a part of this game, as well as Baxia.
Make some noise!
And looks like CC. So they're respecting both Sayuri as well as Arya in the first game, and Gaming Gladiators are really respecting Shah as well as Rina from Navi MY.
This is tough. Definitely, they know that they just don't want to make another mistakes. And like you talked about, Lafel, this is just one more stand or life to go for the team, for both of the team itself. So they're actually trying to hold off as much as possibility. Who are the players? Who are the heroes that can fall into their hands and they can actually counter it off? So far, I do feel that the respect ban is really wise. But who will the team of Gaming Gladiator
I would take
prioritize?
It's up to GG if they want to get Kimi again or the Farsa. But
Granger.
I mean, like, even against a counter, you win. But at this point, Navi can take away that Farsa.
Yeah. So there's gonna be a trade, right, for GG. So we get the Granger. So Navi will choose either they get the Kimi or the Farsa, but it's definitely gonna be Farsa.
And don't forget Irrital.
There you go.
Irrital has also still been opened up, so we did saw how that could actually be able to counter off the Granger as well. But
it didn't work game number 1,
yeah,
so you know.
Yeah, it didn't work though.
I'll be honest, Navi MY had a better trade on the first round of our pickings. Imagine crowd control and even burst, and that has been the cause of headache for a GG game number 2. Now you have the Hayabusa.
Ooh.
Now they have the answer against the Farsa, but it all depends if the early farming would be effective for Nicolette on this game. But they also have the Kadot. It could be a good counter against the Farsa that has the better airstrike, but you don't want the AOG just to zone out alone a Farsa using the ultimate. So this Navi MY, they could get Suyu, okay? So Suyu, just for the sake of having a matchup that is on the assassin side, because for Joy you have to change some of the items, and this has the potential to escape during a team fight.
I don't know. I mean, it's really tough to say though, because I know when it comes to Suyo, yeah, you got a really good high, definitions of the front line. You'll be able to go in with the Kriller and stuff. But then again, I mean, there's a lot more jungler that you can actually pick up right here for the side of Na'Vi. It could be in a little bit of rush on the side. I don't know. Maybe this is just a hot take for me. What do you think, Rafael?
Personally, for me, I feel like both coaches are like, shaking hands, be like, okay, let's just get our comfort, okay? Because Nicolette won the NA qualifiers with that Hayabusa. We saw how amazing Panda is with that Granger. And even you, checking back your notes, GG does use this God Thought a lot. And looking at Na'Vi MY, they pick up the Farsa and the Badang again, which in my opinion is the winning condition from the previous game. And Suyo, the real weakness is that now he doesn't have that magic resist. So if Gaming Gladiator is able to get a mid laner that can deal a lot of damage very, very fast onto the Suyo, then the Suyo will prove ineffective. But I really feel like at this point, they just want some kind of comfort so that the players, they have a free mind. They don't have the jitters.
Yeah, because it's just like more of a muscle memory in terms of rotation.
Exactly.
They know what to do. They know when and where. So for Na'Vi MY, they will ban out the Kemi since Sayor had played really well on that previous game. But for GG, they want to limit those XP laners that could be a potential threat against the Granger or even be on par in terms of sustainability. And this Gatot. Phoveus, yeah. Since it's with the Phoveus.
Yeah.
Could be a Ruby also, not sure, against Hayabusa. Just for the mere sake of having crowd control. It's going to be Phoveus, yes. Some people call Sha as the Queen Phoveus because of the performance yesterday.
She's Shavius.
Shavius. Okay, so
at this point, it's like I think it's safe if you want to pick up the Irita, really hide your EXP laner for last, unless they have something else for gold. Oh, they pick up the Moskov.
They pick up the Moskov for gold. I mean, yeah, considering with the fast pace coming in from the gold laner, I think that Na'Vi MY, they know for a fact they gotta slow things down for a while. This is what they actually achieved from the second game itself. They slow things down and they'll be able to actually pull through with every single rotation or the movement of GG. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. GG itself, Gaming Gladiator was able to pull through. But then again, the question is, Team GG has a lot of potential to actually invade a lot of that bank line, and that's what I'm worried about when it comes to Na'Vi MY right now.
Looking at the screen, looks like they're very heavy on this mid lane pick. Even the coach is like, Sayur, you can do this. Just pick this here. I feel like they're really discussing this mid.
Oh!
Yeah, no wonder they're really discussing it.
Yeah, because in terms of burst, yes, Lilia, and I really like that.
I actually don't like it.
I like it. Or personal bias, probably.
I mean, like for me, when I use a Lilia, I don't like going up against a Farsa because my HP is very low.
Right.
And she can burst me and force me to use my black shoes. That's the only thing I don't like. So they really need to win this mid to make sure that Lilia doesn't get punished by this Farsa.
The only question now for the Lilia is the priority, or in terms of the itemization, is she gonna go for an enchanted talisman first?
I believe so.
Because I don't really see Lilia that effective. If she can't really go on and spam those kills. But you also have the Esmeralda, yes, more on the sustain. But you have the Teresa, which is actually a nice pick for Na'Vi MY. You have short-range heroes. I don't really consider Lilia as a long-range hero. So just with the penalty zone, you can force the usage of the black shoes, and then you can deal damage against the rest.
Honestly, I'm very unsure about this draft, but thank you very much to both our panelists. And now I gotta give it over to Mirko and Naisu, being the last game of this match. Who is gonna get eliminated?
That is a fantastic question there, Lafel. And thank you so much for the panel for breaking down the drafts there. We have the same sentiments here, Mirko. I think these are, I would say, some interesting drafts for Game 3.
Yeah, it depends on how you say interesting as a caster, right? It could be a good interesting, or it could be
5 seconds.
interesting.
Well, we're going to find out here once again. Welcome to Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This matchup here to decide who moves forward and who goes home. It's game number 3 ahead of us. Will it be Gaming Gladiators or Na'Vi MY? And this is the matchup we were talking about. And what better way to have it than an anime matchup in the jungle? We got the Hayabusa and the Suyo.
The student versus the master. Kakashi versus Sasuke. Yeah, I think for the draft, it's the latter. I think it's the interesting choice for GG. Just because of Lilia, I'm not too big of a fan of that. No one's really, that immobile. This is a very high mobility composition, especially the Suyo. So you're going to have a ton tough time landing those big damage abilities from Sayori on the Lilia. Well, at least it's great in mid lane clear, right? You should be able to find mid lane prio, but what you use the mid lane prio for is going to be the big question later on. As Ashley goes for the taunt and is unable to get it. You can see, there you go, that mobility to Hani just walks her, rather flies away.
I feel like it's going to be a little difficult too for Ashley, honestly, with the Ganakacho roam to go ahead and catch people into those unbreakables. Taking a look at the emblems here real quick too. Of course, that's why she also went pretty tanky on the Ganakacho. She's got the Revitalize to help her. You also have 2 Purifies here. A big part for Nicolette, and this could be even for Rina as well, is if you snowball on one of these junglers, that's going to do great for the team. But later on, you're taking a lot of damage.
But too much. Rina, Queller lands it, but the regen gets Arya. Just a bit more HP to survive, and now it's going to collapse coming in. Sayori walks up as a Blade Surge tap. Rina gets away, and again, what we were talking about, those moves not landing because of those blinks, man. So mobile.
So mobile, and that's what's difficult here. And, you know, other than the wave clear, I think you're just going to need more time for Sayori to really pump out the damage on this Lilia. And it really, when it comes down to it, too, I mean, you're seeing how it doesn't take too much for Navi MWI's lineup to put pressure on the lineup of Gaming Gladiators. This turtle is up here. This is going to be a crucial one to start off the pacing of this early game, as Navi MWI already gets control, half health on the turtle.
Good damage. Penalty zone. Sha onto the turtle. Sayori picks up the kill on the turtle. The glues might have worked in their favor this time, and Hani got chomped off as well by those glues.
Sayori heard it. She made it happen. That was the damage that a Lilia can do if you get that opportunity here.
The turtle's immobile. Let's go for the turtle.
If the least mobile is the turtle, go for it. And so they secure an objective, and it's crazy to think that objective plus those couple of kills get them nearly to a 2,000 gold lead to work with. So GG having some of that control. Also, part of this will be, once again, how they scale into this early to mid-game transition. Here's a look once again with the instant replay.
Yeah.
They burn a couple of flickers, and then they just get caught in a bad situation, because even the feathered airstrike was, you know, not enough to pump out the damage, and then you have to cancel it out early, and then Hani gets caught even after using the flicker there. So good response from GG in that team fight. And with that too, you know, Fao, she threw the Spear of Destruction to join the fight, but it just didn't land.
And it's also just a playstyle diff here when you have Panda on the Granger. This is the reason they first picked the Granger, right? One of the things that we did mention in game number 2 as well, the fact that Panda just becomes so much more active on the map. She definitely enables the team way more when she's on a Granger. In the early game, just adding damage. In the late game, being that executor with 50, 60 stacks on the Skypiercer.
Definitely, that's exactly what she wants to replicate from game 1. And that range advantage, I guess if you compare that Granger to the Bruno, for example, in the previous game, it's quite a big difference. And playstyle as well, like you mentioned. So, but still, this is, I think, the highlight for Navi MWI is that mobility that they have here. And they can work around that, especially when they get these, you know, now that they have these level 4s, the battle spells are going to be available for this next turtle. I think they approach this fight in a much different way. As long as Hani can get, Nicolette's just going forward, so she went in. Yeah, she used the Retribution for that. Turtle's up, though, here. But I wonder how they play this out. Navi MWI doesn't have the Retribution either, so I think they just see what they can get. Good push up top, though. Fafa was able to get probably a good chunk of extra gold for her.
Yeah, it's actually going to be, I think, it might be a turret. Panda walks up, clears the cannon, can't really get to the caster minion there, so there will still be a turret traded in for the turtle. SOD does land, but Nicolette is already there, and I don't think Fafa is brave enough to take it unless, no, SOD Shadow has disappeared. Nicolette should be able to take this for free. Neutral objective secure. Turtle number 2. Taken by Gaming Gladiators. Down the mid lane they go. Watch Shadow over with a Shadow kill as well, but it actually goes on to Remen. That's an AOG not landing. Hani able to flicker out to safety. And it's just that. Turtle for turret.
2 flickers burn, though, in that pressure put on by GG. And like you mentioned, too, earlier on, so Skypiercer is now online and available for Panda. She's got that locked in. And this is where Navi MWI wants to make sure that, you know, they don't give these opportunities for that stacks to start building up for Panda, because it's going to be tough to deal with. Now, the pressure that will come through GG's lineup now at this point in the game, they hold up. As you see Panda rotate down towards Fafao. Actually, another flicker burn.
3 flickers down.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just getting that resource down alone, Mirko.
And that will really benefit Sayori. We've been talking about how mobility is crucial for Navi Malaysia to outplay Gaming Gladiators. The fact that now they won't have 3 flickers means that Sayori is going to land more and more glooms. Good SOD landing. Instant revitalize from Ashley, respecting the damage that couldn't come through from Fafao. But the poke is right there from Panda, still coming out. Hani rotating bot, and GG go back mid. Clean gaming.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to find these windows of opportunity. Ashley having the Avatar, the Guardian available, can usually jump into those turrets if they want to, but they didn't have the wave pressure either, so they've got to manage that. Now the MWI just stopping things from getting too out of hand. So we're going to take a little breather here in this one while our players, of course, get things situated. But again, it's a small lead, 2,000 or so for GG right now to work with. We're 6.5 minutes in, as you can see this, and this is a 1-for-1. This is game 3 here for both these teams. I think when we really look at this, though, Mirko, what is that power spike for Navi MWI to showcase here, to show up? Because as mobile as they are, it seems like they're kind of just lacking maybe a little bit in terms of the fighting power that they have against the lineup that GG has.
I think the main win condition was definitely win out Turtle 1, grab a snowball from the start of the game, and see who's faster, right? See if they can catch the speed. And Navi Malaysia, they weren't able to do it. The penalty zone was off by Shah, wasn't able to set up for a proper red tree for Rina, and that really costed them. Now their main win condition is down, so this is, I guess, the reason they went Moscow. In case plan A doesn't work, which again is the snowball, they still have Fafao who scales pretty well. What? It's an awkward fist crack. Arya just goes to the Purify and gets out, gets a few shots of the Feather Airstrike, but she could take it.
A little bit of a push up top for Nicolette. I don't think she gets any hits herself. Arya with a sliver of health. Going to be able to survive. Looks like the focus. They might make a play under the turret.
Yeah, Nicolette jumps in into shadow kill. Ashley walks up with a taunt as well. Just locking her down as AOG comes in to bait out Shaw's flicker. Fafao gets the turret down below. So they have plan B in action. Golden Sap already. But it's looking like plan A is falling a bit too far behind.
Ashley planting herself right there, right in front of Arena. That's going to be a turtle secured. Shaw takes a couple hits. Gonna go ahead and rejuve.
I don't know about that, Rena.
This is tough.
Goes into Blade Surge. Luckily, there's no one there to follow it up. But that was an ambitious Blade Surge down the bottom lane. Sayori with the glooms, forcing Fafao back. 3 flickers, back up, Naisu.
They've got these, they're trying to hold on to this turret. I mean, Panda has been here for quite some time. Sayori will hold them. Feather Airstrike going to be dropped down. They just want this turret. Black Shoes.
Massive fist crack with a pin down, but there's no one to follow it up. Now penalty zone! And the SOD lands flush on Sayori. She couldn't survive that one as Arya continues to run away here. There's not much they can do. Back Nicolette with the shadow kill in the back of the quad channel landing too. Rina gonna be falling as Panda picks up a kill, threading the needle to get a death sonata.
Just when you thought that was Navi MWI's fight, GG comes in to save the day. Oh, hold on. AOG.
Flickers out for Hani. And that will be a tier 2 in the mid lane. A massive lead, 6,000 for GG.
What just happened to the gold lane? I mean, this is ballooned in the last, couple minutes here. We got back into the game. We're going to take a look at the instant replay. Once again, Feather Airstrike was dropped down, and Raymond goes in for this. The Revitalize helps extend this fight. And you think it's over from here, like Arya's just going to be taken down, but then right at the right time, Nicolette gets the call and goes forward with that shadow kill. Panda to support her too. Rhapsody shots were on point, so great layering of everyone in that fight.
After this, Naisu, I just don't want to see Nicolette on utility junglers anymore. Lancelot work, Hayabusa work. Oh, solo kill in the bottom lane! Right as we call it, Nicolette, a lethal assassin in game 3.
I know what you want to see, though. You want to see Panda on the Granger some more.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Panda needs to stick on Granger, Nicolette on Assassins, and then the rest, do your thing,
Do your thing. Navi MWI, despite facing a 7,000 gold deficit, seems like they still want to go ahead and find some of these fights. They're going to have to give up this Lord, of course, and get ready for a base defense. But you know what we haven't seen just yet is really a valuable penalty zone. If Shaw can actually get a penalty zone in the base defense to help things up, maybe that will set up Hani to drop the feathered airstrike a little bit more. That might be what they need.
At this point, it has to be Remen to set it up first, because the penalty zone, you can react on the penalty zone, right? The quad shadow can still come out for Nicolette, but no one can react to a fist crack, to a flicker pin down from the Vadam.
Yeah.
So it comes down to Remen. Is she able to find these prio picks? And I think right now, the prio pick, it's tough to get the prio picks because it's Nicolette and Panda. Sayuri has Purify in the black shoes. Arya has Purify too. You need to find a way to get both Panda and Nicolette, and that's tough. They're both going to be split up, right? Nicolette's looking for flanks. Panda's playing so far back.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to defend against, but maybe Navi MWI can go ahead and pull it off. Again, they're facing down quite a disparity in terms of itemization, so the waves will push in down on the bottom side with the Lord. And we'll see how Game and Gladiators decide to assault the base of Navi MY here. They take a couple shots with the Destinado.
Shadow kill in the back. Hani able to flicker out to safety now. Navi on their last legs. No flicker for Hani. Has it for the airstrike. Lord still very healthy in the bottom lane as Sayuri continues to push on the pace with the Gloom. After Baton on to the back. Remen doesn't have an angle to attack. Now the Blade Surge used up, and also the Soul Saber to clear out the Lord as Nicolette goes up the Shuriken one more time. For their airstrike into the mid lane, but AOG into the back, locks her down, cancels it out. It's a big fist track over in front, but there's no one to follow it up as Nicolette goes back in with the Shuriken again, and Panda gets the execution. GG! Can they do it? Slowly but surely, chucking HP bars low. Arya taking a bit too many shots from the turret. Remen goes and gets taken down. The SOD from Papa gets Hanavi MY another chance to come back in this game.
Navi MY will stop Game and Gladiators from ending the series there. It looked so close, but yet it was so far. A great defense from Navi MY to play around, clearing the minions to keep them at bay, but then also staying into the fight. Looking at the instant replay here, Ashley jumped into backside to put pressure on Hani, but also the team was cut off from Raymond, so it was really good setups from both sides. But then even so, the waves were cleared out. They didn't have any waves pushing into this fight. And then that Spear of Destruction that comes forward, forcing this response from Panda. A great decision there from Navi MY.
It's always the Malaysian teams, man.
It's always
have a gold laner Moskov that can turn things around, man. I got innocent flashbacks right there. Happened just last M series. Oh, good pick. Great shutdown. But still, it's a big, big win for GG. Yes, Navi have now gotten another shot at taking or making a full comeback. But it was still two big basers, Naisu.
Yeah.
We're still on track for a GG win.
Gaming Gladiators still has a healthy lead right now at this point, and they have control of this portion of the map to go ahead and secure themselves this Lord. We'll see if Shaw can give the information if there's going to be a response. She gets whittled down quite a bit from Rhapsody shots, plus the Glooms and Arya trying to do her best to keep them at bay. Jump in.
AOG locks in Rina. That's going to be the taunt as well. Three-man pin down from Remen. Hani gets away with wings by wings as Arya dishes out damage. No Panda to fight. The Lord reset, and Fafao is getting a lot of value up top. GG. The pressure is starting to hurt them bad.
That penalty zone, man. Able to catch out Panda. Panda still had flicker. She wasn't able to go ahead and get out of that danger penalty zone. The danger zone is true there. Nicolette. Oh, Nicolette. Okay. The Lord is up. They want to fight for control here. And as you mentioned, this is always the thing with Moskov. The lane pressure, the cross-map pressure you can have is insane. They're going to start the Lord. Wait. Health here.
Nicolette has the quad shadow, goes back in now. Let's give the pin down and the shadow kill over. Sayuri picks up the kill now. Retribution, Rina secures up the team. Penalty zone not landing as Ashley goes in for the AOG, and Sayuri continues with the Glooms. That's a Blade Surge tap as Shaw gets dealt with by the rest. Sayuri with the shot, or with the cut down onto the side as Rina goes into Blade Surge again. Sayuri with the Gloom just eating up. Hani gets taken down, and the black shoes ensures Sayuri's safety. Remen jumping back, Lord spawning, but it's on the wrong lane.
Oh, what can Rina do? And Raymond here.
It's a desperate attempt to save the game. GG. With one Cannon in the mid lane, get their revenge and make it to the quarterfinals of MWI.
You can see the excitement here from Game and Gladiators. Again, A heated match. They felt the 2-0 defeat just days ago. And now they'll be the ones to send home Na'Vi MWI. A very close, it looked very dicey at one point, man, to say the least. But they chose that fight, that last Lord fight. They knew they could win the fight, the team fight that broke out. So they get the victory here.
Ashley, in an interview, said, last year, we were in a group of death. This year, we're also in a group of death, but it's going to be different.
It's going to be different.
And it certainly is different here. GG, the NA rep, makes their way for the first time in MWI history to the quarterfinals, to the knockout stage, outside of the group stages, and beating Malaysia.
Yeah, it's a statement, if I'd say anything, Mirko, because it was one hell of a series. 3 games going to the distance, and amazing. I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Let's throw it on stage.
GG with an upset victory against Na'Vi MY, and I am now joined by Ashley. Congratulations, you've made it into the quarterfinals. First things first, how does it feel eliminating the team that sent you into the lower bracket?
I feel amazing right now, and I told you guys yesterday we were gonna get out of groups and we were gonna get our revenge.
I mean, you exacted your revenge on Na'Vi MY. Congratulations. And talk to me, surviving the lower bracket hasn't been easy. What challenges do you feel you had to overcome to make it into the quarterfinals?
Honestly, it was just, I believed in my team. Like, we are a strong team, and it was kind of shocking to see Na'Vi Malaysia in the S tier group, and we're, in the A tier, but it's okay, because we just proved that we're a better team.
I think that may change after the result.
It better.
You know what? It has to. Right now, make the changes.
Yeah, make the
changes. Because that performance, well deserved. And now you took down Na'Vi MY. Your next match in the quarterfinals is going to be against Na'Vi PH, the reigning champions in the ladies that have performed and participated in last year's competition. What do you think you have to bring to the table to take on another Na'Vi lineup?
If we try our best and play like we did during the 3 weeks at boot camp, then I believe we have a chance in beating the previous winners.
I mean, so far you have proved yourselves time and time again. Once again, thank you very much, Ashley, for joining us. Congratulations to you and to GG for making it into the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, this was only the first, series of the day. We still have 3 more on A stream, 3 more on B stream. So let's head on over back to the studio to wrap up that first one. But before we do that, we do have a special surprise. You get to crush some keys with the key crusher back there. So you know what? Tell me, how does it feel? You're going to be able to destroy their key, destroy their, their hopes and dreams in this tournament. Talk to me about it.
I had a message to Na'Vi Malaysia.
Oh, go for it, please.
Actually, there was an interview where I think, quote unquote, it wasn't that much work to beat them the first time, so it won't be as much work the second time. So what happened?
What happened is you took them down 2-1. Congratulations, Ashley. We're gonna head on over back to the studio and we're gonna set ourselves up. So we're gonna set ourselves up to crush some keys.
Dude, honestly, I kind of feel like after that victory, the celebration is gonna get clipped all over. But either ways, what was that match? I feel like that's one of the best matches we've seen on the MWI. And I can't believe that's the very first one. That's the opening series of today.
Yeah, very technical. And we could see that all the girls are not willing to let go of the game. At this point, I honestly thought it was Gaming Gladiators winning the game, but then there was this crazy defense by Fafao and the rest, even shutting down a Panda and forcing to another stretch during the game, even securing the Lord.
And I gotta say, the casters, and I kind of feel like even Sayuri was a bit hesitant on the Lilia, but she made it work. She played like a zoning hero. Just like, I'm not here to kill. I'm just gonna make sure that you're low enough so there's space for Nicolette. And I gotta say, I agree with Mirko. No more utility for Nicolette. Get her on that Assassin's. Heck, I don't even care if she has to use a saber.
Of course. Because of the Assassin, we said about the speed, and because Nicolette has that speed, and
her micro is too good.
And the Hayabusa, and let her just play the game.
And the fact that I think we keep on saying back and forth, and Gaming Gladiator was actually patterning the whole entire game itself, and there was a little bit of a hesitance or resistance coming in from the team of Navi MY, and we thought that there was a little bit of spark of miracle, but it was still not enough because at the start of it all, the momentum was already been patterned out, already been drawn in by the GG itself.
I feel like this clip is really something that we really have to say. If Sha hit that penalty zone, the entire sequence would have been much different. Sayuri getting the kill, getting the turtle, having that turtle buff, turtle shield, really made Gaming Gladiator start dominating for the next 5 games? 5 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, I would agree because also at that moment we saw the SOD or Spear of Destruction from Fafao not hitting any of the players because the movement of Gaming Gladiators was just more on pushing forward against Navi MY. So there's a lot of space for Ashley to actually go for that AOG. So it's merely because of the aggression also of Nicolette that paved the way for the rest of the players of GG. And I gotta say, even the usage of AOG was a mixture of both defensive and offensive. So it was a lot easier for Sayuri and the rest to somehow negate that presence from Navi MY.
And the fact that they keep on trying to do an initiation, right? Navi was like, we know Shah was going to go all front for the penalty zone, and then we see Ramon also going in for the fist break, but there was not a lot of follow-up. And this is where the fine line of where's the communication, where is the shot call that is needed right on point, right on time, that is needed from Navi and Y. Because when you already try to go for the initiation, if it doesn't work out, the communication is actually just been cut off. Team GG, they will punish you for those mistakes.
And I gotta say, looking at the game, all the laners did a fine job. Arya, make sure that Sha stayed in her lane. Panda, making sure that she actually moves around the map much faster compared to Fafao. I really feel like this game would have been different if she hit her SODs, because at least then both gold laners will be participating in the fight.
Yeah, that's true. I think even also on that last team fight, even the SOD wasn't able to hit during that skirmish, and it feels like for GG here, they know the potential of the SOD. That's why they're just really moving forward against Navi MY. It could have been the Navi MY's game, right? But it just so happened that for Gaming Gladiators, the mastery also of Nicolette's usage on the Hayabusa was just so on point. Imagine that kill against Fafao in the middle of the rest of the players of Navi MY.
Four members there, and then she's able to hit the shadow onto the Moskov. Now we're gonna be trying to use the telestrator a little bit later here, because I really feel like, even though it's one of the earlier moments of the game, but I really feel like this is one of those moments that you really have to check out, because here's the thing. If you're an analyst, you're going to be scrubbing through every minute of the game because there's so much to really break down.
Yeah, and I think it is all about that team fight. On this Lord, it was around 13 minutes and 42, as you could see on our screens. So there was a bit of a change in terms of the rotation of the players, and you have Rina taking that Lord. Yeah, you have Rina taking that Lord, and some parts of the game, Sha was able to escape, yes, but Nicolette again dealing damage against the players of GG, and actually it was Arena that was left out on the team fight, right? It just so happened that for GG they were still complete and quick to assess on the current situation.
Yeah, I kind of feel like based on that clip, we can definitely see that Gaming Gladiators, they use their abilities wisely just to make sure to zone everyone away, because I kind of feel like the fact that Navi MY couldn't have proper positioning around that Lord fight really put them in a very uncomfortable situation. And then we saw that the team fight was scrappy, and Gaming Gladiators, with very mobile heroes, they're much more comfortable actually moving around and continuing to fight. Doesn't matter if it goes on to the back or goes on to the flanks. Overall, even though Navi MY lost, that was an amazing game.
Oh, it was definitely. I feel like, to the point that we were able to go for the best of one, this shows that so much improvement, so much of changes that has been done from both of the teams itself, from Navi or even from GG. But heads up for the team of GG, now they got to actually pull through to go to Navi and to Navi Philippines, and they talked about it. They even asked about it on the interview just now, and she said that they're just going to do their best. It doesn't matter whether they were the champion titles from last year.
And I just want to go back because we had an assassin going up against a tank going up against assassin, but game 3 it was assassin going up against assassin. So we're gonna look at the head-to-head here of Nicolette and Rina, and really I kind of feel like you really just gotta say, you know what, Rina, Nicolette, even if it doesn't look good, just use it. Because I saw during the qualifiers she did things I didn't know a Hayabusa could do.
Yeah, it's merely the, let's say, the mastery, even of the usage on those quad shadows. The range itself says a lot about how Nicolette actually maximized the potential of the Hayabusa, because sometimes during a team fight,
I feel it's here. This is the moment where Nicolette really turned things around.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. She's able to get Pao.
Right in the middle of like 4 more players from Navi MY, and Pao was the best target around that time, so you don't really have that damage per second from Navi MY. And as we could see in terms of our boss 5s, both from Ashley and even Raimundo, so there's a difference in terms of let's say the kills and assist. So you have 1,163 for the Badang as compared to the Gatot, but it just so happened that the skill set for both heroes are very different.
Yeah, we're looking at the gold distribution here to see where the roamers actually got the gold, and we saw a lot of the gold went over to Ashley around those neutral objectives, the Lord, the Turtle, which really showed in this game that most of the gold generated by gaming gladiators was just securing those objectives. So we saw just a little bit when we're looking at the numbers how they're really playing for the macro. And now time for us to get a little bit uncomfortable, where we got a key crushing already. I don't know how to feel about this, because this is Navi MY. We only have one Oh, dude, no.
Oh, no.
No, dude.
And we even
Stop.
We saw
it's Arya. Arya. Oh, this is so gonna get clipped.
Oh, no.
The Malaysian destroying the Malaysian key. Oh, that's... I don't know. I don't even know how to say about that.
We even saw Ashley earlier jumping, right? Oh, that's it.
A Malaysian crushing a Malaysian key. Oh, this is so going on TikTok.
I don't know how to
Oh,
feel
she's
right
pressing
now.
the bus. Oh, bye-bye.
Even saying bye-bye to the key. To the Malaysian key.
Oh, looking at their reaction, even they're like, whoa, it snapped. You know what? Shout out to Arya. Shout out to Arya. That's a very brave thing for her to do. You know what? Shout out.
But it was
Why,
a nice...
menu?
It was a nice game. If I were Arya, I'd do that too.
Yeah. Arya, we have a lot to talk about after this. We have a lot to talk about this, Arya, but it's okay. We can do it back home. But either ways, that was an intense match. But after this, it is going to be the Saudi National Bank match of the day. It's going to be Twisted Minds going up against Team Falcons. And again, loser gets eliminated, winner goes over to the quarterfinals. We're going for a short break, but after this, it is going to be the SNB match of the day.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to one of the more brutal days here at the Mobile Legends Women Invitational here at the Esports World Cup, where in one setting we've already eliminated 2 teams, and after this there's 2 more teams going to be playing, and one of them has to be eliminated. It is going to be the Saudi National Bank match of the day between Twisted Minds going up against Team Falcons. Now both, I would say, are the crowd favorites. People are looking forward to see them advance to the next stage, advance to the quarterfinals. But as we saw earlier, Malaysia was upset. Here, looks like Mena is going to be a little bit upset. Welcome back to the MWI here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Chantel as well as Fasha Bunny. And if you guys just joined us, Gaming Gladiators went up against Navi MY. It was an intense best of 3. If you guys missed it, make sure you guys catch it. But overall, Gaming Gladiators were able to win that one, and Navi MY, their key got crushed.
I feel that heartbreaking moments, and I think the fact that Arya was the one who did it is even more worse. It's like, you betrayed your country, how could you? But it's all for the sake of the game itself, you know. I mean, like, you are representing NA itself, and at the same time it shows how much she has grown throughout and giving more potential here, coming in, going into quarterfinals.
Now here's the thing, everyone looks at Arya like she's the good, nice, innocent girl, but knowing her personally is like, nah fam, she's spicy as hell. But now, speaking of spicy, MLBB just got spicy this year, got a little bit wild, because the all-star for this year is the Dino Showman. So make sure you guys join into the game right now, where if you guys slay the Lord, which is the pterodactyl right now, you guys can actually get a lot of goodies, including the new Popwell and Koopa skin. And if you're a creator, you guys can upload your own content and stand a chance to win the battle emote. But now we want to shift over to the Saudi match of the day. But before that, we got to look at the exit interview, because Stream B, another elimination match just happened. So now we got to talk with Rose to see who got eliminated.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hit. You are still with Rose, live streaming from Stream B. And unfortunately, Virtus Pro's journey in MWI ends here today after being swept by Terror Queens in a 2-0 series. And right now beside me, we actually have the coach of Virtus Pro. Now, Coach, I know that you guys have met Terror Queens twice in this tournament, but still you guys kind of lagged behind. What do you think that Terror Queens had that you guys didn't?
I think some of our players not ready mentally because they are new in the big states like MWI, and yeah, I think the Terror Queen they just strong.
They were just the better teams, and I'm pretty sure it's also down to the experience as well. And of course, Coach, what is up next for Virtus Pro after MWI?
Okay, of course we were looking for next upcoming tournaments. We will preparing for that. So yeah, we will come back stronger definitely.
Thank you so much, Coach. I hope to see you in the next MWI and, of course, in EWC. That is it from Stream B's Reporter Hit. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose, for the report. Looks like Virtus Pro got swept by Terror Queens. So now Terror Queens will be moving forward, and Virtus Pro, unfortunately, got eliminated. We do wish the best of luck for their upcoming tournaments. But when you lose... your key is gonna get crushed.
Oh, I think this is the 5th, 4th, or maybe 6th key. Sixth key that we saw being crushed today, and it gets a little intensified here at the studio as we see.
I want to press the button.
Imagine the player holding the key is smiling, but how about the one that owns the key, right?
Oh, true. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're having fun doing that, but we have to watch it and just in vain and agony, just listening and looking at our key being crushed out. But look at that. Perfectly again being cut off right in the middle.
Kudos to the guy, by the way. Always poker face.
Actually, I think I gotta get myself checked, because now I'm actually enjoying it.
Oh no.
Like at first, oh no, I feel bad. And I was like, ooh.
The transition.
It's like, oh, I get it now. I get it. Maybe the toxic side of me is like, that looks awesome. That looks cool.
You're actually learning it from Arya right now. I can see it.
I hope you don't see the conversations that we have, because
oh no,
we look nice and all. But either way, we do have to transition. We do have
Yeah.
to transition here, because Twisted Minds going up against Team Falcons. Early on, before we even got on camera, we heard Gaming Gladiators. They celebrated very loudly. They were very excited for winning that match. I can't imagine how Twisted Mind going up against Team Falcon, how loud their celebration is going to be later.
Knowing that there will be a lot of people watching at our venue, and it feels like the history of these players are really that deep, because Team Falcons was actually the reason as to why Twisted Minds wasn't able to qualify from last year's MWI, and it's like MENA qualifiers all over again. But at the same time, the difference this year is only one again has to go.
Yeah.
Has to continue, rather.
I mean, the fact that they were the reason why Twisted Mind was not able to qualify, and then not only that, Falcon got an early exit as well for the MWI. It shows that both of them, it's not just a redemption, but also to prove themselves they want to stay longer at this MWI. And maybe at the same time, we did saw how Falcon was getting a lot of boost, morale boost from yesterday. I think Vitality was just rising with rage. No pun intended, but the fact is that we do see that a lot of the response coming in from the fans of Falcons that made that Falcons probably had to go up against the angry of Vitality itself yesterday.
Now that you've mentioned about the people supporting both teams, I think the only problem that these teams will have is themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, given the strategy that they have, very evident that some team, particularly I think Team Falcons is focused more on the healer setup. For Twisted Minds, there's this chaotic presence that they could give. So it's about themselves this time around, how they will capitalize on what they know and what they can incorporate against the other team.
Now let's put thoughts into numbers, because we prepared head-to-head for both teams to see how really Twisted Minds as well as Falcons they really play. Over here we can have a rough idea on how they execute, and almost like the previous matchup, looks like Twisted Minds, they are more player-centric, and Team Falcons looks more team-centric, where I heard they're the one with the healer, so it does make sense for them to move as a unit.
Yeah, it also makes sense about the statistics that in terms of Lord, average Lord taken every game, Team Falcons has higher statistics on that, probably because they want to lean more on the mid to late game. But yeah, for both teams, it all depends on how they will be aggressive in the early game, because you don't want to be waiting all the time just for you to have those spike in damage and even sustain.
And the fact that we do see some of the engagement that was done by Twisted Mind is usually trying to do into the counter-attack that was done already by WoW GG. And this is where the fine line is. You come in, we'll definitely punish you. We'll try to do in for the anti-dive composition that was done. The setup was good, and to a point that WoW GG couldn't do anything yesterday.
And we definitely see the theme of today is that rivals that know each other very, very well. We saw in the previous series of the day where both GG as well as now the MY, the knowledge that they have made it so that they can draft in a different way compared to other opponents. I feel like this is going to be the same case between Twisted Minds going up against Team Falcons, where they know each other so much. Even though the meta has changed, even though teams have adapted, you roughly know the habits. You know the kind of heroes that they like to use, either passive, either more aggressive, whether they like to farm or they want to get those advantages early. And I kind of feel like that's where we're going to see a little bit of difference between both teams going up against each other compared to all the other teams.
I mean, this is the fine line that we've talked about. Like Team Falcons, they keep on depending on the healer strats, right? Because they always play it. Even Coach Koba keeps saying that he draws inspiration from the M3, the Blacklist International. Ube strats is something that has built up or even helped out the composition of Team Falcons. But the question is it going to be enough though? Because so far yesterday, with their early struggling or too rush on their own draft pick, those are the reason why Team Vitality was able to read it up.
Yeah, honestly, very good questions. But now we got to throw it over onto the stage with Sandstorm as well as Cheryl, because gonna invite both teams, Twisted Mind as well as Team Falcons, onto the stage for our Saudi National Bank match of the day.
And now, earlier on, we have just witnessed the Land of Dawn claim 2 more victims, and they are namely Virtus Pro as well as Navi MY. Now, the stakes couldn't be higher, and every single match that we're going to be seeing would be do or die, hesitate, and get crushed.
And if you thought that last series was wild, buckle up, because this next one promises to be an absolute barn burner of a series. Now, 2 teams, 1 shot at glory, 0 margin for error. Who will make it into the next stage of the qualifiers? Who will make it into the quarterfinals? Let's introduce our 2 teams.
And yes, starting off with Team Falcon! And the teams is ready and the stage is set. Falcons is the reason why Twisted Minds failed to attend last year's MWI after they defeated them in the qualifier. Now fate made them meet again after surviving and suffering a blowout against the Indonesian powerhouse of Team Vitality. Can they repeat history by overcoming the hometown heroines and qualify for the knockout stage?
And their opponents on the opposite side, give it up for Twisted Minds! They survived the first round of the elimination match against the co-MWI debutant in WoW GG from Mongolia. But now they have the home crowd in Falcons as a 6th man against them on the stage. Can we expect a plot twist in this matchup? Or will the Falcons rise above the rest? Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Our next series is ready, and I can hear that the crowd is ready for our next series. And it's a match of the day. It's a series of the day, Cheryl.
It is truly an absolute banger. Now, both of these teams that stand behind us right now have everything to prove, proving why they deserve to be here, to be worthy contenders, to represent their region. And with that, we're gonna hand your time over to the students to shake things up a little bit. Over to you guys.
Well, we're shaking all over. Thank you very much, Cheryl, as well as the Wood Sandstorm. And this is definitely the match of the day. You can definitely feel the passion of the crowd for both these teams entering onto the stage. So for both Team Falcons as well as Twisted Minds, this is going to be a very difficult matchup because I'm actually going to bring up something that we never really bring up because you don't see it in numbers, which is how do you feel on stage?
Yeah, I imagine that even here at the studio, we can actually
we can hear them.
We can hear that it bleeds through. Even we have our audio monitors. So I hope that the ladies are emotionally prepared for this because it could get mental whenever you hear, like, even see the crowd if there are so many in front of you.
The signs, the banners.
Especially for Twisted Minds. If I'm not mistaken, it's their first time also in the league. So yup, it's about being emotionally prepared, mentally prepared. How much more same goes with Team Falcons.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it already yesterday, right? And what Vitality said, Vivian even say, like, the more you push us, the more that you put us down, the more that it actually gives us that feeling of wanting to prove you wrong. We want to prove you wrong. You push us even more, we're going to make sure that it will burn our motivation even more. But Team Falcons, I think that this is also something that they will actually take it as a moral support as well. And I think Twisted Mind will also try to imitate or even mirror out what happened to Vitality as well.
Honestly, I really understand that mindset because true friends and my wife know if you say no, the more I want to do it.
Exactly.
But now we got to look at Twisted Minds to see their roster coming in. And yeah, this is going to be a very big test because it's not just in-game, it's out-game. Even professional male players, they do say they do get affected.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, it's the moment we're in. they have so much to gain, and we saw their potential from their previous game. I kind of feel like for them, it's just them trusting their coach, Coach Dalyot, because Coach Dalyot has been coaching also some of the teams. I think also for the counterpart for Twisted Minds. So, yep, it's all about trusting him, and at the same time,
Trust the training.
Trust the training, and even their teammates.
I mean, I'm kind of hoping for more action from the Double Sisters, because we've seen it so far from the Double Sisters of Vitality, and we were looking for the showdown, right? But it seems that Vitality, because of the range of experience they've had, because of how much they have already under their belt, those are the potential that we are wanting to see, that maybe there's going to be another Double Sisters history to be unfold here between the team that is right here inside the Twisted Mind.
And now we're going to look at where clearly the crowd favorite. We're going to look at the roster coming in from Team Falcons to see who will be competing for today. And again, even though, yes, people are cheering for them, but some players do feel more pressure when you're getting cheered on.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you want to make sure that you can exceed or give the expectation that they already put out to you. You want to make sure that you can not disappoint them. And those are the things, the crucial potential or even crucial pressure that is put out on you. And we don't want to actually have that kind of problem in your hands. And when you disappoint them, you're like, oh no, you guys support us so much already, and we've already disappointed you if we don't get what you want.
And now I want to go back into the game, because we're going to start with Team Falcons, because looking at the numbers, they're really more macro-centric and they really like to use this healer. So they're going to be moving as a unit. So that could be good, could be bad. Good in the sense that you anticipate that's going to happen, so you're prepared for it. But what if even with all these preparations, it still doesn't work out?
I believe that has been a problem for Team Falcons from the game yesterday, since we've been mentioning a lot about them being comfortable on the healer meta, going back to the Ube strategy. It is something that always noted by the other teams. So when they faced up against their game yesterday against Team Vitality, it was very obvious that they're leaning towards that same strategy again. So draft might be an issue. Now for Twisted Mind again, they have a great coach, they have great hero composition that they want to pull off. It just so happened that in terms of execution, there is a lot of pressure coming in.
I mean, I think Lafel also touched on this before, the fact that we are talking about the healer metas, like the heroes, Estes, and the put out that has been done from the day one. Now the question is, there's another healer that we haven't been seeing inside the MWI, which is Rafaela. Is it still a viable option here when it comes to the MWI, even though we know for a fact that it's a bit difficult when it comes to the passive? Yes, it is great to actually be able to respond your players right in the minute, even though they were already been taken down. But the problem is, there's a lot of obstacle for that passive to be able to achieve the goal itself.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if they will actually go again for the healer strategy here. But Rafaela, yes, we haven't seen her in the tournament. But it always is situational, right? And I think knowing that they have their own coaches, so they're prepared with regard to whatever play style they have in this game. So I think for Coach Dalyot, if ever Team Falcons goes in for the healer strategy again, he's prepared. Same goes for Team Falcons, because we all know that Twisted Minds has this. But oh wow, the shouts from the crowd.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yeah. Anyway, going back to Twisted Minds, since there is a lot of cheaters coming to the international stage, what if Team Falcons puts in a lot of pressure, like dive heroes, something like that?
Well, you guys were talking about the Rafaela. I haven't seen her so long. The last time I saw her is as a cosplayer on Instagram. But now we're jumping into the draft, and this is where we see they know each other so well. An Angela ban early on. The Uranus makes sense, but that Angela, that feels very targeted.
Yeah, I believe. I think probably because of the movement speed also, and since they're opening up other heroes. So based on the previous games of Twisted Minds, I would agree. It is a very specific ban, because they haven't banned the hero from the previous games against Team Vitality, even against the WoW GG. So it's expected that they could actually ban Mathilda also. Any hero that is more on the sustain side. But I think the same goes for Team Falcons in this game. We see Baksha and even Gatot being banned. So I'm not sure if Kimi is going to be the priority here for Twisted Minds. If it is opened, or even Kalea, or maybe even Hilda.
I mean, that could be a possibility, but I think this pretty much for the Angela ban wise, it's just a little bit of a respect ban, because we know for a fact that they are trying to actually tone down a little bit of Team Falcon's priority pick, right? Because they are going in for the same support draft. This is just a little bit of precaution measure coming in from the team of Twisted Mind. 1-1 been banned off as well, because we know for a fact that 1-1 has the potential inside our MWI. There's a 50-50 chance, because there are certain times you might not be able to pull through, but last game that we saw between GG as well as Navi, it was amazing. I mean, Navi picking up 1-1 wasn't really expected, because when it comes to 1-1 rage, it's really questionable, but Navi was able to pull through despite it.
Yeah, I would agree. And 1-1 with all the items, very unstoppable. And you don't really want it up against a team that is more on somehow trying to build up that momentum early game. So it's really interesting that it is Team Falcons banning out the sustained heroes, because they are the ones actually using this hero. So we see Badang not being part or not being available for this game. So the question is, for Twisted Minds, are they gonna get Yi Sun-shin or Kimi on this game, or probably take Zetian? Because I think for Team Falcons Vega, they prioritize Zetian a lot.
Yeah, very interesting as well. Seeing the 1-1 ban kind of tells me that they want to have a frontliner that can actually stay in the front line, because that's one of the advantages of a 1-1, able to actually use the front line for your own advantage. And maybe they're going to go for a composition with not a lot of catch. They first picking this Kimi. Now this is very interesting, because you do let that usage in true. Either it says, I'm pretty sure you're not going to use it anyways, or they got a plan to stop him.
Yeah, that's true. Not unless, oh wait, let me check. There is...
Because if you're using healers, I don't know how well a Yi Sun-shin really likes that. He kind of wants someone to be a distraction for him to jump in and out of a team fight, you know?
Also, there is no history also from Team Falcons using the Yi Sun-shin. So probably that's the reason as to why even for the Twisted Minds they just got the key, because it's a lot easier for them to use, and it's going to be faster for them. Surprisingly, I thought it's going to be Zetian, and you have the Fredrin, which is again on that sustained side and even has the crowd control. But because of that, Farsa should be very on point in terms of the feathered airstrike, just to be able to zone out the Kimi in the middle of the team fight.
I mean, high ground wise, definitely Team Falcons has it done already. They can cover those grounds already. At the same time, we'll be able to actually counter out even the basic attacks, or even the very quick and clean wave that will be done by Kimi itself. But the question is coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. They still have the junglers that have been opened up, because no matter what, we see Hayabusa was doing well. Go into the back line, no problem whatsoever. TT will be the opener, as well as Yi Sun-shin. Since they let that go, Twisted Mind say it's us for take.
This is very interesting, because it does show that Twisted Mind, they're going to be the aggressors for this match. My only worry is that the damage that they have is really not bursty. It's really like prolonged, you know, and damage per second kind of style. I wonder if their damage is going to be higher compared to whatever healer that Falcons is going to pick up for themselves.
I think for Team Falcons, knowing that this is the lineup of Twisted Minds, Mathilda is a great option. Mathilda and Fredrin, just for the sake of having that sustainability and longevity in the middle of a team fight. And for Team Falcons, somehow, a little scaling more on the DPS, but again, this is the first time that they will be using YSS. Probably that will be the change in terms of the dynamics of the team whenever they are rotating. It's going to be Phobius for Team Falcons, still living up to that name, or living up to that expectations that they will go for that sustain. I won't be surprised if they will take Estes or Mathilda just to complete that, you know.
Maybe even Florin.
Maybe even Florin, just for the crowd control also. But Hylos has been banned by Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. I thought that, No, Mathilda is a great ban for Twisted Minds.
I mean, they already coming into the reading of the draft of Team Falcons, and this is where we keep on talking about it, right? Team Falcon is too predictable to every single teams or even their own opponents, and this is where the fine line that Twisted Mind say, we can see you, we're gonna ban off any possibility heroes that you're gonna pick up the next after the ban off started out.
Yeah, good point. I just think for Twisted Minds, knowing that they are focusing on these types of heroes, they need a really good tank, like has heavy crowd control, because the Kimi's skills is just for those in the front, so they are lacking on skills that has large AoE, so they need a burst hero plus a heavy tank. So Balearic has been banned by Team Falcons. For Twisted Minds, they could really focus on utility supports, so or healer supports. You have Florin, even Estes could be banned, not unless Team Falcons will change things up.
And right now, interesting enough, we see this Balearic getting banned out. I believe it was yesterday that we saw Balearic really countering a lot of this very sustainable kind of matchup.
First game.
Yeah, first game. Yes.
That was Navi, Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid with Navi MY.
Navi MY. So we can see Black ban, which is nice because Irithel for Twisted Minds. Of course, they're still lacking in terms of DPS, but Moscow is an option.
This means that the Granger would be a good pick, no, for Falcons?
Yeah.
Right, because even the counter is out.
Definitely Granger is could be a priority for Team Falcons, or
is it a bait?
Could be a bait, but there are still a lot of marksmen open or any here for the gold lane. So not unless they want to go for Ruby gold lane and just go 5v5 most of the time. Wow.
I mean, I'm not against it, but that's wow.
Yeah, it's kind of expensive. It's going to be Moscow here for Team Falcons. So you have a nice laning phase and even can go for a split push for Team Falcons. So if in case Twisted Minds will just go dive in 5v5, you have other lanes winning and somehow has the potential to turn things around more on the safer route. Now, Twisted Minds, again, they're still lacking in terms of crowd control and even their burst. They already have the Kimi really on DPS, so they need sustained heroes just for them to be able to have this Yi Sun-Shin and the Kimi do that damage per second.
If possible, some kind of disruptor as well to stop this Farsa as well as Moskov.
I mean, yeah, definitely something that can be in the front line, making sure that they can actually have a catch or probably a setup for the team of Twisted Mind. And it seems that they're going to take off the Bruno and the Minotaur. Yeah.
So kind of trying to fight healing with healing, but this is very interesting. Personally for me, as a roamer, I will take Minotaur if my team wants to heal and that big CC, right? Big crowd control, which if you're looking at the team, there's almost none. So the good and bad, has heal, has CC. The bad, not the tankiest of them out there and the more easily punished, because trying to escape with a Minotaur is very difficult.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds here, what they want to do is really have that 5v5, you know? They will group up early, just limiting the areas for Team Falcons. I just think that the winning condition is just difficult to pull off. And Team Falcons.
Wait, what?
Picking the Selena.
They are changing the script so much.
Wow. It's like as if they're saying to us or to everyone else, like, you predict us too much? Nah, now we're gonna make sure that we surprise you all.
Yeah, and now we can see the healing Selena. Thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Fasha Bunny. Now we're gonna throw it over to both Mirko as well as Naisu to call game number 2 of today.
We are here ready for match number 2 ahead of us, and we had the same sentiments. Wow, wow for this draft.
Now you gotta say it right, man.
Wow, I don't know if I can get that, but you guys got it. Yeah. We're gonna jump into the land of Dawn here. This a best of 3. Once again, it's the hometown heroines versus the former MENA representatives. We had a match of fate in the previous one. Well, we have one here once again as Falcons. They were the reason why Twisted Minds could not qualify for MWI last year. Let's see exactly how this happens in this best of 3. Now, I mean, looking at the lineup, I did not expect Falcons to go in that too. I mean, the Selena is great. It's been pretty good at doing a lot of teams justice and Yui? Okay, she's fine. She's got the wings by wings. But yeah, Fiven's gonna, this is a very different Fiven, I feel like, that we're gonna see here.
Very, yeah, and it's gonna be the roam Selena, by the way, right? This is something that's also kind of strange because we're used to seeing more Selena mids.
Yeah.
And you can already see the impact of that in this game. Yui is having a tough time in a duo mid as Fiven continues to just rotate around, looks for traps, looks for poke, but even then, I'm not too sure about the poke, right? Because early on, without level 2, without the clear, I still think the playstyle is should have been clear out mid first. But here, Sunlight, good rotation over to Miss Meow, getting Yui a bit more.
Ooh, good arrow.
Basic go, nice Abyssal Arrow landing there, but not enough damage to take her down. Also, you gotta say, Twisted Minds, it's almost like they asked their coach, yo coach, how much gold do we need? Yes, they're gonna have to get a lot of gold. I'm surprised that only one dude, or sorry, one lady went Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, it's an expensive lineup is what we're basically saying here for everybody watching and tuning in. This is one of the lineups that definitely will be a little expensive in terms of building up the items that they need.
Ooh.
And, hold on, okay, Fiven's gonna be fine, mid.
Over to Yui, gonna go for the kill as well, but no, good flicker out.
All right, good flicker. She survives once again, Yui, but this turtle's gonna come up here, and this is once again where we see how things break through. I think that is a big point, though. You're kind of relying on the fact that, yeah, you don't have this sort of tankier roam that we're used to seeing in the hands of Fiven, but maybe they play around it, and that's why the Phobius and the Frengen work so well in this.
Okay, good Abyssal Arrow into the taunt as well. Now Sunlight continue to go for the pressure. This is going to be Appraiser's Wrath, and now Velvet, Dark Wave, and the Abyssal Arrow landing! Velvet claims first blood, and now Lyrics on the CC. Gets the curtain call down, but the Dark Wave continues in. Velvet with reset one more time, but she's got to be careful here. Has to flick around. That's going to be the Bracelets over forward. Velvet very low. Hyde couldn't go for it. Sunlight still on a neutral objective. It's gonna be a 50-50 retreat battle. Hyde has the Mountain Shocker, but Sunlight claims the first neutral objective of the game.
Wow, I am so surprised Velvet actually survived that. She even burned the flicker earlier on, still able to get away. Just not enough damage to get that one hit in from Hyde earlier on. So an objective secured and a kill in the hands of Team Falcons, but Twisted Minds still on par here to keep things from getting out of control. Lyrics for the majority of the time too. Once again, this CC has been really good in the XP lane in these fights and the skirmishes, but Twisted Minds might have to go ahead and look to play in the fact that if they want to go ahead and set things up there. They've really been trying in the mid lane, but now that you have Livin with the Minoan's Fury available, maybe they can do that. The combination of Minoan's Fury and the Traction Pulse is going to be something that Team Falcons wants to be wary of. They want to watch out for that, and I think, again, that's why they have this lineup that they have. Durability, sustainability themselves, but also options to get out of the fights if they have to.
And that's what we're seeing now, right? When they don't need to fight, they don't need to. It's fine. They don't have to. They're just going to wait for the neutral objectives, play their game, and play it slow. And Twisted Minds kind of get value out of that too, though, because they want the game to be slow. They want to farm up. In the bottom lane is going to be the gank over to Velvet. No flicker this time around. And Velvet gets out despite a two-man attempt down below.
That's what Phobius does so well. You know, you can. It's maybe not as good as a glue where you're going 1v3, but almost to a sense where it's like, okay, if Phobius especially is able to get these procs off,
yeah, really good weak side play. I remember just last year, Naisu, MWI 2024, it was shocking for the Falcons members to finally receive this kind of reception from the crowd. And I'm only thinking now, is it the same for Twisted Minds, right? Going up against Falcons with this crowd, is it added pressure for them? Because Velvet seems like she's super comfortable here, wants to go for more, actually wins out of the trade against Lyrics. Falcons, again, have set up better for the neutral objective. Despite the early push up top, Names is in a very comfortable position, and Falcons just want to contest it.
Go ahead and pull this tunnel out. The objective, wait for it, go grab the buffs, and build up on that once again. For a lot of these teams, especially at MWI last year, we heard that shared through some of the interviews where, maybe being on the stage for the first time or dealing with this type of environment and setup,
played an effect, right? And for Team Falcons, they've definitely locked in since then. This turtle looks like it might just be theirs unless...
Yeah, no. Pre-retry for Sunlight with Minus Fury, but it's only to the front liners there as the Feather Airstrike dishes out damage. Blazer's Wrath, big bonk forward. Tracer's coming out. Bevan goes in for the flicker, finds the kill. Velvet very low, but it doesn't matter. She gets away as Sunlight wants to go for more. Doesn't actually go and get the gold crab. We'll let Lyrics take it. Names.
Oh, Livin wants to jump in there.
Yeah, that looks scary for a bit. Velvet, very risky recall.
Yeah, at a new moment, Livin could have just jumped in there probably, but nonetheless, a turret's gonna fall down too here. Team Falcons winning on the objectives, winning on the macro level so far. Twisted Minds is gonna want to respond to this. Retribution?
Yeah, good curtain call, good damage, but Sunlight just wants to lock her down, and she will be able to. Look at the resets from Velvet. Good rotation from Lyrics. She's baited out well, these Falcons have baited out the Vengeance. Traction pulls, brings Bevan back. Mountain Shocker there too as Lunar gets a shot down to pick up a kill.
Okay, a response is what they're able to find. They put themselves on the board here for Twisted Minds. So at least that's something for them. They don't want to let this get too out of hand, and Twisted Minds will have to go ahead and play that part. We know this too with the Bruno. You need just a little bit of a time to go ahead and get online. What is it? Is it still the 2 items that the Bruno really needs, or do we extend it to 3 items now?
I'd say it's still 3. Yeah? I'd still say 3 right now. I guess 3 because of the Malefic gun, but when it comes to just pure damage, 2 is enough. If you want to deal more reliable damage, you need to wait for that Malefic gun. But yeah, very quick so far. The gold lane seems to be both Lunar and Names farming. I think normally Dreadnought Armor Rush earlier from Velvet there. That's going to be the Golden Staff too. Already picked up by Name, so everything is playing out, I think, as expected. They're going to go on to Velvet, who's still holding her ground despite all of this. Goes for the shoulder bash on Lyrics. Wow, they clear out the wave. This is going to be a bad time. Minus Fury using it already. Velvet is actually just going with it for the pursuit. It's going to be the punish over. A few shots down as well. But Velvet gets away now. The Feather Airstrike as Bevan flickers back, and Names is just wreaking havoc on the structures of Twisted Minds. She's going to get the holy defense down below.
Wow. This early on, 7.5 minutes in, you get that shield down. Great work from Names. Great response from Team Falcons. Twisted Minds expended a whole lot for that turret. They might be able to get this turtle though, unless, again, Velvet and Names are here.
Names rotating already. High finally wins out the retreat battle, but Lyrics is caught all alone. Names gonna be able to get those piercing spear shots down. Abyssal Arrow almost canceling the recall of Lunar.
Yeah, Names has been doing work. It looks like their eyes are still set on some more turrets up here on top. They're gonna go and try to get that tier 1. They should clear that out. So Team Falcons playing the macro game. I gotta say, Miracle, we've seen these girls from Team Falcons play in quite a few tournaments internationally up to this point, and the improvements are apparent.
No, not good at all, man. You have to flicker out on a Minotaur. This is your only source of engage. This is the only guy that can engage from your team. The fact that she has to use the flicker defensively means it's kind of now they're forced to play reactive the whole time. Mountain Shocker used up, but Sunlight just gets away. Perfect spacing. Mobilization over to Velvet. Curtain call as well. Velvet taking a big shot. Sunlight with a taunt as well. Names gets a turret as a Minus Fury used reactively. And Abraser's Wrath just to the mini waves. They get the tier 1 and they're happy with it.
That's such a weak point of the lineup from Twisted Minds. As you just mentioned, you know, if the flicker is not available for Livin, how do you set things up? Maybe, just maybe you can rely on the traction pulse, but really, there's none of that surprise factor from the Minotaur, and that seems to be the struggle, at least so far, for MWI here, and you can see that Names picking up the DHS, definitely going to shred through some of the tankier members now from Twisted Minds, so they're set up really well for the first Lord take. Looking at Twisted Minds' items, you can see, especially defensively, they still need some time to go ahead and build up. Specifically, it's only a Dominance Ice for Livin, and that's why even so, she's forced to burn the flicker half the time on a defensive instead of being more aggressive with it, just because she can't really withstand being overloaded with the damage over here that we're seeing from Team Falcons.
And at this point, Falcons can also take as much as they can provide, right? They can take as much as they can give. Maybe actually, they might be able to give more out. That's an interesting choice. Lyrics, curtain call over to Feven. You would wanna, I usually save it up for the frontliners. The Mountain Shocker as well. seems like Twisted Minds are just using the resources a bit too honest.
Little expensive, right? I mean, that's still the nature of the game. Oh, Minoan Fury, that's gone. So, and Lunar's too low. This is just a Lord here.
They're getting macroed so hard right now. Names shoots the SOD, lands it from the bottom lane, teleports to the mid lane, and it becomes a free Lord to Team Falcons. Wow. Talk about macro, talk about wave manipulation. Falcons, they're flying in game one.
I was going to say that the calculations from Team Falcons right now, they're doing everything right up to this point. It's not one of those games where it's a bunch of kills happening. It's really just disciplined macro that we're seeing here from Team Falcons, and the fighting potential, if they do break out into a fight, is in their favor. You're looking at the damage dealt here, of course.
Already?
Yeah, Malefic Roar is going to be picked up this early on, and even though they're able to pump out quite a bit of damage for Twisted Minds, they can't capitalize on it. And again, the glaring issue is that setup potential. Livin has so much responsibility, even alongside maybe Miss Meow here, but defending against us again. That shield was down in the bottom side. Velvet's taking a couple shots. Still have the shield in the mid and the top. Where does Team Falcons go from here?
Double top from Sunlight. Doesn't have enough stacks to go for the Appraiser's Wrath just yet. They're taking a wave slow in the bottom lane, shoving in the mid lane. Names! Almost. That was a big threat to Lyrics. Now the Feather Airstrike as well. Not landing, but it's enough to zone them away from the base turret. Good missile arrow landing as well. The trap will spot Lyrics. And that will be all. Falcons decide to play it clean, disciplined.
Yeah, that's been the theme of their entire game one so far from Team Falcons. They get one base turret that was started earlier on from Names when she was able to push in that wave. Lyrics
into the Vengeance, doesn't care. Taunt as well from Sunlight, but his Fury coming down, but there's no flicker over Sunlight. Survives again. The Dark Wave doesn't land, but the mid lane is getting sieged down by the Cannon Minion. Feathered Airstrike. It's a nuke at this point. SOD! Names! With a flying in the bag, and now looks for more flickers out to safety. A few shots down as Miss Meow gets something on the board finally. But Falcons are truly controlling the pace.
You could see the smile on Names when she did that too. Right on the mark. Comes in to get a kill. But Twisted Minds, amidst it all, hold on to that mid turret still. It's one hit away. They'll have to go ahead and try to really get back into this game. This is the instant replay. Once again, that we can see mid lane, Lunar quite low. Names lines up the shot, even with the dash. She follows on through, gets the heal, and flickers out defensively. You know, Twisted Minds, like I said, you can see there, that deserving of the excitement there for them. But Twisted Minds, it's a 5,000 gold deficit. Here's some defensive items being picked up. You now have an Aegis for Livin. Lunar just picked up the Malefic Gun. This is what we were talking about earlier on. But I feel like still it's really difficult to find a opportunity to fight, you know, because either you're zoned out from the Feathered Airstrike from Yui, or you have to deal with kind of juggling around the arrows. And that's always a difficult task for the teams that are playing against the Selena, is bobbing and weaving through arrows, but also being worried about not getting dropped down from a Feathered Airstrike. So they have control of the objective, and it's going to be Team Falcons just to take this one. Twisted Minds split around on the map. They're just going to get what they can, but they do make their way here.
Logic Tucker! High gets the steal! Names able to land SOD, goes straight for the back, goes for the pin down, and finds Miss Meow. Lyrics next to the chopping block as Team Falcons try to get more, but Twisted Mind somehow.
Did she get that with the board?
She did. It was just a Mountain Chakra, I believe. We'll hope for a replay, I'm guessing now, but Team Falcons, despite the Lord being taken, I think they might just go for it. No, they can't. No minion waves. We're going to see this game go a bit longer now. An attempt from High to do what she did earlier, but Names is a bit too quick with those Abyss steps.
She's going to be fine. Livin'. No flicker available. So Lord's already cleared out. They'll manage the waves, but still Twisted Minds off of that buys themselves a little bit more time. I didn't even think that was going to be a possibility as I saw them rotating to the Lord, and then boom.
That shouldn't have been possible, Naisu. That's kind of like an open fist crack steal.
Yeah, it's definitely, okay, we're going to see the instant replay here. Look at this setup. She makes her way. I mean, she's quite far from it.
So far.
Gets the Mountain Shocker, so the Mountain Shocker was used.
She gets vision. She walks up.
She waits patiently, too.
This has to be just a Mountain Shocker.
No, it's the board.
Oh, it's just the board. It's a Mountain Shocker. Sunlight just retreat early. You hate to see it.
That's, again, the chances of that happening are not great, but it did happen this fight, though.
And all in with the Praise of Wrath as well. Oh, traction pulse! Miss Meow brings them all together for the AoE damage to come through, and all of a sudden, Team Falcons are the ones on the back foot.
They take too many of those interactions, they're going to find themselves without that gold lead anymore and without the control around the map. Still, it is all for Team Falcons. They have the turret advantage, they have the gold advantage, but you're seeing Twisted Minds in a position to actually fight as they start to make their way towards this side of the map. They want these mid turrets down.
You gotta remember, Nice, we were talking about how expensive this lineup is, but once you get the gold, it's gonna be massive. Appraiser's Wrath, the Feather Airstrike, oh, everyone low. Names on the other side, the SOD! Last of the back, Names takes it. An Abyssal Arrow almost landing. A wave up top, crashing down to the base turret as Team Falcons looks to capitalize. Another Abyssal Arrow landing over, now it's gonna be Spirit of Misery, no, not used just yet. Names, slowly but surely, getting through it, Miss Meow. Unable to punish the overextending Moskov.
Man, I'm just thinking, you know, I know she threw down the Spear of Destruction, but what if she actually pushed in that turret too? That would have possibly been another base turret down for Team Falcons to work on, but ultimately they weren't able to capitalize on any kills. They'll have to clear out these waves. That Lord's coming up in 10. So the advantage right now that Team Falcons has is also the base turrets being down at Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds is gonna have to deal with these waves that are going to be pushing in. The Lord is up now. You can already see the positioning happening here. Live in the rest, a couple other members, and Arrow's going to go ahead and spot them out. So this is a fight, a battle for an advantage in terms of the objective. Now, if Hyde can pull that off again, man, I don't know. Like, maybe you just go for that.
You gotta keep on going for it, man, if you can. Twisted Minds at this point of the game, I would say damage-wise, they're better than Team Falcons. Right now, Team Falcons, they need to play the way they did when they got the lead.
Yeah.
They played the macro game. They played with the side lanes. Not like this. Oh, Velvet. In the midst of it all, Names able to go in, but he gets knocked up instead. Doesn't get the kill on Lyrics now. Sunlight tries to go for the cut. Lyrics able to escape still. Names doing some damage, but Lunar, the crit damage is going crazy. Kiting away against 4 members. Yui takes her down, and Team Falcons are back where they left. Now with a massive lead on the Lord. 17 minutes in, not evolved, but it should be enough to finally close this game out.
Okay, they secured that. They got 2 kills off the exchange. It looked a little messy there
dicey
for a second. Yeah, a little dicey. But Team Falcons, with this Lord, will possibly be able to end it. Can Twisted Minds defend? We're going to look at the instant replay. Again, this fight was started. Names joined in. Lunar almost got Names. I mean, if it was maybe one more crit or hit, she would have taken out Names, and that would have been big. But still, she was overloaded, gets taken down. And now this Lord making its way to the mid lane. Team Falcons will play into the top side as well as they clear it out. Looking at the defensiveness here that Twisted Minds has and enough firepower, it's still, again, Lunar, respect that damage. You can see she is still looking to build up. Oh, Narrow. Oh, no. Dark Wave.
Lunar taken out by Vivid. 3-man Minus Fury there, and he's giving it all in over to the back. Velvet still walking up, and the Inferno Pursuit will be taken down. Names has immortality. The Vengeance gets her down. Names still able to survive as, again, Hyde continues to hold that Lord from hitting the crystal. Falcons very low. Base turret, one last one up top. Names goes for it here. Lyrics doing some damage. Rose Gold Meteor keeping Names alive. Lyrics walks up and with the flank coming against the wall. Names Spear of Misery and a step forward for Sunlight to get the stab in.
Oh, Names actually pulls it off. They're down a couple members and the waves are going to be pushing in.
Master Feather Airstrike over to Miss Meow, zoning her in the back now as Traceless gets used up. It's a big move and it will be punished. Livin' won't be able to get much. Miss Meow gets a traction pulse and the burn on the glowing wand takes Names down for the first time in this game.
They were trying to decide, do we stay here? Can we end the game? And Twisted Mind says, we'll take that shot. Again, they have to watch out for so much. Again, the traction pulse alone is enough to put a threat on Team Falcons, but the job is to get those base turrets down. They did that. It took them a little bit longer. But, you know, you said it, Mirko, the fighting potential of this lineup, because the game has continued up to this point, we're past the 20-minute mark, I would say Twisted Minds can win these fights. It's still, Team Falcons has to be very careful on how they approach the next fights that are going to be coming up, you have less than a minute for that Lord, but I think, honestly, Twisted Minds, I expect them to contest it. Part of it, though, is, again, they need someone to manage the base.
Yeah.
That is always going to be advantage. Maybe we see Team Falcons now decide to, you know what, names, be that pressure. Go to the bottom side of the map or maybe and push those waves in so that Twisted Minds has to respond and we just secure the Lord. That could also be a plan of action here for Team Falcons.
At this point, I'm thinking more, right, Names needs a bit more range. You went for the Malefic Roar.
Yeah.
And it's a good item to get when you're ahead, but now the game's a lot more equal, a lot more even. I think she might have to swap it out for the Malefic Gun. It'll give her more value, I think, at the end of the day here. Lord Evolve finally spawning in the game, and this should be the final Lord of the game. But again, for Team Falcons, they got to play the macro game. They can't just go in for a head-on brawl against Twisted Minds, who have weathered the storm to a point where their item builds are just like Falcons at this point. The gold leads on Twisted Minds.
You can see this now. It's a face-off.
Full items.
They kept Miss Meow there.
Ooh.
Sunlight's going to jump in. You gotta watch out for Livin. Livin has the flicker.
SOD lands.
She landed it. I don't think she follows through though. Fight though.
Names.
Lord.
The SOD was still open. Velvet jumps up in the front pursuit now as they go for Lyrics. No flicker for Livin. Just goes for the knockup onto one. Mountain Shocker used up and baited out by Fevin. This should be a free Lord as Velvet continues to chase the back, but will be in a bad spot. Pops into a crowd. Flickers out the safety. Fevin there, and Lunar gets the kill. Who gets the Lord? Sunlight secures it for Team Falcons. That's an Evolve Lord. Livin goes over the knockup now as Sunlight walks up. No Fraser Sprat. This has to be Lunar! Flickering forward, getting the damage. Worldy over the crits. Almost getting Yui down. 3 members stay alive, and Team Falcons walk away with an Evolve Lord.
Twisted Minds is still ready to fight. It doesn't matter. They'll take those chances, and Team Falcons might have gotten the Lord. But can they end this here? Still quite a bit of time for those death timers to come through. And this is an Evolved Lord. They should be able to push this in with Twisted Minds. How do they handle this? Lunar has been phenomenal so far in the positioning. Will she be able to stay alive and live in? Doesn't have the flicker for this defense. It looks like they just want to stall this out. They just want to clear this out. They know they have a numbers advantage.
That SOD is... No way. That's suicide. Lord Evolve cleared in the 22nd minute of game 1.
It's our longest game time right now. This got to be a 23 plus.
It's up there.
It's up there
Might
right
be able
now.
to beat it.
This might be the one. Because right now, Twisted Minds has done an amazing job at bringing this game back under control, now in their favor. Yes, they still need to get turrets down, but you're seeing it. I think even by the next Lord, it's going to be nearly the same thing. Unlight.
Oh, good dodge. Nice sidestep there. Feather to airstrike baited out too. Might be going for the all-in attack. No, they gotta respect this curtain call. That's about it. I think they still need to send Names into the bottom lane. They're playing a bit too scared now after losing the lead and now giving over a 4,000 goal lead to Twisted Minds. They're playing scared. They're playing not how they used to get the lead. Names.
This is a little dicey right here.
Very dangerous position to be in, and she realizes that, backs away.
You just don't want to be caught, you know, all together too with the traction pulse from Miss Meow.
Oh yeah.
And especially with Livin, because Livin was having she was having a different time living earlier on, like on the Minotaur, right? But now she's tanky enough and she has enough defensive items that she's able to go ahead and survive a lot of that. And the Flask of the Oasis too for a Minotaur is actually quite a bit of healing potential for the team when they're all bunched up together anyway. So there is a switch, as you mentioned, for Names. She did pick up the Malefic Gun to go ahead and have a little bit more range to work with here. And maybe that hesitation that we've seen in some of the fights is starting to set in.
Whoa.
Lyrics jumps in.
With shoulder bash by the airstrike there as well. Fraser's round the flicker from Velvet. The Mountain Shocker stuns Sunlight now. Good Winter Crown to avoid him in his fury. And that's about it for the skirmish. Some big resources. No Minions Fury, no Mountain Shocker. But the big cooldown, I think it's on Winter Crown.
Yeah,
and
Winter
flicker.
Crown. So again,
whoa.
This is a standoff for this Lord. Maybe Names goes, does she, I don't know, I think she just wants to stay with the team. On this one, there's going to be a couple shots, of course, from Lunar. Lord's going to be held here for now.
So hold mid.
Twisted Minds, yeah, they have to hold mid. They have to do something. Sunlight?
They're split up right now. Sunlight has to respect it, and she does. Wave it bottom lane, pushing in. So Twisted Minds are the ones going up against the clock. Falcons can play the long game. Lunar!
Close. Under the half health mark still.
SOD.
Oh, SOD won't find anybody. So maybe this is the moment. They've got the information that it's a numbers advantage. They're going to fight for the Lord here.
Big crits from Lunar, but she gets stunned up. Now Fiven looking for the play. Flickers out already. Lyrics with the curtain call onto 2 as Velvet walks back into the fight. Abyssal Arrow not landing. Yui unable to get the stun down. Bottom wave is building up. It's going to crash into the base. Team Falcons are playing a macro game, and Twisted Minds are forced to react. Miss Meow back into the bottom lane again.
They know this might be a window for them to go in and clear it out. Oh!
Velvet very low. Lunar already there. Infernal pursuit from Velvet. Now constantly looking for it. The Dark Wave doesn't land, and Lunar is still able to free-hit his hide. Goes for the kill. Finds the kill on Velvet. Names now caught very low. Has the dash backwards. Has the immortality. In a way, bottom lane is dealt with already, and the Lord will be taken by Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds making it happen. Again, they have an exposed base. All the work the past 10 minutes have now brought them to this moment. They're going to be marching down the mid lane with this beefy Lord. This is going to be tough for Team Falcons to go ahead and deal with. You can see it, Lunar picking up an immortality as well. This is where some of these defensive items come into play. They're all immortality'd up here for Team Falcons. Velvet's still down. Here's the push in.
Lyrics will die straight up, walked up a bit too aggressively. That could have costed them the game-ending play. Sunlight in the front, going for the dash backwards again. Fiven taking a lot of damage. The base turret down. Lord Evolve giving them a lot of damage reduction. It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Usually we expect the Evolve Lord to be the final Lord of the game, but we have gone past 2 big Evolve Lords and survived.
27 minutes in. This one definitely one of our longer games so far here at MWI, and I think it's going to be a statement for the series ahead of us.
Whoa, no, names.
You don't follow that little check right there for Team Falcons. You know, and at this point too, the gold lead and everything else doesn't really matter, but we will see the changing of items as this game continues on. For both these teams, as we've seen, you know, again, a lot of immortalities will come into play, but once those are popped, then you have to consider the winner crowns, and even down to, you know, possibly some shieldings here with, for example, the rose golds, depending on how the fights break out. So it's really a fight, a battle for the Lord objective. And I guess if we bring it up to what is the advantage that Team Falcons has, it's still, they hold on to some of the base turrets. And maybe, like I said earlier, I said this about 10 minutes ago, man. I was like, maybe Names needs to just be on the other side of the map.
I agree.
Put enough pressure on the off lane down on bottom to maybe end the game or just get enough time.
Yep.
But that, you know, it's really easy to say, like, yeah, just put Names, just put a Mozkov on the other side of the map, push that lane in, win the game. But there's a lot that goes into it. You can see this too. Lunar taking a couple shots. They'll spot out, live in. But this Lord is up. This is almost a 29-minute Lord. Twisted Minds. Can they pull it off again? Can they fight the back and forth, the pendulum match between Team Falcons? As Miss Meow goes and clears out the waves as everybody else centers around this Lord.
I agree with you, Naisu. I think they have to put Names down below. It's going to be tough. Livin'? Oh, that might have been a mistake. Midas Fury defensively with the flicker to Sunlight. Bursts it down. Has the immortality. Traction pulse. Brings her back in. Winter Crown bot already. Buys enough time. Fiven in the back. Getting so much damage done to her. Livin going away. That's a Spear of Misery from Naves. But it's Velvet who loses the immortality and the Winter Crown. Has a flicker around. Goes back in. Now shoulder bash. And it's Miss Meow who claims a killing spree. And they're rushing. They're sending it mid.
Oh no, this is not looking good. Twisted Minds wants to end the game here. Can Names and the rest keep it from happening?
Traction pulse landing. Names gonna be brought back. Lyrics able to go for the curtain call now. Sunlight provides the peel. High very low. Gets taken out by Immortality. Lunar still alive. Names. Immortality down as well. Now Fiven gets the back line. Rose Gold Meteor bought by Names now as Twisted Minds are unable to end the game. Falcons hold on.
She has the spear too. She threw it. I don't think you follow that up. Nope, no. There's going to be no follow through. Twisted Minds looks to get a position for the Lord here. They still have the top and bottom waves pushing in too.
Waves, man.
They have to go deal with these, so this gives a window of opportunity to Team Falcons to start up this Lord. Potentially take it. They burst it. It's too tanky, man. Lyrics and Livid are here.
They gotta go on Lyrics. They gotta go for members first. Lyrics! Very low. Minus Fury knocks no names. Gets away just in time with the blink. Kimi still up top. Lyrics burning down to the damage of Yui. High with a mountain shot compared to his own damage coming down for the follow-up. Lunar, look at the worldie bouncing in. Names gotta be careful. The Lord has slain Names.
No, that's not what they wanted to happen either. And Names had nowhere to go from there.
No jungler. Sunlight is back in the base. Hyde, all she needs to do is retreat. She does it, and she gets it. An Abyssal Arrow to Lunar does not matter. Twisted Minds with a 15,000 gold lead in the 30th minute of the game. This, Naisu, this should be the end.
This has to be. If this is still a Lord that we see not ending the game, look at the instant replay here. This is so unfortunate. They find Lyrics, and they think, maybe this is our chance to go in.
She actually hit the Lord.
She hit the Lord, the worldie, the Lord is just working on her, and then the effect too, you can see, she knows.
She knows.
She knows that that was the unfortunate cause of that decision, and now
how do you hold this?
The base wide open here for Twisted Minds to go forward. Defend once again.
Levin brought back against Sunlight, doing a good job at delaying the wave from crashing into the crystal. Minus Fury used up, only to the mini waves now. Lord so very healthy. Yui caught immortality down. Miss Meow zoom in, laser in over. Names next to the chopping block, still able to survive now. She goes for the clear as well, but tries to buy enough time in the back nine with the winner crown as well, but will be taken down. It is going to be a full-on comeback from Twisted Minds.
Our longest game so far here at MWI, and what a turnaround it was for Twisted Minds. Defense after defense, fight after fight. You can see the smiles on their faces because, man, that takes a lot of endurance, a lot of fortitude mentally to stay in the game that long, man, to turn these fights around and, you know, capitalize on the own mistakes that were there from Team Falcons. So, hey, Twisted Minds, they made it happen in game one.
They did, against all odds. Another underdog run that we might not have expected. We saw it from Gaming Gladiators, able to slay one of the major MLBB regions in Navi, Malaysia. Could be another one here today with Twisted Minds taking game one off of the hometown heroes.
Let's throw it over to this Stu.
Thank you very much, Mirko and Naisu. And let me just say, I don't need to know the stats to know that this is indeed the longest game that we've had all MWI. And because it's a very long game, there's a lot for us to break down.
At this point, a lot has happened that I don't even know where to start. I mean, Team Falcons could have won the game around 16 minutes, 12 minutes even, or probably 15 or at an earlier time. But Twisted Minds, surprisingly, they made a way to make it work and even extend the game and eventually win the game. And this is where the marksman heroes shines when they already have full item, Minotaur with a flask of Oasis. The rest was history for Twisted Minds.
And I think that there's a lot of things that could be said, that the timing, the itemization was so late for their own positioning as well as their own choice of timing itself. Because the fact is, I feel like it could have gone to the way that they could have known that, oh, this is the time that we could attack. This is the time that we know what damage we could done, what is the setup that we could do to backfire or even to counter-attack every single motion that was done by the enemy.
I gotta say, we really gotta look at the items later on, because this is one of those games where we have the time to, by the way, it was 33 minutes and it was only 12 kills to 13, so.
Yeah, imagine the discipline.
Yeah, the discipline, right?
That's
so good.
Yeah, I think they really know how their heroes are somehow spiking in terms of damage, specifically for Twisted Minds. Early parts of the game, it was just literally Team Falcons dictating the game, but at some point, we'll see that later on, the progression of the item. At some point, for Twisted Minds, they get those items that are needed to actually negate or somehow keep Team Falcons at bay, that made it very efficient for them. I mean, if you don't win with the 3 marksman set, 3 marksman hero composition with full item, I don't know what happened if that's the case.
Yeah, now we gotta talk about actually the Minotaur, because we noticed in the game, Flash of the Oasis is kind of important on Minotaur, but she completed it on 21 minutes. Literally almost at the end of the game, then you completed one of your core items. And lo and behold, after the Flash was completed, then they started winning.
I mean, the fact that they actually take so much time to actually progress that, and to a point that they know they did it that, and also we see the fact that there were certain times that Spear of Destruction that was used wasn't actually getting the follow-up that was needed. It got hit, but then there was nothing that could be done to continue the attack that was done by Team Falcon itself. And the question is, right now, as we see from time to time again, those are a lot of damages that was done by both sides of team itself.
Let me just take this moment to say Lyrics did 114,000 damage, Miss Meow 108,000 damage, Names 143,000 damage, Vivian the Roamer 120,000 damage, Yui 160,000 damage.
LaFell and Pasha, it was a 30-minute game.
Yeah.
It is expected, but probably because they dealt so much damage, but at the same time they also have heroes that could sustain damage over time. And if we go back to the thought, a lot of emphasis on the Flask of Oasis. Normally, when we see other teams build the Flask of Oasis, it is at the early game, because we know the edge of a Minotaur with the Flask of Oasis, not just from the heals but also the cooldown reduction. So that's why for the side of Twisted Minds, okay, I have the Flask of Oasis, let's do this. Let's just jump in front of the players of Team Falcons. And for Team Falcons, there's no other way out, because there's the physical penetration. You even have the Malefic Gun for the Bruno, and the rest was just like compiling from time to time that the damage isn't that sustainable anymore for the heroes of Team Falcons.
Just to say how big of a difference without cooldown reduction, playing Minotaur without the Flash is like between 50 to 60 seconds, and then with the Flash, it's around 40 seconds. So that's like a 20-second cooldown, seconds difference. So just by itself, it's already good, because she built the Athena shield as well as the Immortal early, and none of that has any cooldown.
None of that has any cooldowns, and the fact that there was a lot of hesitant as well for them to jump in for any initiation. And those are the things. They've already got one of the players from Team Falcons to shut down, but then even more, they were like, can we go on? Can we continue on this fight? But then they pull back again, and gives more leeway for Team Falcons to just get back up on their feet.
And now we got to look at the head-to-head for both roamers, because I really feel like for both really contributed a lot into the match. And may I say, rarely do I see a roamer with over 100,000 damage. Kind of doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. And this is like the
oh my god, average damage per minute is already high. Okay, go on.
1,238 average damage per minute, but it all was done on that kill participation, very high for Livin, but again, the hero kills is at 12-13. So it means that for Twisted Minds, they just needed those equipments or even items just to be able to set up a play against the Team Falcons. Because if you look at the draft alone, definitely early game, it will be Team Falcons winning the game. They have the burst, they have the crowd control on Vivian's hero. But for Twisted Minds, as long as there's a solid frontliner, full item, 3 marksman lineup, then they are really able to win that game.
Now, the question is it because that Team Falcons already throw away for the first game that they don't want to use the healer method, the healer support heroes itself, that they're kind of a little bit not compatible or not comfortable with the pick of Selena itself because they're already used to the draft that they've done. They want to have the Chandras, they want to have the healer support for themselves, but then now it doesn't seem like it, you know?
Yeah, not that I disagree on a Team Falcons hero composition. It's just that they don't really know how to end the game, or maybe just Twisted Minds really knew how to defend their base. But anyway, because of that, it's really evident on the game that the highest damage per minute is gonna be Yui. We have Livin, Miss Meow, and even the Livin sharing a piece on the other factors of the game.
Yeah.
Damage taken per minute. We have the heals also, the motivation roar. For the Minotaur, you have Miss Meow. Miss Meow, by the way, was very efficient early game. Maybe one of the many reasons as to why Twisted Minds was able to somehow defend their base. Clearing the minion wave was easy if you have 3 marksmen.
Yeah.
I'd love that in a ranked game.
Honestly, for this one, I feel like for both teams, you just got to figure out how to end the game. But also, this might be just because of them knowing each other very well. They kind of know how to defend against them. Because, like, I know this person won't overextend. So we'll just do this, do that, and then we'll be fine.
It's tough, definitely. I think that there's
it was
too
very
much,
tough.
It was too much
course.
respect, too much of questions in their head. They're pondering too much of what decision making they want to do. So coming into this match number 2, hopefully they will be a bit more confident with their decision making and the shot call for this game.
I gotta say, personally for me, as a roamer, there's a time, don't respect your opponents. If you think you can just go in, just go in.
Yeah, specifically if you have the flicker, you have the immortality. It's like the go signal that you can dive in anytime. If you are up against a healer type of composition, it means that you need to bring in a lot of chaos, because playing a healer meta means that you're very systematic. You have someone up front, and then you have the heals. Let's just sustain everything. And it's just Twisted Minds. Kudos, by the way, for twisting our minds.
They definitely twisted our minds. And now, speaking of which, we have a quote coming in from Livin. She said the best part in this tournament so far, we were really surprised and touched to see fans here chanting and cheering for us. It made us feel more relaxed, calm, and comfortable. Such a great vibe.
Of course, we can actually hear them from here. I think on the latter portions of the game, I can't even hear Mirko and Naisu. I'm a monitor because of the cheers of the crowd. Really a vibe for our SNB match of the day.
Yeah.
I think pretty much those are the crucial things that, first of all, when they walked out, yes, there was a little bit of tension for that. But then again, I think that they built that up for that. They have that momentum, their spirits, and those are the things that, and you can even see there was one fans at this that was holding the Twisted Mind doll, right? That's so cute. Those are the
there's
things.
A statue outside,
Yeah,
right?
outside.
Come on, it's
Do we
a
call
big
it the
statue.
mind?
I honestly have no idea. I don't know if that's like copyrighted. So
We can confirm later on.
I'm just gonna be more careful on that one. Either ways, jumping into this game, let's talk about this. They don't really have that much time. They have like what, 5 to 10 minutes to really discuss. So I hope the coaches have enough time with the players, because here's the thing: you just got off of a 30-minute game. You must be pretty exhausted going into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that you haven't even enough time to actually reset back your mind, reset back all your energy after so much of your... They got twisted. Yeah, definitely. I like that thought, Zen. And the fact that it seems that, again, the question is, what are you going to do right now, knowing for a fact that there was nothing wrong with the draft? The only problem is that the itemization was just not in the right time, was not at the proper time. And the moment that the decision-making, the action that is need to be put out at the moment has to be reset again, and as well as to be quick, really fast response needed to be done by both of the teams.
Yeah, I agree on that, because for Team Falcons, there's just this certain period for, as we call that, lineup to be effective. And at that moment, the grace period was at the limit already, that it was easier for Twisted Minds to pull off their hero composition. But enough of that. Of course, for Team Falcons, they now will get the Kimi instead. So at least they get a mid laner that is more on the DPS, because knowing the playstyle of both, I think they are struggling on longer team fights. So whoever has more damage per second whenever the team fight is extended has better advantage as compared to the Farsa. But Farsa is not open, so I won't talk about her.
But that's a Tiando.
Oh,
right?
Tian, yeah. I mean, like,
It helps when your roamer cannot engage, the mid can engage.
oh, that's true though. With the Fury of the Phoenix, definitely with the CC, you can definitely stun out a little bit. Helped out with the team fight as well. It can be counterized, definitely be used for two sides. But at the same time, seeing that Kimi has already been picked off by Team Falcons, they responded back with Moskov as the priority as well as Kalea. And I think we talked about how Kalea hasn't been actually been picked up just yet for today. And this is going to be the first experience of Kalea coming into our game.
And mind you, I think this is a more familiar territory for Twisted Minds because they have been using Kalea very much in this competition. And a lot of people might ask why they picked Moskov this early, because we saw the potential of having 3 marksmen in a draft. But you can pull that off. And we know the threat of a Moskov, hence the priority on the Moskov. I'm just not sure if... Oh, there you go. I was about to say Estes.
Oh,
now we go with the enchanters, and now we have the healers.
We talked about it. Now, again, that's what I'm talking about. Team Falcon was not comfortable with the draft itself. Yes, they were confident. They were confident. They were trying to try something new. They want to make sure that they can actually turn things around. They thought they could twist the Twisted Mind by not using the particular or the signature heroes they use. But now they say like, oh, no, that's it. We're clearing it out again. We're gonna scrub out everything that we've done. We're back to the first draft that we've done before.
At this point, let's remove all the meta. Let's just play on our comfortable heroes. As we see Xborg being taken here by Twisted Minds. I mean, true damage, but it would take a lot of time again. Same with the Moskov, needs the item. Same approach with Xborg. I think it's gonna be hard for the Xborg though, because you have the Kimi.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know what to think about because in my mind, Estes is meta, okay? Like, it's...
Yeah, of course.
It's pretty good. It's pretty high. Anyways, right now, betting out the Melissa kind of shows that they want to go more dive. So maybe they're looking for like a Lapu Lapu after this, because Melissa actually does push the Lapu Lapu away unless he was using the Bravest Fighter ultimate slashes. So that's going to be good. I'm just wondering, I agree with you. Kimi can deal with the Xborg, so they need something to deal with the Kimi. And looking at their lineup right now, I don't really see anyone diving to the back to deal with the Kimi, so I wonder if later on...
Saber. Just kidding. No, you don't want to dedicate a specific hero just for the Kimi, right? Not unless...
No, I'm just thinking like they should ban the Lapu, right? And then like force Twisted Mind on something like, I don't know, a Yuzong?
Yeah, definitely. That's actually a really good option for the side of Twisted Mind if Team Falcons is already reading to their thoughts itself. And the fact that...
Or what if the Xbox, they just put it on EXP, right? And then put a jungle assassin.
Yeah, that could be a great shift for the trajectory of the lineup of Twisted Minds. Since, again, we've talked about the flexibility of the heroes so that somehow Team Falcons will be caught off guard. Since they have this pattern whenever they go for the healer strategy. So, now that you have Estes, Barretts, and Kimi, I think for Team Falcons, they could actually go for the Arlots, heroes of the likes, and you have Novaria as their ban. So Novaria is actually really nice because you don't want a hero to slow you down with Astral Echo, even give vision, or probably find Kimi and Estes in the middle of the team fight.
So we should see an Eve here?
Eve is great, but yeah, actually, but you have the Barats. You can go just Detona's Welcome or Flicker if you wanna. Can Kimi? They can.
Sometimes you gotta be brave.
Sometimes you gotta be brave.
Sometimes you gotta be brave, Fasha.
I mean, yes, sometimes you gotta be brave, but at the same time, at what cost though? At what cost of the bravery that...
To show your opponents that you got the cojones.
Now we see a Lilia Lilia
Actually,
is
Lilia
great.
works here. It works here, yeah.
I think we've seen it already even from a previous game as well, right?
Yeah,
And
GG.
Lilia is great against Estes.
Yes,
So just
yes.
imagine you're doing the ultimate for the Estes and you just have this burst. The spam potential of the Shadow Energy is longer as compared to the duration of the ultimate of the Estes. So that's a great answer for Twisted Minds. The one hero that could complete this is whether or not they will use X-Board as their jungler. But I think EXP lane would also work since they have a lot of other options.
I mean, it's crazy. Right now, we are seeing that Team Falcons definitely has what it takes to go in for the sustain-wise. The question is, can they actually pull through with a little bit of damage since Granger will be picked up as well as Lapu Lapu. I think you guys already talked about it, how Lapu Lapu might actually be picked up.
Wait.
But that it was for the Twisted Minds, right? So this is interesting. Is it like they're trying to steal away so that Twisted Minds doesn't get it?
Probably, or maybe force Lilia to use that black shoes as early as possible. But yeah, we have Barats. I'm assuming this is the jungler for Team Falcons because you have Lapu on the EXP lane. This is interesting as to how Team Falcons will execute this type of hero composition. But for Team Twisted Minds, they have the damage, they have everything on check.
Yep, like we predicted, it looks like the X-Board is going to flex on the EXP. So now we're going to throw it over to Mirko and Naisu. Hopefully you guys had enough rest because we're jumping into game number 2.
We did get enough rest, but I hope the players did, man, because Mirko, that was an intense game number 1. I mean, the longest one we've had so far in MWI.
Yep. We literally heard them. I mean, they were in front of our casting room. And we heard the coach say, you know what, guys, we only have 4 minutes. Come on, we got to talk about strats now.
They got to lock in here. Welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. It's game number 2 in this best of 3 between this heated matchup from Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons. And talk about the momentum in favor of Twisted Minds after that incredible defensive turnaround they did and they pulled off in game 1. So moving forward, we'll see if Team Falcons has the adjustment, if the draft is good enough. Now, they are leaning towards the play style that we've seen them kind of favor throughout the MWI performances so far. And yeah, that's the Estes. That was a big part of what they wanted to go through with a game plan in their competitions with other teams.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with the panel there. Lilia is actually really, really good up against composition like this. Again, Barats is very immobile. You want to just stand your ground, and when you're up against those blooms, there's a reason Miss Meow went Lethal Ignition, Bargain Hunter, Inspire. She just wants to deal as much damage as she can. And on top of that, everybody's really going to be clumping up. So Lilia gets even more value. And you can already see the mid lane dominance that Lilia has at the start of the game. Mid prio will probably always be for the Lilia.
It's interesting that the, now this is the second time we see the Lilia come through. Maybe Miss Meow getting a little inspiration.
First time they won.
Yeah. And, with that being said, I think overall, you just want to be able to play against the crazy sustainability that this lineup from Team Falcons is going to be able to provide. And, to a sense, they have some of their own. I mean, even with a Kalea there to help out some of the team is going to be great in early skirmishes, but ultimately it's the itemization that'll later come into play here, especially for Twisted Minds. But if anything, the last game was proof enough. So Team Falcons, I hope they did have enough time to kind of re-lock in, because that's what they have to do here. Oh, they already get the flicker out from Livin. Turtle for the fight. Wow. Might be just secured though.
It's free. Taken away already. Lyrics is doing a lot of damage now. Has Last Insanity and will be able to escape. Velvet goes into Bravest Fighter. And that's about it. No pick on the board. Twisted Minds, with the joy, are the ones who pick up Turtle 1.
Seems like they wanted to make a play down there, in the bottom side of the map, the XP lane, but it was a little too late. The timing was just not there for them, and so they give up that objective. Now, in the grand scheme of things, at least for right now, it doesn't mean too much. Livin being quite aggressive.
Okay. He has the Purify. Traction Pulse already with Purify there. Oh, right into Lunar, but it's going to be the music of High that gets the kill. SOD landed early. They're going to go for it. Now a die full on. That's been the Tsunami Slam, locking her down. They've taken out as they go for more. Pippin into the chopping block. Has a blessing in the Moon Goddess as High tries to run and will be able to get out. A 2-0 lead with a Turtle.
Twisted Minds looking a little different here, building on the momentum once again from game one. Everywhere on the map right now, they are winning. And even for the rest of the squad here for Twisted Minds, they'll go ahead and continue to build up on the lead. I mean, now it's a minor one, 1,000 gold, but you see how they juggled things under that tier 1 turret is what was really impressive. And they can continue to do that. Now Team Falcons have to watch out because as we look at the instant replay, you see this. Hyde sees the angle. She goes right for it. And then with Miss Meow there, this is one of the things about the Lilia, she didn't have enough mana there to kind of continue to pop off, but they still find names. And you might not kill the Estes, but you get what you wanted, basically.
Now they're gonna go for more. It seems like the gold lead is still very manageable, right? Team Falcons, despite that early hurdle that they had to deal with, they're still locked in. They're still calm, composed, setting up the neutral objective already again. It's just Names is gonna have a bit worse of a time to getting those item power spikes.
This is the better time though. The second turtle of the game is up. Team Falcons is like, let's go ahead and make it. Whoa! What? Mid lane? I guess it was the Tsunami Slam.
You're right. Last Insanity used up as well. Yui, no Purify, Miss Meow. Right there too. Now as Hyde goes in. The Electrifying beats and there's no response from Sunlight. No Tetsunus welcome. Free neutral objective again. 3-0. And the Turtle 11 going in for the dive. Names will respect it, but look at Lunar up top just munching on the turret. The entire turret shield taken into Lunar's pockets.
And the turret on top of it, man!
4 minutes and a turret. This is looking bad for Team Falcons.
This is probably one of the faster starts we've seen so far, objectively and building up on the gold lead here. Twisted Minds, they are out to prove a point. And to want to get a sweep already with everything falling into place in the early game, and I feel like even to a sense, Livin, she's doing a lot better. I mean, she's feeling good. Remind you, she played at the Minotaur in the previous game where, again, if you don't have the flicker available, you're kind of just there, But with a Kalea, that's a little different of a story. And she can make moves with her kit alone, but even with a flicker, Names.
2v1, Hyde heal. Couldn't really go for this. It doesn't look like she wants to go for it.
Wow, Hyde
goes back in over to Pivot, gets the kill! Names! Wow! Walking back towards a frontliner. Pivot down, turret down. Hyde just dashes away again. There's no trade.
She's styling
for Team Falcons. Nice. So Falcons have always gate-kept Twisted Minds in the past. They've always been the ones to stop Twisted Minds from qualifying to an international, from making it past the groups in the international. But now, Livin, caught a traction pulse, able to flicker out. Velvet walks back up, but look at the glue. Spear of Misery locked her down. Last Insanity under the turret, unable to get it down. Sunlight looking for the death of welcome. Can she get it? No, she doesn't even use it.
She couldn't use it. I don't know why. I mean, again, they were lined up right there. Multiple low health bars, too. It's unfortunate because that could have been a moment for Team Falcons to... Whoa. Oh, no. Hyde again.
Electrifying beats. Let's get a Moon Goddess. Gets Pippin to safety, but I think that might have been Hyde's main goal, to bait it out.
Hyde and the rest of the squad from Twisted Minds right now is just on a different level. It seems like they're playing at their own rhythm. And they're just keeping Team Falcons from really doing anything here, Mirko. I mean, there's not really a window that they're able to get, unless, like we saw earlier, where maybe that one Death Sonata would have changed things a little bit, but still, this is really bleak already for Team Falcons. They're going to have to go ahead and channel their own turnaround, comeback potential in this game number 2.
Falcons have been caught playing checkers, and Twisted Minds are the ones playing chess. They've truly twisted Falcons' minds. In game 1, it was a comeback. Game 2, I don't think we expected this, like we expected the composition to do really well, yes, with all, with all the components, but a 4,000 gold in 7 minutes?
Right now, the mid lane's going to be the focus. Not sure if you would want to press this hit. They're just taking quite a bit of shots.
Oh! Drop back again. Still no touches. Welcome. Finally lands it now, but the Tsunami Slam will be used up, and that's even Hyde taken down. First Sky Piercer stack, and this could be the turning moment. Double kill for Names. It's a triple for Names. And it might just be a Maniac and a Savage. Really depends on how they take this fight. SOD not taken, just a tier 2.
Hey, that's what they needed right there. Names She saw the moment. They're going to get the turret here too. Team Falcons finds a little bit of hope after that moment in the mid lane. And this might be the pendulum swinging back in their favor if they can. You can see from the instant replay the barrage of just crowd control being thrown at here. Able to find Hyde, able to find Livin, and then Lyrics with that triple kill. 4 names. So, and mind you, she did this, I believe, after she got the Sky Piercer. So she's gotten some of the stacks down too.
Stacks.
So she's got the 3 stacks. This is great and exactly what they needed, because it's still a bit of a lead here for Twisted Minds on everything they did the past 8 minutes. But Team Falcons might have found themselves in a position to actually go ahead and find a way to maybe stop this Lord just being taken here from Twisted Minds.
Those stacks are game-changing, Naisu. You get 2 stacks and usually you're already online. The fact that she got 3, this could change the whole game. Yes, it looks like Twisted Minds are still the ones ahead, but ladies and gentlemen, never underestimate the power of a Granger with 3 stacks. And a composition like this, they can just play to protect names.
That's all they have to do. Literally the name of the game. So with this, Lyrics will be some of the front side, Hyde just spotting things out, and they'll play the field with Lunar, keeping her there on the top side. She's already done a phenomenal job at pushing down these lanes, pushing down the turrets, providing that pressure. Lyrics, okay.
A bit too early,
yeah. That's unfortunate. That's a big ultimate down, but you can already see Lunar still there on the top side. She's going to force Team Falcons to respond. Yui goes to deal with it, using the traction pulse. Again, both teams just staring each other down for the first Lord, playing from the macro. But those shots from names are going to hurt. Livin, I don't know if she wants to actually push through this. She goes in for maybe a flicker with a Tsunami Slam. But right now, neither team can really commit to the Lord.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Team Falcons to hold on to the Lord. It's going to be tough for Twisted Minds to just commit as well, knowing that they have Lunar on the side, constantly pushing. Lunar gets a purple buff too, so that's another small win for Twisted Minds. And at this point, it really seems like Twisted Minds have literally copied and pasted what Names was doing to them in Game 1. Constantly pushing in the side lane, already getting the DHS early, and now probably building towards the Melfic gun.
Yeah, it's...
There you go,
yeah. Big choices here for our gold laners especially. A little bit of catch-up here for Names, but didn't fall too far behind once again because of the triple she had, so she's able to actually pump out some decent damage, even with them lift Roy there. Livin gonna jump forward.
Whoa! Little Tsunami Slammer to find Names, the flicker out to safety. Despite it all, Bravest Spider to the back now is asking me to hide. Looking for the damage back onto Velvet, who doesn't have the Bravest Spider anymore. Lyrics back at it again, trying to get some HP, has the immortality, but I think she needs to just back away here. No Faraga armor, Spear of Misery, Dexter's welcome down landing! Oh, it's a disaster! The Spear of Misery lands on the back line, now it's Lunar! Pierces through! Gets one, Vivid down, Velvet down as well! Now an SOD! From Lunar! And the Savage in Game 2!
Twisted Minds will make it happen! Off of the mistakes from Team Falcons. A Savage for Lunar, and now they're gonna march into the base of Team Falcons.
Holy Defense should stop them from ending the game here, but they'll get a base turret at 11 minutes without a Lord. Nice, so all of a sudden, it's the Twisted Minds fans who are louder in the building.
Instant replay, look at this. The Daytona's welcome didn't land, and now Lunar. All the room in the world to go in, even the Spear Destruction, the positioning. She was locked in for that Savage. An amazing play just from the team alone from Twisted Minds. For Team Falcons, that's demoralizing. They have to be able to dig down deep to keep it together. Lord's gonna make its way down the middle. Lunar picking up a little bit of defensiveness here, picks up the Rose Gold, and now they are prepped and ready to possibly end the game in a sweep. Can Team Falcons once again replicate what Twisted Minds did in the previous game? This is only the first Lord. They should be able to clear it out. Oh, Livin.
Looking for the back, goes for the Tsunami Slam onto the Barats now as Lunar goes through. It's gonna be melting down, Hyde taken down as well. Velvet able to stun, able to find it onto Lunar. But still, Twisted Minds hold on. Nursing damage again, Lunar! The damage! Double kill and another triple! Is it gonna be a double Savage in team number 2? That's the Maniac Savage! Lunar a double savage to make it to the quarterfinals and to knock their bitter rivals for the longest time.
What an ending for Twisted Minds. Game 1, defense after defense, a huge comeback, and then in Game 2, a double savage to take out the rivals here, Team Falcons. You can see how happy they are about that. I mean, even for them, remember, in the interviews they've talked about, this is a team that has talked about stepping on stage, being a little bit nervous, having some of the jitters there, but man, this didn't look like that at all.
Nice. What jitters?
What jitters?
Double savage Lunar. Yeah, we knew from the storylines, from the previous matches, the analysis has always been Lunar. She's a spearhead of Twisted Minds, but man, when you sharpen those spears, someone's got to check Lunar. Like,
what's going on?
What's in their pockets, man? Those spears were hitting like bullets. Those spears were hitting like bombs. What?
I gotta say too, the team did an amazing job at allowing Lunar to do that, you know, and remember the amount of work she did on a macro standpoint of the game from the start to finish. And then she comes in for the team fights. When you are locked and loaded on a Moskov like that, talk about just a phenomenal performance for Lunar. A double savage, man, when have we seen a double savage? I don't know if that's gonna be the first for MWI, and
I think that's the first
history, man.
I think that's the first for MLBB history. I don't remember seeing a double savage in the history of competitive MLBB. The ladies must be happy with that. I mean, Lunar, you might have just broken a record here.
100%. Again, phenomenal matchup, and it's always unfortunate, you know, when you get this part of the tournament, you eventually got to say goodbye to some teams, and this time around, it's just Team Falcons that will face that defeat. So
they twisted our minds.
They twisted our minds. They twisted everyone's minds. We gotta. Hey,
I need a plushie.
It's me and it's Nice and Mirko. Our minds are twisted. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage for our winning interview with Twisted Minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, a plot twist in our second series of the day. Twisted Minds take down Team Falcons. I'm joined by Livin here on the stage. First of all, Livin, congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to exact revenge against the team that, I want to say, you struggled against them time and time again, but now you get revenge on the stage, you get to destroy their key. Tell me, how does it feel?
It's feel good, but we knew before that we're gonna win. We knew how we are strong, but before we did a few mistakes. That's why we didn't get it.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it was a win for you. It's a clear 2-0 as well, but I want to ask you about that first game. 32 minutes, longest game in MWI at EWC history so far within the past 2 years. How did you keep composure? كيف ضلتكم يعني تستحملوا الضغط ل 32 دقيقة؟
We all made mistakes. When someone made mistake, we say, it's okay, it's okay. We calm down each other. That's how we get it.
I love that teamwork being shown here, the crowd making some noise in the arena. Now, later on, you come back to the stage one more time and you will be taking on the Team Liquid. Do you feel like you're going to have the strength, you're going to keep that energy going throughout the rest of the day?
Yeah, sure. We're going to try our best.
Well, they're going to try their best. And don't forget, we have the Key Crusher in a few minutes, and you get to destroy Team Falcons Key yourself and the team. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, Livin. Make some noise! Twisted Minds are in the quarters! Let's head on over back to the studio. We still have 2 more series left in the day.
Now that was very passionate. Let me just say, Lunar came today to drink coffee and take names. And coffee's finished. And she got names there. And I gotta say, double savage! Double savage, yo!
In a very short period of time, I think it was just 3 minutes, 2 minutes after the first savage. And yeah, there she goes. There she goes again. Right?
I like that. I like there she goes again. And then the fact that we keep on seeing that this is such a vast difference improvement from that first game. We were wondering like, okay, match number 1, the longest one, but how do they actually progress from that? How do they actually revamp themselves from that time period and then gave themselves a really good boost? But talking about how Luna was just popping off really, really strongly. This is a great match indeed for the side of Team Twisted Mind.
Just to show how much damage that was, Names was healed by the Fountain and Estes and still died. How much damage did Lunar dish out that you were healed by the Estes and the Fountain? It wasn't enough.
That was what we were mentioning on other games, that even though you have the sustain, if the damage is too high for you to actually take, it's gonna be difficult.
10-0-2.
Oh wow, 10-0-2 and 14 total kills for Twisted Minds. And imagine this is a gold laner, right? We normally expect gold laner to spike up damage, transitioning to mid game or probably even late game, given that you have the healer strategy for Team Falcons. So it means that for Twisted Minds, all parts of the early game, they actually won. And it's really evident on the skirmish.
And I think that this is the part where we see that the Moskov has been used a little bit better compared to what we saw in the first match itself. That we talked about how the itemization, right on time, right on the choice that you should be done. And this is where Lunar says like Malefic Gun is one of the most important key when it comes to using Moskov.
Yeah, getting it early, not going for that Malefic Roar really helped them out. And I gotta say, we were talking about before how, after 32 minutes, you might get a little bit fatigued, like your brain starts to slow down, and I kind of feel like that affected Team Falcons more than Twisted Minds.
Yeah, because the situation from game number 1 was all along they thought they were winning, so we could feel that exhaustion from the movements also of Team Falcons, considering that this is the usual strategy that they play in a game. And I really like the itemization of Kalea. We saw that earlier, that after the Dominance Ice went straight for the fleeting time, so they know that they don't want Team Falcons to actually have the time to extend the game and turn things around. So very evident also in the damage dealt for the players of Twisted Minds.
I mean, talking about what you have said just now, right? Sustainability does not promise a victory itself. And when it comes to Team Twisted Mind, they say damage, 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 damage. Who cares about sustain? How long you're gonna take? How long you're gonna last with your skill itself? Because at the end of the day, the cooldowns exist in this world.
You know what I say? Damage is queen. Slay.
Of course, and the damage that can't be sustained. Never mind.
That doesn't work. We can try that again for tomorrow.
I had a joke in mind, but I forgot.
It's okay. But looking at a game, there is a lot for us to break down, because if we're talking about the fatigue, I kind of feel like they didn't use that draft optimally, because there's plenty of time where Barats is your front line and you just allow him to take free damage coming in from the X-Borg, and then once you don't have any front line, your entire composition just crashes.
And it is very evident, I think, on that team fight before the Savage.
Yes, just before the Savage.
Just
correct.
before the Savage. So we have this, we've discussed about the overheated state of the X-Borg, and it was just capitalized by the side of Twisted Mind. So somehow the formation of Team Falcons kind of deteriorated, and there's no really hero up front. Yes, you have the Estes, but how about the rest? They can't really just go and dive in against Twisted Minds.
And I think there's a possibility that there was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of things that they were hesitant from Team Falcon itself. This was already seen from match number 1, because again, we've talked about how they could have already ended that game, and then it took a long time for them to figure out, can we go in, can we go not? And it actually continues on to match number 2, because there was a fight between at the top lane itself, and yet they couldn't actually finish off very well for them to just maneuver it to their own side.
And now we gotta look at the head-to-head matchup. We're gonna look at Lunar, where she took 2 Savages all the way to the moon. We gotta see the difference here, because oh my. Funny enough, average kill participation, she didn't join too much, but when she did, she just killed everyone.
Yeah, I think the 60% is the 2 Savages.
Yes, it's just that.
For the game, just the emphasis that she just knew when to be part of the team fight, and at the same time, she just knew when to go and just go for the split push. And we could see all throughout the game, or all throughout the match, that some parts for Team Falcons, again, there is this thinking, should we go for an initiation? It's really more about them doubting themselves if they can win a team fight.
And unfortunately, here's the thing where we have to mention about patches, about changes, because the Estus change, your healing gets reduced, but you give hybrid defense. But what's hybrid defense towards true damage? And it's not just the Xborg, it's the Moskov as well with Demon Hunter Sword. There's a lot of true damage. So at one point, you can actually see the changes of Estus feels more like a nerf because, you know, lesser heal, more defense, but what's defense to true damage?
Yeah, that's true. And we have been mentioning Xborg and even Moskov a lot, but we also have to consider Miss Meow's hero. Yeah, they have the Lilia up against an Estes that doesn't really have that flask as early as the game goes. So you have all pointers on check, all the possible threats from Team Falcon. So it was just Twisted Minds having the better hero composition or draft during that game number 2 that led to this key players of the game.
I mean, they're dominating the whole entire game itself. And talking about the draft, yes, we'll go back to the draft itself. You talked about it. We already talked about how the chosen heroes that was already been picked by Twisted Mind was perfect. It was covering every single ground itself. You already have Xbox for the damage itself. You also have Moskov to actually continue on to demolish the damage itself. And not only that, Kalea, I gotta give a heads up to Lix as well. That Tsunami Slam, the moment, the right time, you steal someone from the composition of Team Falcons, it opened up so much possibility for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, that's true. And I think for your Twisted Minds here, they just know how to punish their composition of the opposing team, because one way or another, the 30-minute stretch was already an achievement for them. How much more that they were able to project the same energy from game number 2 and having better draft, actually. So we really have to commend, again, their confidence towards each other. We've mentioned that if you're playing up against a team that you really know, the only enemy that you will have is yourself. And Twisted Minds, they played really well and they were just really confident. We could even see that on the cameras every time they get a kill against Team Falcons.
But now we gotta talk about pain, because losing a 32-minute game.
Is this the 7th one?
That's painful.
Yeah.
Getting too savaged is pain, and I'll get a Yoki crush. That's triple pain.
Hey, I mean, we saw the number of supporters of a Team Falcons earlier, and crushing their key in front of them.
That's pain.
I don't know what to say anymore.
Oh. Okay, maybe not that.
Maybe not that painful.
Yeah, not that painful. I mean, but still, it did crush right. I mean, compared to the rest that we see, it was in half. But this one, yeah, okay, I guess.
Well, if you guys enjoy key crushings, we will have more after this. But now we gotta shift on over because we have more matches to go. Thank you very much, Fasha Bunny. Thank you very much, Chantel. My name is Ophel. We're gonna be switching over. So we're gonna see you guys right after the break.
forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want.
We now find ourselves in the quarterfinals of the MWI knockout stage, where a fleeting moment is all that could determine victory or heartbreak. Single elimination, best of three, their best step forward to becoming the MLBB Women's World Champions. It's been a terrific day of group stage matches so far, but yeah, you heard that right. We are going straight to the knockouts. Gaming Gladiators versus Navi Philippines to open it up. My name is Renmar, and I'm joined here by, and I do have to say this very carefully because they have very similar names, Athena and Eterna. Ladies, how are we feeling today so far?
We're feeling good, actually, and it is bound to happen, and it's really been a pleasure to be invited here for MWI.
I would agree. It's going to be very interesting to see how Renmar is going to swap our names around, and I just want to say it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
I don't know if I should appreciate that both of you automatically agree and are banking on the possibility that I will mess up your names a lot throughout for the rest of the day. But yes, welcome back to Stream A. We still have our Stream B going on. But don't forget, MWI 2025 is actually free for everyone. Don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports live. It's a celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the Boulevard, at the Esports World Cup to be a part of history. We've already seen a lot of history-making moments throughout the day. Double Savage in the last one, just in case you missed it. If you don't know what a Savage is, it is 5 kills in one go, getting it, and that happened twice in one game. Rare has that happened in the history of MWI, and not just MWI, actually, MLBB Esports. That's just one of the history-making moments we've witnessed so far in this history-making tournament. Once again, we are going to be crowning MLBB Women's World Champions. But before that, of course, all throughout the day, we've had to witness some teams have to get their keys crushed and say goodbye in the tournament. Here's an interview with Rose.
Welcome to Reporter Hit. My name is Rose, bringing you all the live action from Stream B. Now, in our recently concluded match, DreamHack's girls' journey in MWI unfortunately ends here after facing defeat to Foot Esports in a 2-0 clean sweep series. However, right now beside me, we actually have the coach for DreamHack's girls. Now, I actually have a few questions, and one of them being, as one of the few female coaches we have in MLBB, what is your experience like in MWI?
Como uma das únicas técnicas coaches femininas do cenário, o que você tem a dizer sobre isso, com tantas outras times com técnicos homens, o que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Acredito eu que eu não tenha nada para falar sobre, porque eu acho que sexualidade, eu esqueci o nome da outra palavra, o que eu nasço, essas coisas não interferem em nada no meu trabalho. Não é o primeiro torneio internacional que eu carrego a minha presença, que eu participo, no caso. Já participei do cenário misto também, outras vezes. Já peguei boas colocações, então eu não tenho uma frase ou algo para dizer sobre isso. Eu acredito que treino é treino, trabalho é trabalho, e quem tiver o intuito de ser alguma coisa não deva deixar alguma questão fisiológica interferir ou não.
I think it doesn't matter that much if I'm a girl or if I'm a boy, because I played in mixed tournaments against other people and I got good results. And I think it doesn't matter that much because we have a similar level, and yeah.
I bet it feels good, though, to be one of the very few female coaches in the world. Now, maybe you could share with us a little bit of an insight regarding the future plans of GMAX Girls after MWI.
Quais são os seus futuro, o que você pensa sobre o futuro com MWI e o que você tem a dizer sobre isso, futuro da sua carreira, do seu time?
Eu tenho um plano de projeto futuro sobre a minha carreira, que eu sempre busco ser melhor do que eu fui no passado, independente do resultado dos times adversários ou de consequências de atos que aconteceram, erros, porque isso não é nada mais que uma experiência extra, algo que vai me ensinar e que vai me fazer trazer resultados cada vez melhores. Então, o meu futuro e o futuro com a minha DreamHack é voltar mais forte, ter mais tempo para treinar, porque a gente é uma equipe de 4 meses, e trazer outro título nacional e vir em busca de um título mais alto aqui no Internacional novamente. Então eu vejo vocês ano que vem.
our goal is always to get better and improve. We are a very newly formed team, 4 months, and we need to train more. We need to get together more, and we will always try to be better in the future. And in our circuit, we will try to get the national title and more international titles, compete in them, and we're gonna come back stronger.
We love that. Now, DreamX Girls comes from an emerging region in MLBB, so we hope to see them come back stronger in the next EWC. And with that, that is it for Stream B, throwing it back to the panel.
Of course, that was Coach Secretaria of DreamX Girls, one of the most decorated coaches from Latin America. And yes, they had to say goodbye to the tournament after getting defeated by Foot Esports of Turkey 2-0. And I'm surprised. I can't believe that flew completely over my head that they were only formed like 4 months ago.
Yeah, and it's really sometimes just the destined part here for their journey, but I do hope so that they will come back stronger for the next MWI.
Yeah, and this is of course, the very unique part of the Esports World Cup, the key crushing of DreamX Girls by Foot Esports.
It's not as sassy and it's not as emotionally, driven, I would say, from the previous key crush that we saw earlier.
I agree.
But either or, it's still definitely painful to look at, right? But I mean, granted, like you mentioned, they've only been formed for 4 months. The fact that they've already come this far says a lot about the region, and I'm excited to see them next time around we come into MWI.
Yeah, and I remember even here on Stream B, even though they didn't have the cleanest run here, and of course they got eliminated, a lot of potential things to really highlight for the team. Great potential shown by them, and yes, we're looking forward to seeing DreamX Girls in the future and seeing them getting stronger, considering they have one of the more not heart-wrenching, but heartwarming, there we go, heartwarming stories leading into the tournament. But yeah, we have to continue, and now we have to witness another matchup. Before that, let's get a quick update on each other's power rankings. We were actually asked about this beforehand, the Aramco power rankings of our teams. And you know what? Before I explain mine, because I know there's something about my power rankings that might be a bit off. I don't know. What about you first?
I think all of us are quite similar. It's a little bit of a spoiler because we get to, know about it earlier on. But the thing and the glaring difference I do see is Vitality and Navi. Did you guys do this in order or?
Actually, specifically for the first 3, yes. And then for the last 3, mostly I look at what their journey has been here for the first 3 days of MWI.
Okay.
Yeah. I just went with this, so that is a little bit simpler. I just went, hey, just follow their orders a little bit, and then yeah. But then of course, this was asked of us before the results of the previous match between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. I think we were in the middle of Game 2 then, and I still went. I mean, I've been very vocal about my support of Team Falcons as a Falcons guy from the Philippines. But yeah, of course, we had to say goodbye to them. But both of you putting Terror Queens in there, actually, that's something I want to ask a little bit more about.
For Terror Queens, I do see the potential, even though they lost to Navi PH. But to go up against a very bloody group, right? To see that kind of potential, I really do think they deserve a spot on my Aramco power ranking.
And don't forget, they were able to get a game out of the defending champs, right? So it goes to show that they do and should have the mental fortitude to go against the very best in MWI right now. So, I'm looking forward to finally casting their games because I don't think we've ever seen a TQ game in Stream A.
Yeah, I feel like now, based off everything that we've heard about Terror Queens, they are definitely a team to watch out for. But now, coming up next, we have our very first knockouts match. We're already in the knockouts. We thought usually we'd have like a day to separate the group stage and knockouts, but now here we are. Best of 3 still. We're not yet in the best of 5 phase of the knockout stages. How are you feeling heading into this one?
So far, I'm nervous because I didn't expect it to be this bloody. Like, realistically speaking, it's all elimination round today. And for the second half of our day number 3, so far we're seeing a lot of game number 3s, even without Chantal and Brigida at the same panel desk or same panel cash, right?
Yeah.
I think it's been heartbreaking, honestly. A lot of elimination matches. We got to pass Falcons earlier on and they were tearing up near the bathroom.
Yeah.
Honestly, I had to hold my tears back,
We
right?
both got misty-eyed,
right?
to be fair.
Those are our girls.
Yeah. but that is the nature of the competition, and the competition continues to trudge on forward. Here we are now, Gaming Gladiators from North America and Na'Vi from Philippines, the reigning champions of MWI. Let's welcome them to the stage.
The path to glory narrows. And with that, welcome to the knockout stages, starting off with the quarterfinals. Every play, every decision carries the weight of their tournament aspirations. One more team will, with their championship hopes extinguished tonight and their keys crushed. Get ready, because this series is going to be everything.
And remember, nothing is granted, everything is earned, and it's time for our teams to earn their spot in the semifinals. So, without further ado, let's introduce our first contender. It's none other than Na'Vi PH. The reigning champions of MWI last year under a new banner of Na'Vi. Can they make it to the semifinals and continue to defend that title and maybe get themselves a new one with a new organization to celebrate just that? But who stands in their way? It's their next opponent.
And now, presenting to you, Gaming Gladiators! They're riding on an absolute high, returning on stage after eliminating their Malaysian rivals. Their journey throughout the tournament may have been shaky, but proved that they can prevail. One Na'Vi down, one more to go. Can they replicate their success and reclaim the glory NA was once known for? It will all determined here in this series.
Our first series of the knockout stage begins. Our first quarterfinal is here. The studio is set, and I believe it's time to get things underway.
GG is riding on an absolute high from their earlier win, but will it be enough to face off the reigning champions set on defending their title? Let's find out more from the studio. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and Cheryl. And yes, for the second time today, Gaming Gladiators will have to face Na'Vi. This time from the Philippines, made up of the members of the defending champions of MWI.
And so far, we've seen such a steady performance after showing us their pocket picks, especially from yesterday's matches, right? We finally see the Jawhead, and of course, she knows Melissa as well. Watch a very powerful play to finally settle their score and get their spot onto the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but against them, it's Gaming Gladiators, who are looking really good today.
Yeah, they're like, to echo what Cheryl mentioned earlier up on stage, they're working on an absolute high, right? Momentum is definitely on their side. We heard what Ashley was able to say up on stage after that interview when they were able to claim their revenge against Na'Vi Malaysia. And honestly, I live for that, right? So one Na'Vi down, another Na'Vi to go. But what is a very starking contrast is the fact for GG, it has been a bloody journey, I think, for them, for MWI, right? It wasn't the perfect run that Na'Vi PH had from the group stages. They were knocked down to the lower brackets, lost 2-0, and then finally they got their momentum running, eliminating TLG. So with all that experience under their belt, the amount of games that they have played as well, I think that will be a proving area for them to maybe make it here. Obviously, going against the tournament favorites, Na'Vi.
Yeah. Once again, just to remind you folks at home, this is an elimination match. It is one chance. Mess up now and you are out of the tournament. So we could potentially, not jinxing anything, knock on wood, there's nothing made out of wood here, but knock on wood, we might see the defending champions go home after their very first series here in the knockout stages. That is what we might witness. The drama high now in the elimination portion, the knockout stages. So heading into this, we've actually had a very unique look at the meta. Just to remind you, we had the MSC wildcards happen before the MWI group stages. And since the beginning of MSC here at and MWI here at EWC, we've seen a plethora of unique hero picks.
Okay, yeah. It's interesting to see the stark contrast because obviously we're looking at very different picks between MWI and MSC, but I think the heroes that we could potentially be seeing coming into the group stages of MSC would be including, the Chip. I think it's still a really good pick. I think all the healers do have a place in the meta. We're looking at the Estes, we're looking at the Angela, we're looking at the Florin as well. I don't think Diggy, very situational though.
I do agree with you, even with Lafel earlier, like with the panel host. But so far here for MWI, I've seen some unique heroes that actually pave way for a win, right? Even for a Selena pick. So far for Navi or even TLPH, we've seen some huge improvements with that. And so far, I'm really expecting it to be somewhat of a kind of a mix in the upcoming MSC group stages for the next weeks or so.
I may or may not be slightly disappointed in the lack of acknowledgement for Akai.
Sorry.
Well, you don't need to. No, you don't need to apologize. Now I feel bad. Well, you gotta do that to me, Athena. But no, yes, Akai, I feel like it's something that you really have to watch out for in this tournament, along with all those picks. And no, I'm not just saying that because I love the Panda. It's just a really great pickup. So let's take a closer look yet again now at the roster of Navi Philippines, the defending champions of MWI. That roster there. Athena, I think you'd want to break down our hometown girls here for the crowd.
Yeah, and so far we've seen such a stable performance after yesterday's last game. And definitely someone or the key player to watch out for is not Ayanami. This girl, realistically speaking, she's a woman of independence. Like so far, she's setting up huge plays and also taking care of their other side laners such as Noah. And so far, she's just carrying the whole game and as well as complementing each and every lane that they got.
Yeah. I think when we talk about Navi in this tournament, yes, they did have that one loss against Terror Queens, but so far they've just been fantastic all tournament long. They've only played 2 series because that's all they needed to make it into this knockout stages. But it's sort of like watching, of course, the rest of the best teams in this tournament so far in Vitality, Onyx, Liquid. It's just they're so sure in their movements and in their rotations.
Yeah, and so far they aren't exempt onto the danger zone that we're talking about. Like even if they already is inside the knockout stage, which is the quarterfinals happening right now, there is just this feeling that if they make a huge mistake or error, it will be at the cost of their stay here for MWI.
I would agree. There's an argument to be made about that game against Terror Queens. I think I made a hot take yesterday. I was like, limit testing. All right? Because we saw in the drafts, it was really peculiar. We haven't seen the Brody come out in quite some time, but the Brody did show up and it didn't really work out for them. But funnily enough, in their interview, they mentioned that it wasn't the draft problem, but rather a late game decision-making problem. So obviously, it's great that they're aware of potentially mistakes that can come through, but also of the fact that there's something to improve and they will be able to adapt better in the coming games.
Again, this is the second time we're going to be seeing Game and Gladiators, and I know you are Ashley fangirl, so please break it down.
Huge Ashley fangirl. Man, and not just Ashley, right? Because Nicolette has also been popping off here at MWI. And, I don't think we're that surprised. We've seen her on multiple occasions on the international stage and time again, oh boy, does she shine. The veterancy, the experience that she holds coming in from the NACT as well, being the mid laner for BTK, I believe. So even around male counterparts, she holds a lot of experience under her belt, and I'm glad to see that people are starting to recognize, and I hope Coach Midnight also recognizes, right? Yeah. Put her on Assassins, please! We want to see those crazy plays, and I think that just might be the X factor that they need coming against Navi PH.
Yeah, I have to agree that I think we have to watch out for the Assassins of Nicolette. I too am terrified of the Hayabusa plays that she can dish out, but I think now it's time to look closer into our defending champions. They are from a region in the Philippines called Visayas. They all come from a city called Cebu, and well, they speak a different language during their comm, so well, let's just listen in on it.
Namin sa blue. Tali, ingat ah. Walay dash, way dash. Nice. Fury na guys. Kaya. Okay, mabuto ko. Gigi. Nice. Yeah, ayaw ko hanggat, nice. Napa ko. Okay, mari mo. Okay. Nice. Kaya ni? Kaya na. Oy, ilink ko yung area. Sa top ragod ta. Sa top ragod ta. Wala yung mga patay ata ko. Wait lang. Malalay. Dili. Oh. Yeah, one Fury. Ari na ko. 8-12. Bindot ako din. Kanek. Sodleo. Wala. Nice one, guys. 8-12, Chichi. Tara, pasabog ka mid, guys. Tara, mid ta. Okay. Wala sa. Guys, Tower na, guys. Okay, nanawa.
19-0! Navi, we know your favorites, but what was that?
Where a new record has been broken, where now this is the fastest game of MWI, and they did it in a perfect game.
They are just a group of friends from Cebu who dared to do and dared to dream, and did. They are our defending champions. And of course, now we have to compare them to Gaming Gladiators, the head-to-head from the entirety of the group stage. And because of their dominant performances, yeah, Navi's on top in terms of the stats.
And so far, we could definitely see a very extravagant difference in here, especially for Navi PH. But so far, the communication has been really good here, especially speaking their own dialect, as we mentioned here, on their hidden reel. And so far here for GG, the challenge is that they're facing another Navi on the same day and another elimination round. And I do think, or I do believe that it's going to be a head-to-head onto the junglers here for Keishi versus Nicolette with the assassin, right?
Yeah, potentially we're going to be seeing a bloodbath in the jungle. And I find that really exciting, right? Because technically, I do understand the function of utility in the jungle, but it's always way more entertaining when we get to see the assassin showdown. Now, coming back to the statistics, I think the one thing that I really wanted to highlight today is the fact that the game is executed based on whatever happens in the game, right? At this point, I think mental fortitude goes a long way. Yeah, mental fortitude. Yes, thank you, Renmar, for that cheeky smile there. I like to make my own words, apparently.
Totally fine. I do too.
But at the end of the day, I think we've been seeing a lot of upsets today, right? I think even in the first match, we thought that maybe Navi would be the ones to move forward. In the second match, we thought maybe Falcons would be the ones to move forward because of the experience that they have and the sheer numbers they had on paper. So I don't think it's impossible for GG. And we saw as well in the interview how confident Ashley was. And I like that coming into this match.
Yeah, I do believe that there are some things that left hidden here for GG that could actually be somewhat of a poison here for them versus Navi PH.
Yeah, for Gaming Gladiators, also go back to them, they did start off their campaign getting swept by Navi Malaysia. It was not a pretty loss. Then they were brought to the backs against the wall against TLG. Before the previous series, they actually set the longest game of the tournament at around 25 minutes and 30 seconds. That was game 1 against Title Legends Gaming. And then, of course, another full 3-game series against Navi Malaysia to get their revenge. So Gaming Gladiators, if you counted them out after the result of their first match here at MWI, were here they are now, a chance to potentially dethrone the defending champions just in the very first day of knockouts. We are now in the draft. Gaming takes out YSS. Navi takes out the Baksha. What could we potentially see here from Gaming Gladiators?
So far, we've seen such a steady Hayabusa from them earlier on the last game versus Navi MY. We could also see some respect here against the XP laner here, which is not Ayanami. So I'm really expecting such as the powerful, that's already banned out. The Ranius here being banned out by GG. Might be another XP onto the last ban here for their side.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show just how much Gaming Gladiators is really respecting not Ayanami's hero pool and what she brings to the table, Eterna.
And for good reason, right? There are so many moments that even when Navi are in a situation where they are behind, there are moments where you're like, okay, it looks like not Ayanami's thinking to herself, like, you know what? I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
So obviously, a lot of heroes are going to be taken away from her. We do see the Phoveus being banned here in the first phase. So potentially that opens up the possibility of maybe an early 1-1, considering that the Phoveus does really well against it. I think other heroes that we'll be looking at maybe goes to the mid lane, right? We're looking at the Kimmys, the Farsas, which interestingly enough has been opened a lot today. So the Jushin ban actually comes through.
Yeah, I think this is one of the days where we've seen some of the most Kimmy first picks. I think even in Stream B, they have a good amount of Kimmy first picks that popped up. And we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. For Gaming Gladiators and Navi PH, both have significant Filipino presences in their coaching staff. Hence why, looking at these bans on the EXP, of course with the YSS, go to Meta ban, the Uranus, and then suddenly a Juicin ban by Gaming Gladiators, which is a bit of a swerve. Bro, that's so Filipino.
Filipino coded, right? We do understand that they try to limit the crowd control or the macro play here, if ever, for Navi PH and even for Gaming Gladiators. I like the fact that they banned out the Jushin, knowing that this was actually used most of the time by Navi PH onto their previous games versus Terror Queens. But I do think that Selena is actually a possibility right now, knowing Amor really landed those shots together with the Jawhead play yesterday, right?
Yeah, and if my memory serves me right, for majority of MWI 2025, every time Selena popped up, it's been hella impactful. Almost not 100% win rate, but maybe around very healthy at 60 to 70%. But Gaming Gladiators with a swerve, they rush a CC first pick.
Which is why I'm thinking, are they planning to put a tank in the jungle? Because the Jushin gets banned out first, right? And then you see the CC takeaway. Are they preventing Navi from picking that up for themselves? Maybe are we looking at like a Fredrin pick for Nicolette?
Yeah, that's looking like a possibility, especially with the Bakshagan. And then, again, don't forget, that means the Akai's on the table too.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount the Akai right now.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
That there were certain games that it definitely worked, right? And Akai is really huge responsibility, which is to somehow disrupt and maybe sometimes just go with the flow, disrupt everyone onto the map. But right now, as you predicted, possibility of Fredrin and Arlott here for Navi PH. I like that they started it off with somehow just giving them information like, what you gonna do? We have the Arlott now, and this is actually a sure jungle here for Keishi's Fredrin.
Here's the thing. I feel like this is kind of a statement coming in from Navi, right? Because you'd think that looking at the CC, they wouldn't be the ones to pick up the Fredrin. But maybe they're that confident that the CC won't matter. Maybe they're looking to find a proper lane against the CC to shut her down, so they don't think that it will be an issue. But here, GG respond with the Granger and the God Thought. So possibly hinting that if Navi pick up something like the Farsa, they already have an answer towards it.
Yeah, so well, both of these picks early on seem so prediction coded. They're trying to take one step ahead instead of rushing for the mage. I think Navi PH are thinking the same way that you are right now. Eternal, they said, you know what, maybe we can hold on our mage pick later on. We're gonna pick our marksman first. Originally, the go-to counter against the Granger is the Irithel, but it has eventually evolved into more of like a skill matchup now between the two gold laners. So for Navi, considering that they are gonna be playing a tight formation around the Fredrin, Athena, should they pick up a mage that would want a similar playstyle to that? Something static like a Farsa maybe?
I do think so. They could go around with the Farsa or play around with the Farsa. The Zechen actually is a possibility also. I've seen more use that. But more so just playing around with their strengths, which is to actually build a strong mid just so the side lanes will have much more freedom with what they did from yesterday's matches, which, you know what, just having your own live, just literally just making her go her own pathway, and when you're ready, just go and join us with the team fights.
On top of that, I think we're looking at heroes aside from the Zetian. I'm looking at Kimmy, who's still available, as well as that Farsa again, right? And technically, if GG have... Oh, there you go. Okay.
You jinxed it.
Kimmy instantly gets banned there. Okay. Is the next ban? Because technically it makes sense, right? GG will have second pick come into the second phase, so they're denying these picks away. With the Lilia ban, this is setting up for a Farsa pick.
Yeah, Lilia would have absolutely destroyed a slow front-to-back style team fighting that a lineup with a Fredrin loves to fight at. And of course, just less things for this Irithel to avoid. I think with what we're seeing right now, we are heavily leaning towards a Farsa pickup. You mentioned the Zetian, but I feel like the Zetian might be lacking a bit of damage.
Oh, as well as with the Lilia being picked up, are we going to be looking at an Estes here for Navi?
Oh.
Interesting, actually. We've seen so far like one Estes being chosen for the whole MWI, but for the place of Navi PH, let's go back to where would the damage come from? They need more damage, but for them it's like we need more crowd controls, girl. We could just make do with what we have. Compromising some of those aspects, but it's still important if they get the early game potential here. It wouldn't matter here for the mid and late game for GG.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lineup of Navi and thinking, okay, Zetian, not a bad pick, but personally I would have liked to see more damage. Maybe not Ayanami's gonna end up with something a little bit more unique here in the damage department. If there's more shields for GG, maybe they'll go Esme. If there's an assassin for GG, maybe they'll go Hilda. Or, here's my unique pick for the day. What if they go Edith later on?
Why not?
Yeah.
I fear no crack.
Yeah, that's I see the vision here. Oh, so maybe they're anticipating the Edith pick, picking up Valentina for themselves.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Plus, we have the assassin in the jungle.
Yeah. With that, how are we feeling about Hilda potentially being the last pick for Navi?
Actually, I'm eyeing the Hilda more than the Edith. Coach Rexvin and Midnight did a fantastic job with this Valentina pick. Just foreseeing the possibility of not Ayanami getting a very powerful XP pick right now. And Hilda might be the better choice here, especially with the Lancelot last pick here for GG.
And the Valentina pick also denies the Estes setup, right? So I don't think they can pick up a healer here. I like the Hilda, but is it enough pressure for the Lancelot?
Yeah, considering that it's CC got the Kacha on board. Oh, okay, so it wasn't an Edith, it was another damage-dealing EXP laner. They get a Guinevere in the EXP lane. Real quick, how are we feeling about this?
There's no room for flex, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's room for flex. Oh. Okay, that is unique. Let's see. Okay, no, it's going to the roam.
There is.
Okay, there is. They put the Arlot in the EXP. All right, we are going to think about this a little bit more, but we're going to toss you on over to our casters to call the action for game number 1.
Thank you so much to our panelists. And indeed, we are immediately heading into the knockouts in as early as day number 3. Welcome to the Caster's Desk. My name is Brigida. And for the first time, we will be together with Chantel to bring you game number 1 between Navi and Gaming Gladiators. What are your thoughts on this sudden last pick Guinevere?
In all honesty, I was actually surprised to see a Guinevere for Navi PH. But you know what? We're in it for it because GG played really well in our first match today. Just imagine the progress of this team being able to beat Navi MY, who was actually the winners during their first match for the whole MWI tournament. So I kind of feel like for Navi PH, they're just bringing out all the cheesy strap that they have, because at the end of the day, whichever team that can surprise the team, the other team wins the match.
I agree. It feels like Navi PH, they also fully acknowledge how Gaming Gladiators have seemingly gained a boost in terms of performance heading into this day, fully respecting that they do have to bring in something different, you know. And even our panelists, even I personally thought it would indeed be the Hilda to at least disrupt and attempt to kind of bother the Lancelot, but it's not going to be the case. So now they can be a little more playful in terms of the surprises. But this is something you expect, the matchup of the EXP.
And of course, now that we see the EXP laners that are more on somehow very different in terms of skill set. We have Arlott versus CC, and we know CC is really more on diving on the back lanes. We have the Arlott that has the crowd control, so you have supplementary crowd control also with the Guinevere, who is, by the way, using the concussive blast. So just imagine the potential kill just from the Valkyrie alone, or even against the squishy players of Gaming Gladiators. But for GG and Navi PH, I really like that we somehow see a slower pace in terms of the early game, because they know that they should respect each and every other player with the capacity of the heroes that they have. But as we can see, there is a bit of delay with the start of this objective, but we could see a play from Navi PH.
There goes the first combo we'll be seeing in this game. First blood goes into Navi PH. Appraiser's Wrath does not connect. Sayori, oh, look at that beautiful AOG coming in from Ashley. 3 members get taken out from Navi PH. It's only not Ayanami left alone.
Oh wow, Gaming Gladiators having the upper hand in terms of the counter engage. All along I thought it was Navi PH winning that team fight, but there was a nice AOG for Ashley, and we could see right now Gaming Gladiators just having the lead in this game. It's not that big of a lead, but if we look at the instant replay, just look at that. So we have the kill against Arya, but then we have the counter engage with the AOG, hitting 3 players from Navi PH and eventually killing some more from Navi.
Honestly, I thought the combination was so good. It was the energy eruption into the spatial migration. So it could have been an immediate pick-off for Navi PH, and I wouldn't say it was a matter of whether or not their damage was enough. It was Gaming Gladiators had the immediate response. It was ready to answer right back, which was again the AOG. And that was just one of the many combinations we might see from Navi PH. There's also the Fury of the Phoenix into the spatial migration. But if Gaming Gladiators always are ready to respond like that, this is gonna be difficult.
Yeah, and will we actually see the full potential, or Gaming Gladiators just maximizing the damage that the Lancelot has? So we saw the difference in terms of the junglers on longer team fights. And then now that you've mentioned about the Fury of Phoenix, the Final Slash, and even the energy eruption, and it means to say that for Navi PH, it is somehow skill dependent. So it means that somehow all those skills should hit first or at the proper target for them to be able to win a team fight. So Gaming Gladiators just sustaining this lead around 500, 800 is already an advantage for them. So Navi PH is being pushed back on majority of the lanes, and we don't usually see it specifically on a Shinowan's lane.
Oh, Massive Execution already used, but there goes a Final Slash to answer right back. They will not be proceeding with this 1v1 just yet, but I agree. It seems like there are so many requirements for Navi PH and for their lineup to work. But hold on, down bottom! Not Ayanami. Fortunately had the flicker, so she was able to get away. And now, Keishi, they're the ones holding the objective, but Nicolette might be able to make it. Oh, Amore gets bursted down, forces out the flicker from her. Fury of the Phoenix will be enough to stop Sayori. And now there goes the AOG once more. Look at the follow-up damage from Gaming Gladiators. They take out Keishi and not Ayanami. She puts herself in a very difficult position. Gets taken down by Sayori as well. And Aria, they might not let Mirai go, but she has the flicker. But it's another win for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh wow, Gaming Gladiators, just the layering of skills is there. And I gotta say, for Navi PH, I think they're caught off guard. If I remember correctly, not Ayanami used the Final Slash at the bottom lane as a warning. As a warning for Nicolette that whatever happens, I will set up a play against you. But looking at the instant replay, it's just Gaming Gladiators with the layering of skills. And again, another nice AOG. And the usage of the Revitalize was really on point as to why Gaming Gladiators was able to deal that damage against the rest of the players of Navi PH. And imagine 2.9k gold lead against a team that has the defending champions from MWI 2024. And it feels like for Navi PH, the initiation is just all over the place. We even saw not Ayanami diving, even though there were no players with her. But we see a Valjaquem, AOG for GG.
Okay, they tried to fully commit on the spatial migration. They caught Aria, but she still gets to survive somehow. There's the Gen as well. So even that attempt, it was not successful for Navi PH.
I think like for Navi PH, the real struggle here also is most of the time we see them have the edge on the latter portions of the game as long as Shinoa has the farm. But if we look at the map right now, I think it is difficult for Shinoa now to have the lead or potentially get those items because they are forced to group up like a 5v5 composition, even formation for Gaming Gladiators. They're just continuously bringing pressure in all lanes, and I gotta believe that this is not the usual Gaming Gladiators and not the usual Navi PH that we see. It feels like Gaming Gladiators just woke up at the right side of the bed.
There has been so much preparation, I feel, for this game, for Gaming Gladiators. It seems like they really know how to answer back to Navi PH. They kind of like anticipated majority of their playstyle, and even that attempt from Navi PH gets denied just because of how alert Nicolette is in terms of using this Lancelot. They're trying to hold on to this mid-turret. Arya gets to be the target of the final slash, but they won't have enough damage just yet. And this is all mere distraction because Nicolette, look at what she's doing.
Yeah, imagine, right? It's just they're pushing back a Navi PH, and I gotta say, for Ashley, she's doing a fantastic job.
Yep.
Not just from the AOGs, but also from the Unbreakables, just taunting the players of Navi PH. So there's no potential threat yet from Navi PH. That's why Gaming Gladiators just pushing and even taking all the resources, and you don't really want that to happen if you have the Irithel, you even have the Fredrin. Just look at the lead. You have 6k for Granger, for Panda, and Shinoa is at 5.1k.
Honestly, to add to all of these problems, we forgot to look at the Purify spells in Gaming Gladiators. So even if they do have like multiple combinations to pull off against their members, the best targets have Purify. So it's not gonna be easy either.
I think now for Navi PH, they need someone to at least force those Purifies and then get another layer of crowd control for just them to be able to secure decent or probably clean initiation against Gaming Gladiators. But again, it's just a lot of pressure from GG top lane, middle lane, and even on the farm area of Navi PH. And if you look at the hero composition of Navi PH, mobility is a bit of an issue as compared to GG's. So again, in terms of goal difference, you have 2.1k for the junglers. And even Mirai, even though she's able to hit some of those skills against the GG, it's of course not a good idea to go straight into the Biotriquem. So the team right now that really has the upper hand is GG because we have another defense item from Arya. And speaking of Arya, she has the Vengeance. So just imagine how she's able to sustain. Wait.
Oh, that was committed onto Panda, but will Mirai have enough damage to take her down alone in the backline? Nicolette making work onto Keishi and the other members. Keishi is the first to fall, and still they're not able to take down Panda 1 even though there was a flicker final slash.
Panda 1 is the one taking that one kill against Navi PH and 7-1. Just imagine, the momentum is really here for Gaming Gladiators. It projected, the momentum from match 1 projected up until this game. They're now starting to take this forward. I don't think Navi PH has the kit and resource to eventually contest this one. So I feel like for this, you have 70 seconds and even 80 seconds for the flicker. It's gonna be really hard for Navi PH to somehow force a team fight or initiation, or I don't think it's even an option for them. So Gaming Gladiators 7.2k gold lead, and Nicolette is just playing really well, even though it's just 6 assists, right? No kills, but 6 assists out of 7 kills for GG is something.
Yeah, and it's scary to think that they're both like, their lineup specialize in melee, like they want to fight up close, they want to close into their targets. But the team who gets to make use of their lineup a lot more better is clearly Gaming Gladiators, because they have certain timings, they have skills that they can save for later, and that eventually causes Navi PH to clearly lose out on the entire team fight. Now they are about to take out all of the holy shields from their turret. Oh wait, look at Nicolette!
just confident diving in front of the players of Navi PH. Now we have the Lord, it's just the first Lord. It's easy for Navi PH to defend this one out, but we have another layer of pressure in the minion waves that will flow for GG. So again, it's all about a hit or miss type of initiation for Navi PH. But when they hit, they have to make sure that they will capitalize on that. Top lane again. Continuous pressure. We've been reiterating on that for GG. Oh, bottom lane.
And they actually take out Nicolette. No, there's the OG again, but somehow not Ayanami gets punished for that attempt. It's a -1 for Navi PH, and Gaming Gladiators, they must be very happy with that. All Holy Shields get taken out. They also get a pickup, and with 3 simultaneous waves coming in, there's a very high chance they might actually commit to something. Sayori, definitely, she will be starting the fight, but they just go for the turret for now. Nicolette again and again. This is so much pressure if you're Navi PH.
Yeah, and the pressure is not just about pushing the turret. It's a pressure that there's a threat anytime. There's a threat that anytime there is a player from Gaming Gladiators that would actually dive. And it's not just Nicolette, because we also have Arya, you also have Ashley, and Sayori, by the way, with the usage of the IMUs. Yep. I think Navi PH is struggling somehow to go for the counter engage. Just look at the damage dealt for Panda 1, 41,000, and the next 2 players are still from Gaming Gladiators.
Sayori is on a 404 and
perfect ADA.
It's perfect ADA, and I think for the past few minutes she's been getting the Fury of the Phoenix.
Yep.
So imagine, even if it's not the curtain call and the AOG committed committed right after each other, it can be the Fury of the Phoenix and the AOG. So that's a lot more problems for Navi PH, because wherever they are, even for the backlines, it's gonna be crucial for them to keep themselves alive. Because if they get to pull off that combo successfully, then the follow-up, it's gonna be Nicolette for sure. She's just gonna dash through everyone and reach the backlines.
Yeah, a lot has been said for Gaming Gladiators, but for Navi PH, let's see how they will play fair against this GG. We have Mirai and Shino at the back, but at the front, there's a set of play.
Okay, she's the first one who falls. That's very unfortunate for Navi PH. They might have to disengage and not commit to this fight any further. Now, the rest of the members of Gaming Gladiators, they just walk back to the Lord. They know that this is for sure gonna go into their hands.
Yup, indeed. Gaming Gladiators securing this Lord in our 14-minute game time. Now Mirai is forced to actually build this immortality. You have the Radiant Armor for Amor. Not really sure if they're able to sustain some of the damages from Gaming Gladiator, and you also have the Blood Wings. So we have the Lord marching in at the top lane. Again, Gaming Gladiators just putting a lot of pressure in all the lanes. A lot of divers also. Navi PH, they need to defend this one out. They need those skills to actually hit and secure a kill against GG.
Oh, they tried to commit Arya, but she's too tanky. Shinoa, heavy crossbow out of the AOG. There's the counter Fury of the Phoenix committed also by Navi, but there's also the Lord that they have to take care of. And it seems like the trains are just about to come in, because look at Nicolette trying to take out every single member, but the energy eruption denies her of that. But still, Panda 1 is alive, and this might just be it for GG. They get to secure game number 1 with a clean wipeout and a triple kill.
Oh wow, Gaming Gladiators winning against Navi PH in a very dominating fashion. In all honesty, I am speechless and beyond mesmerized with their plays. I mean, Nicolette has been playing really well. Not just Nicolette, every player from GG played really well from the initiation, from the early game, from all the skirmishes that they had, winning majority of the team fights. They know when to start a team fight, and they know when to disengage in a team fight.
That felt like GG weren't the least bit nervous about going up against the lineup of the former defending champions. But let's see what our panelists have to say. Let's throw it back to our panelists.
Absolutely dominating performance by Gaming Gladiators. Hell yeah, confident, I feel like, is the least thing you can say about that. There are more words that you can say, but just similar to Chantal, I am out of words. They were that damn good.
Even I was a part of someone who was so surprised And looking at their reactions, so you could definitely see some little celebratory dances and claps around there. And definitely for Gaming Gladiators, they did a fantastic job onto the draft, and the execution itself and the map is so beautifully made.
But they need to chill, right? They need to chill. Navi PH are not anything if not even more dangerous when their backs are up against the wall, right? They will download this blueprint and they will utilize this to come back in the second game. But again, I do agree. I have to share the sentiment. I don't think this is something that we really expected, that triple kill to really close things out. You are feeling that momentum from that previous match to this match. And a lot of highlights, I would say, right? I think, Renmar, you were the one that mentioned that the Gatot Kacha for Ashley, that opened up a lot of avenues. And I really do believe that this all started with the drafts.
Yep, we discussed it. We wanted more damage from the side of Navi Philippines, and it seems like they overloaded a little bit too much on the crowd control and utility aspect of what their lineup can bring to the table. While Gaming Gladiators, yes, we think about Gatot Kacha as a huge set-up roamer, can frontline, strong crowd control, but the Gatot Kacha deals a lot of damage from minute 1 all the way to the end of the game. He scales very well with the amount of health he has available for him.
Yeah, plus the addition of the IMU by Sayuri, just constantly copying the Pure to Phoenix, plus the layer of the vengeance here for Arya. That was just beautiful massacre in my opinion here for Gaming Gladiators. Like literally all from minute 1 up until the very end, we could definitely see any windows here for Navi Page was close, right? And even here the great performance for Panda, just totally annihilating the goal lane, especially onto the ending triple kill for their game.
And to top things off, right, they did a really great job at shutting down Not Ayanami. I think even coming before this match, a lot of people have highlighted the fact that Navi PH work on a tempo that usually Not Ayanami sets. So when she gets shut down from the early game, when she is unable to surpass the front line from the opponent, get to what she wants, that's when you see the entire tempo and the decision-making kind of crumble, surprisingly, for Navi PH.
Very obvious here is the link up between Arya and Ashley. They alternated their moments of, okay, which one of us is going to be frontlining? Most of the time, it's actually Arya on that CC. Where if you are a CC and you see 2 members of the opposing team sticking side by side, you're going to right away throw that curtain call, which makes it even easier for the Gatot Kacha to go in with an AOG that will almost always secure 2 kills already for Gaming Gladiators.
And a very good layer there for the Fury of Phoenix, right? Remember, after they're being chased down, Navi PH is trying to run for their lives, but then there's the crowd control and the damage just isn't there. We've mentioned that even though I predicted that Zetian will be a perfect mid laner here for Navi PH, but on the other hand, it wouldn't be so effective if all your side lanes will be shut down at the same time, right? For Not Ayanami, she didn't serve well, and that is very important, being one of the pillars, right? You need to serve your teammates well just so they could finally have that freedom to farm up. And Keishi with the utility jungler, as we all know, you have to be very aggressive. You have to take the early game, even the turtles, but that didn't happen. So the essence of a utility jungler just isn't there yet.
I agree. Because the thing is, if you have a utility in the jungle, you can afford having some damage in the mid lane, right? Which is why we were thinking about heroes like the Kimi. Okay, the Kimi was banned out. But the Farsa, that was left to open. Granted, it could have been tricky. Maybe that's why they went for the Zetian, because they saw the Gatot Kacha on the other side. So I think even from the drafts, it was just really brilliantly executed by GG from the first phases.
So I think we have to reframe our thoughts here just a little bit, wherein it's not more of asking Navi PH, why didn't you get damage in the mid lane? Let's veer it off and focus more onto Gaming Gladiators. They just drafted it to the point where Navi PH couldn't afford to put someone with more damage in the mid lane. They needed something with a little bit more utility to survive all the aggression that the lineup of Gaming could bring to the table. So it feels like they were stuck with a Zetien at that point.
Yeah, and also with the Valentina pick, that was beautifully executed here for Sayori as well. And so far onto the draft, we could definitely see the plan there. And riding the high from your previous game, of course, with that kind of masterful, complicated, but at the same time, some may say that that isn't the meta, but they are not scared to experiment and stick to what their blueprint is, which is to totally shut down Navi PH as early as possible.
All right, very quick, Eterna, I have a little bit of a surprise for you. You'll get your chance here to preach the good word of Ashley, because we're going to be focusing on the Rome for our head-to-head. So, Eterna, please.
Man, Ashley, let's take a look at the head-to-head and let's take a look. Whoa. Average KDA 13 on the Gatot Kacha. That's kind of crazy, guys.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, and definitely it really reflected just Ash slaying all the members here for Navi PH. Even Mirai wasn't able to do much with her Guinevere pick, right?
I think it's also important to highlight that percent KP, right? 93%. So everything that you mentioned earlier on, Athena, with the layering of skills coming in from Sayori as well as the Gatot Kacha, just is exuberated by the fact that she has a 93% KP, which means that she was involved in several of the skirmishes and she was the one to mediate and facilitate all these crazy plays for everyone else on the team.
Yeah, and you can see here the one who suffered the most on the side of Navi PH is actually Keishi, their jungler, getting the highest damage taken per minute at around getting close to 8,000, while Panda, of course, was just completely fine, farming up, getting the resources, getting the kills when she needed. So Gaimin went here, obviously, with a very clear game plan. They got a comfort for Ashley. Everyone just looked perfectly in sync with one another.
And that's what I loved about it, right? Because it's killing two birds with one stone. If we're talking about comfort, we also saw that, of course, Nicolette was able to get her comfort hero in the Lancelot, and also the age-old
yeah.
Okay. Also the age-old counter picks between the Fredrin and the Lancelot, because when the Fredrin started to get more popular in the meta, people were thinking, all right, how do we counter this Fredrin in the jungle? How do we find a little bit more utility to work with? Because it was a answer to the Joy back in the day, and one of that was the Lancelot, right? So the Lancelot comes through. It's a comfort pick as well. And in terms of damage taken onto the Fredrin, I do believe that it's also an intelligent pick coming in from Sayori with her itemization, where she picked up the Wishing Lantern, noting that she would do most of the damage to the front lines instead of the back line heroes.
Yeah, and so now I have to go back a little bit to what Navi eventually picked up in the Roam, because they had to swerve the Arlott into the EXP lane and then they put the Guinevere in the Roam. It felt like, was that the choice you would have gone for? What did you just feel overall about the Guinevere Roam?
To be honest, that was a bit of an overkill onto the crowd control. You already have the Zetien, right? And then there was some kind of a question before we show it over to our casters, like, is there room to flex? But of course, they really flex it onto the Roam and then transfer the Arlott overall onto Not Ayanami. But the problem with that is, yes, you have so many crowd controls, you have so many uses for what to hold back onto Gaming Gladiators. But the burst, where is the burst, right? Even with the proper items for Azetian, I really do think it's lacking, especially you already had the utility jungler, right, with the Fredrin. And so far, Shinoa really had a hard time because her lane was shutted too early. So for Navi PH, I really do think they really have to rethink their strategies. Even more so if there's a Gatot Kacha. I should... Anyway, Gatot Kacha will be open for game number 2. But so far, if ever it wasn't banned out before I spoke that, even Farsa, even though it would have a hard time, but at least it would have this fighting chance if ever onto the mid lane for game number 1. But that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So here we are now, the game number 2 draft. Again, the defending champions are now one game loss away from being eliminated from this year's MWI, with Gaming Gladiators, the hope of North America, one win away from advancing into the semi-final stage. Hayabusa getting taken away so that Nicolette won't have one of her best assassin options available for her, while Gaming Gladiators leaning a little bit more towards just taking out the best picks in the meta that we have. 1-1 gets taken out, Baksha might be the setup here for Na'Vi for their first pick if ever it's available for them.
That's the struggle of working on red side, right? You have to go for the priority bans. You can't really swerve into the comfort or the respect bans towards your opponents, which is something that Na'Vi is definitely capitalizing over here in game number 2. We're looking at the Kalea that was banned out in the first game, whether or not she's going to be left open as well. I think it's an option that they can ban out here, considering that they have found a lot of success on the Kalea. But is that a CC last ban for GG?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay, so it seems like Gaming Gladiators are telling Na'Vi, like, hey, if you thought about first picking the CC like we did, we're not going to give it to you. Or they're already thinking ahead that CC could have gone into Blue 3. So that Gaming decided to take it out. I think we'll see by the first 2 picks as to why specifically the CC was banned by Gaming Gladiators. But as we mentioned earlier, Baksha available for the first pick for Na'Vi.
Yeah, actually they could go for a first pick Baksha, but remember there are certain heroes open such as the Kalea, even if Phobia's here for GG. But also on the other hand, they could just pick up somewhat of a shredder here if ever. Just limit on to watch, what could actually get, or even not Ayanami again.
Yeah, it's really good flex coming through from Na'Vi, right? So they can always flex it into the jungle, they can flex it into the roam position.
Wow, shredders.
Wow, okay. Like you mentioned, right? The Granger gets picked up very early here by GG and the Lancelot. So are they trying to bait another Irritel pick? I think that was one of my initial highlights as well, because naturally you would think that the Irritel would do a little bit better. I know Renmar mentioned it being a little bit 50-50, but the fact that the Irritel is still a lot more mobile, sometimes those skill shots that the Granger has doesn't land.
Yeah.
But it turns out the Irritel had a struggle, right? Shinoa struggled in that lane, but the Irritel still does come through once again. I think they're a little bit more confident, but here's the kicker. Here comes the Angela.
It's Angela, Baksha together, and even the Irithel can benefit from the hard guard of the Angela. So Na'Vi, a strong combo first 3 picks, but Gaming Gladiators instantly showing their course at the beginning of their draft with the Granger and Lancelot. What could they close it up here in the first phase with?
Before all that, for Na'Vi PH, they're like, Irritel, yes, but there's a but, right? We're with the Angela pick. But for me, for GG, they're going to head onto a strong side lane, as we mentioned. They just need to somehow not level up, but to surpass what not Ayanami can do. Just totally outmaneuver them onto the early phases of the game, which what happened onto the early game for game number 1, right? Remember, onto the Little Wanderer, they were circling around. We thought Na'Vi PH got it in the bag, and then there was a sudden turn of momentum wherein Sayori got a very nice kick, a very nice Terrify onto 2 members, and that was it for Na'Vi PH. And for Na'Vi PH right now, I'm leaning more on a setter type of hero here for not Ayanami, just so they could layer properly and give Shinoa Lair the proper avenue to just go for the free hits. She already has the hard guard, right? So you just need another layer of crowd control just so she would feel much more safer onto her lane.
On top of that, they also need a tool to shut down the Lancelot. Right? Because with them committing with the Angela in the row means that they're lacking tools to really single target lock down this Lancelot. So that's why I think the Kalea ban here is brilliant. I'm looking at other heroes that could potentially stop the Lancelot, maybe the Cho or even like the Kufra, something of that sort. But I'm in a little bit of a conundrum here.
Okay, what's the conundrum?
Well,
got him lined up in my sight. Your
now,
team is banning.
If the Esmeralda stays in the EXP lane, which it should stay in the EXP lane, what happens if the Baxia gets flexed into the EXP lane instead?
Well, yeah. I think Na'Vi might not have the room for that. Laning-wise, that will make the Esmeralda struggle somewhat. However, it's like if Na'Vi decides to do that, they might be overthinking the EXP a little bit too much. So yeah, if it goes into the EXP, the Esmeralda might have a difficult time. You shut that down. But then you take away a very powerful combo in terms of applying pressure all across the map into Angela and Baksha together.
Yeah.
Here's another possibility. What if this Angela isn't going roam? What if this Angela's actually going in the mid? And then the roam, as you mentioned, you were looking for lockdown earlier, will come through that. They take away the Badang, so we might still not be seeing the roam pick up for Na'Vi. While for Gaming Gladiators, let's look at them a little bit more. They still need their roamer and their mid laner.
Mandate. My legacy
But
shall
I do love the
endure.
respect though with the Hylos being banned out as well here against GG. But you mentioned, right, there is a certain flex for an Angela to be on the mid lane. But I do believe this should be in the roam just so they could have that extra burst here for Amor. And Amor is really good with artillery mages, right? And I wouldn't want to waste some of those hard-earned mechanical skills onto a very important match. Remember, they're only one lose away from totally exiting MWI. So you would want a more powerful, impactful hero onto mid.
If you want impact in the mid, whoa, Angela Yuzong, come on, pick up a Jawhead. Just go pure damage right now. Put a Jawhead in the roam, put that Angela in mid, put your Yuzong in the XP, and then Baksha in the jungle. If you want impact, that is a possibility, that they're just going to put this Angela in the roam and then even more magic damage in mid. Oh, come on, give me something. Oh, Grok!
Okay.
A Grok! Is that a debut for MWI? I believe it is.
I haven't seen a Grok.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, not just here. In a very long time, I also haven't seen a Grok.
Yeah, even in other regions.
We saw it in the wild cards, I think.
Okay.
Wild cards, yes. In MSC.
The MWI, I believe this is the first stream A so far. And I do believe that they're going to go up against a very risky play here for Na'Vi PH.
Yeah.
In my opinion, though, they should have just stuck with the Rome Angela first. But let's see. Hey, that's a Yuzhong here for not Ayanami.
Yeah, Yuzhong versus Esmeralda in lane. Been quite some time. Spell Vamp. Oh, we're gonna have to get a really close look at the EXP lane mashup, definitely. Minotaur is the last pick for Gaming Gladiators. Considering how unique the lineup of Na'Vi is right now, I am leaning a little bit more towards Gaming Gladiators with the good balance of safety, utility, good sources on the damage, and it looks good for GG. Don't have a lot of time right now to talk to the rest of our panel. We will talk about it more, but now we have to toss you on over to the mother and daughter of all series, Chantel and Brigida, to potentially close out this series.
Thank you so much to our panelists. And right now, it's gonna be a test of endurance and mental fortitude, of course. Na'Vi PH on the brink of being eliminated in MWI 2025, and Gaming Gladiators so close into bringing that North American dream of securing their journey in this league. Here we go. A lot of folks early game. Brigida, honestly, how do you feel about this hero composition for both teams?
For Na'Vi PH, I'm gonna start off with this lineup. I'm feeling really excited. I know it's not the common mid duo we see nowadays in terms of the meta, but I feel like it can apply so much pressure. It can allow and support so much of their teammates in whatever they want to do. And unlike earlier, I'm hoping that it doesn't have so much conditions for it to work, because earlier clearly it was different. There wasn't that great of a distribution in terms of damage. It was mostly on crowd control, as mentioned on our panel, but now this is clearly different. Hopefully this is different for them, but not Gaming Gladiators too. You're so close to seeing them actually get there, as you mentioned, to that, making that dream come true.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think for Na'Vi PH, this is just more in the comfort heroes. If I'm not mistaken, Mirai has been using Grok for a very long time. Even during the MWI qualifiers from last year. So, it's a comfort versus a team that is more on the aggressive side now. But if we look at the emblem sets for Gaming Gladiators, they just really want to burst majority of the heroes from Na'Vi PH. You have the emblem, you have the support emblem also, or talent for the Esmeralda. And I think, I don't know if you would agree with me, but Arya's hero is going to be the X factor here for GG, because it is meant to actually counter out the Angela, which is supposed to be the X factor for Na'Vi PH.
But the thing is, it feels like even though there is that passive and all that, the possibility of the shields being taken up by Gaming Gladiators through Aria, it doesn't change the fact that Navi PH, they're frontliners, they're just too tanky. So you have to ask and you have to see who among Gaming Gladiators would be assigned to potentially being able to supply the necessary damage to deal with those frontliners, because if not, then this is a much more freer game for Shinoa. And speaking of, it seems like Navi PH might be starting things right now. There's the hard guard in the Black Dragon form, and they might just be able to find their first target. We're talking about Aria, and she's now very low, but she actually escapes thanks to that Purify.
Yep, and we can see right now that for Nicolette, she's actually seen by Shinoa and about 2 players more from Navi PH at the top lane, able to survive. So that was a nice escape for Nicolette. And I think was she able to get to that purple buff of KG?
Yep, she was.
That is mission accomplished for Nicolette during that time. So it's just her limiting the resources of Akeshi, and you don't really want that to happen against Ibaksha. But things are looking good still for Navi PH. They have the control in terms of that because they control the river side. They know where Nicolette is. So Navi PH, as long as they're able to continue this type of information that they have, then it's gonna be good for them.
And it will be good for them if they take out Aria, and that finally happens for Navi PH. It's first blood for them. I feel like this is one of the crucial players you need to deal with in the early game, and they do just that. So this might drastically change the outcome of this game if Navi are able to maintain this tempo.
Yep, so true, because I remembered when I said that Keishi doesn't really want those resources being taken by Gaming Gladiators, and I looked at the hero. She doesn't really need those items, but so far, Navi PH is still continuing on that aggression. There's a trade this time around, or Navi PH was able to replicate that steal for the buff. So for this game, it feels like for Navi PH, they kinda knew what to do against the Gaming Gladiators. But in 10 seconds, we have another objective. By the way, Shinoa has also expect later on that we might see a 4-1 setup, probably 5-man setup for Navi PH.
Phantom Execution already committed, but Nicolette, she might just put herself in danger. Forced to go away. Ashley defending the rest of her teammates. But this is some pretty great space created for Keishi. It seems like they can just immediately decide to take down this objective for themselves.
Yep, and we can see right now for Navi PH, they will secure this turtle. And now it makes sense as to why Navi PH got the Grok. So because of the Grok, because of the passive also, she is not taken by those crowd controls. So we could see them, you're not hitting anyone from Navi PH.
But the wild charge! It still lands onto Nicolette, the Fury of the Phoenix, to just somehow help Nicolette get out of danger. But now we're seeing the complete opposite. It's Navi PH who's more confident to start things up.
And it's probably because of the mobility also of the heroes. You have the Baksha for Keishi, a lot of vision for them. And at some parts of the game, even if Amore is up the middle lane, she's able to go in a team fight because of the hard guard. So it's all about the movement speed. But it's not much of a lead for Navi PH. They just have to continue on forcing initiations from against Gaming Gladiator. So there is Turret Destroy at the top lane, and we have the wall. Sayor is forced to use the flicker, and even not Ayanami is being taken down at the bottom lane.
It seems like there are trades happening all over the map. Not Ayanami was taken down earlier in the bottom lane, as you mentioned. But Navi PH, it seems like they weren't successful in getting that trade onto Ashley. So Gaming Gladiators are able to equalize, at least in terms of the skill score for now. But it doesn't change the fact, the lead, the slight gold lead, it's still in Navi PH's hands.
Yeah, that's true. But I feel like for Gaming Gladiators, they know how to do their trades because of their efforts to actually destroy a turret at the bottom lane. So Navi PH right now, they are somehow taking things slow because we somehow saw an aggression for them, but at the same time, they know the potential of the enemy team. So Mirai is up front of 3 players of the Gaming Gladiators, but Arya has been shown around the map. So there's been a lot of folks at the bottom lane, but no one is forcing an unnecessary initiation. So it's more of the discipline that is being shown by both teams. But we see 2 players from Navi PH
starting this turtle. Oh, GG, they're still gonna go for it. But Keiichi secures the turtle nonetheless. Black Dragon form is still on, and they are gonna go for Aria. But before they even get to take down Aria, surprisingly, Panda 1 gets executed as well in the other parts of the map. And they might try to go for converting into other structures for now. But this is a surprise. All over the map, Navi PH, it seems like they have a clear picture of how they're dominating this already.
And they're still continuing the aggression here at the Purple Pit. So we have Nicolette being taken down, but by not Ayanami and even Ashley. So I think the middle turret could be taken down also by Navi PH. Gaming Gladiators is just somehow confused on how to counter-engage against Navi.
Yeah, this is clearly Navi PH knowing fully well that they have no reason to hold back. If you would look at that instant replay, this was just a few seconds after they got 2 kills, right? So they literally do not want Nicolette to perform the same way that she did earlier, and they're doing a great job at that. Nicolette right now is behind in terms of Keiichi, even if it's just 1 level. This is a Lancelot we're talking about.
Yep, well, we really have to commend also the wild charge from Mirai. I think that millisecond of crowd control has been dealing a lot of, let's say, casualties against Gaming Gladiators. And if we look at the goal lead, it is definitely Shinoa on the upper hand as compared to Panda 1. Hence that solo kill earlier at the bottom lane. So this is detrimental for Gaming Gladiators. Also that the middle lane has been destroyed already because Nicolette is being stopped in terms of the usual rotation that she does with the Lancelot.
And GG are yet to have their anti-heal. So the problem in terms of sustain for Navi PH, they still don't have a clear way to deal with it. Even though there is some damage from Panda 1 and Nicolette already, you need the anti-heal, you know? It's a Baksha and a Grok and the usual.
Yeah. And given also the Baksha, it has that innate, right? That Taurus Puissance. And look at the damage from Shinoa. So she forced Ashley actually to use that flicker, which is needed for that surprise one series. Now we see Navi PH securing this Lord and 5.7k gold lead from the Filipino representatives. So even top lane could be destroyed anytime soon. Nicolette putting all efforts just to clear the minion wave, but there's another minion wave at the top lane.
Yeah, there are a lot more minion waves that they have to take care of. The Heart Guard is being hovered on Shinoa, but they're most likely gonna be careful about this. They have a Lord that's gonna march down bottom. They want to for sure keep themselves alive, right? Like they want to accompany this Lord in their attempt to make the most out of it and take away at least an inhibitor turret for Gaming Gladiators if they can.
Yeah, just to be able to capitalize on this. But knowing that this is the current situation of the game, it is 10 minutes, yes, but for Gaming Gladiators, they have the kit, they have a scaling hero, they just need to, as much as possible, defend this Lord. If they can. So Gaming Gladiators, they are able to defend this Lord. We have the effort, we see the efforts of Nicolette at the middle lane just to cut the minion wave. So it means that the second tier turret at the middle lane will still be defended by GG. So nice efforts for her, but at the bottom lane, there's another layer of pressure coming in from Navi PH.
And it's indeed an inhibitor turret that they're after. Falling Storm committed by Aria, followed up by the Minoan Fury, but will the damage be enough? Because there's the wild charge, and there's the dive coming in from Ayanami. They immediately pick off Ashley and take that inhibitor turret. Nicolette, though, Thorn Growth is committed. Gets to dash away, Phantom Execution to escape. Oh my goodness.
6-1 for Navi PH, destroying the turret at the bottom lane and even probably securing this turret at the middle lane. Sayori, almost low on life. We have the players from the Philippines trying to somehow limit or take all resources against GG. So I think, it is really evident that for Nicolette, it is really hard to play up against a team that is more on the tanky side. Just imagine this is up against the usual, up against the Baksha, and you also have the Angela. I mean, if they get enough items for Panda 1 or even have those stats with the Sky Piercer, then they can. But the struggle here is that they can't even have a kill right now against Navi PH, merely because of the idea that you have Mirai up front. Even Baksha with a Heart Guard And I think it would take some time for them to just have those items.
And it seems like time is very important for Navi PH because they also have the fleeting time. So imagine just how many heart guards we can potentially see from Navi PH if they're always able to get pickoffs together with the help of the heart guard. So this is going to be tough for Gaming Gladiators. They have to keep themselves alive. They have to look for the damage. And they have to time their skills, their ultimates really well because we saw the intention, we saw the idea earlier. The Falling Star Mode and the Minoan Fury, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, but it has to be paired up with the right amount of damage.
So it's now it's all about the timing now for Gaming Gladiators, for the layer of the damage to be efficient against Navi PH. We saw 2 items being taken here by 2 players of Gaming Gladiators. We have the Sea Halberd for Panda 1 and another defensive item for Ashley. So we could see a little lore dance on this game. 30 minutes per game. There is going to be a reset. KJ is just finding the players of Gaming Gladiators. I'm not sure if Nicolette has been revealed at the middle lane.
Not yet.
But yep, I think this is it.
Finally gets revealed! And Shinoa is the first target for Gaming Gladiators. The heart guard is used onto Mirai. Is this the right decision? But not Ayanami nonetheless. Gets to take down Panda 1. But still Nicolette is alive and well. This might just be an advantage for GG as they also find a way to target Keishi. Amor left alone has the flicker, but the fast execution is a third rose!
You have 3 players down in Navi PH and Gaming Gladiators starting this Lord. You only have Mirai and not Ayanami to try and reset. They have the wall, yes, but is it enough to actually delay the potential secure of the objective? Not Ayanami is shut down by the hands of Arya and even Mirai, the only player left because Shinoa just has been respawned and Gaming Gladiators secure the Lord.
What a win for GG! Just as we thought Navi PH, they were at the clear advantage, just as we thought Gaming Gladiators had so much to worry about in order to win a single team fight against Navi.
I mean, I think it all started when they were able to take down Shinoa in the middle of the team fight, and the rest was just history for Gaming Gladiators. Lord will march in at the bottom lane. This is now the time for them for those spike in terms of damage. Even Panda 1 is already at level 15 and it comes to a point that we reach game equilibrium. Now for Gaming Gladiators, they are now able to equalize the situation of the game. They need to capitalize on this anytime soon. There might be a dive from GG.
This feels like a different Nicolette now. This doesn't feel like the Nicolette who was constantly being invaded a few minutes ago. Navi PH have to deal with the Lord first before they actually do anything. But Nicolette seems like she wants to keep the pressure going. Damages Keishi every now and then, but it's a successful defense for now from Navi PH.
May I remind you that for Gaming Gladiators, this is their second match for today. They went up against Navi MY during match 1 and they're playing up against another Navi team, this time around from the Philippines. So they are currently at 900, almost 1,000k, or 1,000k, 1,000 gold lead. But then Keishi!
Oh no, the Fury of the Phoenix nearly caught up to Keishi, but now Shinoa is there's a bit of a hard card for the Minoan Fury into the Phantom Execution, takes her down, and Panda 1 gets the last hit. Another crucial pick off of the damage dealer of Navi PH, but not Ayanami. Will she be successful in this attempt? It's a no!
Oh my goodness! 2 players down on the side of Navi PH. What a way to use that wing chant. Panda 1 is on fire. Somebody has to stop Panda 1, but the turn on the top lane has been destroyed. Gaming Gladiators almost there in trying to stop Navi PH on defending the crown.
And this might just be it.
They're just waiting for another minion wave though.
They're just waiting. They're just counting down. Shinoa all alone. Will she be able to deal with the 2 minion waves that are marching towards their base? There goes that crossbow, but she gets immediately bursted down. And just like that, Gaming Gladiators successfully eliminate Navi PH.
We started the day with one Navi down. And another Navi down as a Gaming Gladiators. I gotta say, are they Navi Slayers now on this league? We could see the smiles from the faces. I mean, if you won against a team that has the defending champions, this is gonna be your reaction, right?
Oh no, her lashes. We gotta keep them intact.
And speaking of keeping intact, I think that has been the beauty for the play of Gaming Gladiators.
They just held on.
They just held on, kept everything intact.
They waited for the right time, the opportunity to engage in a fight, and it felt like everything just fell into place because the first one they were able to pick off in that, I'd say, most crucial fight, that game-turning fight, was Shinoa. And that happened 2 times in a row. That feels so bad if you were Shinoa.
Those 2 kills against Shinoa during the Lord dance and even that defense from Navi PH at the top lane. And just wow from the North American representatives. So we have 1 Filipino representative down. We only have 1 left. But for North America, for Gaming Gladiators, the dream is still alive.
And if you know their story, this is gonna be so inspiring if they make it all the way. They've been preparing for this moment. Yeah, and they've done their very best, and together with the help of their coaches, they actually flew out to do a boot camp. You know that they put in all the effort, even though their schedules, they've been very vocal about their schedules being one of their biggest struggles, because every single one of them, they're preoccupied with something else. But look at them now.
Yeah, imagine losing the first match in MWI and then winning straight 2-0. I mean, straight 3 games. Oh my goodness, this is great. I want to hear more, but for now, let's throw it to the stage.
The Titan Slayers, a throne now left empty. And now I have these 2 queens that step before me today. We have Sayori as well as Ashley. Absolutely crazy, crazy show. A wonderful, convincing 2-0 sweep and sending a second Navi team home. So question to you guys is, you guys didn't just dethrone the reigning champions. You guys took out back-to-back 2 Navi PH and MY teams. What do you ladies have to say about that?
You want to go first? Honestly, it's so surreal since we just had boot camp for like 3 weeks and we came here like, oh yes, we want to be champions, but we're not, you know, we had problems along the way. But like, I think it's just crazy back-to-back Navis when like we didn't really expect to, you know, do that, to perform that well, yeah.
I'm very proud of my team. I'm so proud of you guys. That's all I have to say.
So even though you guys said that 3 weeks, is it because like you guys are in the exact roles and lanes that you're supposed to be, making you guys pop off right here this season?
I think it's more so the trust we had in each other. We've known each other for a very long time. This one couldn't play with us last year, even though she played in qualifiers. And over the 3 weeks and X amount of years, we were able to, you know, strengthen our bonds, strengthen our roles, and we just beat the previous champions.
That's absolutely crazy. Now, you guys mentioned that you're here to reclaim the North American glory. So how would you want the world to see you guys after this phenomenal win?
We want to put NA on the top, you know? We're carrying NA's legacy at this point.
On our backs. Yes, so speaking of the top, now that you have left the throne empty, which team do you think stands in your way from claiming that glory to NA?
Vitality.
I was going to say Vitality too.
Eyes on Vitality. So is there anything you want to say to Team Vitality?
Good luck. Give it your all because we will too.
Yes, I was going to say we respect you, we know you guys are strong, and we're excited to go against you.
Ladies, take a look behind you. This is going to be your second Navi crush that's going to be happening in a couple of moments' time. The girls are absolutely stoked, and I'm going to throw it back to the studio.
Oh no.
All great empires fall in the end. And standing tall over the empire, the empresses, it's the gladiators of North America. Gaming Gladiators have taken down the defending champions, and they are now on the way to moving forward in our tournament. And they had to crawl back into this, because despite us being skeptical of the lineup of Navi, they were doing really well in the early to mid game.
Exactly. We were trying to somehow navigate on what they were trying to do. At first, it was really good. It was smooth sailing here for Navi PH, but it just took one turning point here for Gaming Gladiator to totally annihilate them. And that was a very crucial part on Mirai as well, onto her heart guard, which paved way to be Shinoa being taken down by Gaming Gladiator, and that was it.
And this is what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket, right?
Yeah.
Granted, in the early towards the mid, you could see and feel just how oppressive the tanky lineup coming in from Navi PH was, but that just gave Gaming Gladiators one win con, right? Take Shinoa down and it's over. And we saw that happen twice. Unfortunately so for the defending queens. I'm sorry, Renmar, Athena, I still can't wrap my head around this. I didn't think that this is the result that we were going to get today.
Exactly. I was actually expecting a game number 3, especially on the early game performance. But I do agree with you onto not putting all your eggs onto one basket. Because also, it's too obvious that it's only Shinoa being the firepower here for the whole Navi PH. And without her, it just crumbled down, right? And with this in specific instance onto our highlights, we could definitely see Gaming Gladiators somewhat struggling onto the early phase of the game. They just waited, girl, and patience really is a virtue, and good things comes to those who wait.
Yeah, Panda was incredibly patient in this one. 6-2-2 is her final KDA, 2-3-3 for Shinoa, and 2 very clear moments of just deciding to jump into areas where we wouldn't expect Shinoa to go for. While at the same time, you also have to look at 2 members of Gaming Gladiators that I felt like were absolutely key to the crumbling of Shinoa. Ashley and Sayori held on to their key crowd control abilities for as long as they could. That once they could see that the Irithel was close enough for them to just stack crowd controls on, Fury of the Phoenix, Minoan Fury, even the Despair Stomp from the Minotaur.
Yeah.
Then GG would be able to take out the gold laner of Navi.
And imagine that, right? Because if we roll back into the drafts, this was a shutdown over to Ashley, right? They saw in the group stages that, you know what, maybe Ashley, if she doesn't get her comfort heroes in the Hylos, in the Gatot Kacha, maybe she doesn't perform as well. And technically, it was true. So this really shows that Ashley herself really developed her skills. She improved so much, and she wasn't reliant on her comfort heroes, bringing out the Minotaur, who did so much for GG on those final moments.
I'm actually thinking what happened in the span of 3 weeks, like the bootcamp onto Malaysia. They learned a lot and they improved a lot here. Finally slaying down the queens of MWI.
And we can confirm it. Just in the very first day, after the very first match of the knockout stages, we will be crowning new MWI champions by the end of this event. What a crazy series of events for MWI 2025. I said at the beginning, a fleeting moment could be the decider between victory and heartbreak. And since Gaming Gladiators found their moments and found their key plays around their key players, they got their victory, avoiding heartbreak. Let's take a look closer at 2 heroes, 2 players in this game that we can make a focal point of our analysis. The difference between Nicolette and Keishi, the difference in their story between game 1 and game number 2.
This is interesting because in game number 1, I mentioned that, you know what, let's not give Nicolette a comfort hero. Let's not give her the assassins. And it was given over once again. And I thought, all right. Maybe in game number 2, they had an answer towards it, right? Maybe a single target lockdown was something that we were kind of gunning for the drafts for Navi PH. But we didn't see that. We saw the Grok coming through. And granted, I do understand the reason why they went for the Grok. I think we saw what he was able to do in the early stage of the game. Faster clear, considering that they flexed the Angela into the mid lane. They were able to rotate a lot faster. And then about the passive, anti-CC, and it's also being a comfort hero for Mirai. But all in all, they weren't able to shut down Nicolette. And as soon as she was able to get to her power spike, we saw how crazy she was able to perform and the damage output that was given over.
Yeah, and specifically that power spike you're talking about is that 3-core item for a cooldown reduction-based Lancelot, the War Axe, Brute Force Breastplate, and the Queen's Wings as well. Athena, what do you have to say about the head-to-head between the two?
I do agree that you could only do so much for it, a Grok versus a Lancelot. At first, even the casters was like, this is a different Nicolette that we're talking about after the Queen's Wings, right? After the Trinity onto the build of our core items, that was just it. And there was no specific answer on how to totally shut her down, how to hold on to her, right? And even so, onto the draft itself, it speaks a lot, right? Like not banning out the Lancelot against Nicolette, like not trying to limit her assassin heroes as well. Like, girl, she is well onto the jungler, right?
Another thing to quickly point out here for Nicolette is considering how pressured she was in the early game because of the rotations that were happening from Na'Vi PH, she still made ways to look for trades around the map to make sure that she wasn't falling too far behind. Yep. So the disparity between the junglers in this particular game wasn't as apparent. They lost all neutral objectives in the early game, but we saw that Nicolette was able to go for a counterplay onto the jungle of the Baxia. So she was keeping up, and that reflects mental fortitude, right?
Yeah, I wonder if behind the scenes at the end of the draft, Gaming Gladiators, our coaching staff decided that there's a high chance that we might need to play for up until the first Lord, that they're gonna really have to wait and bide their time because the lineup that Na'Vi PH brought onto this game number 2 was extremely suffocating for everything that Gaming Gladiators wanted to do in the early to mid game. They waited for Na'Vi to make mistakes, to overstep just by a little bit. Because you and I were talking about the Minotaur behind the scenes, and then it took a while until we got to see the effect of that, where if Na'Vi PH slip up just a bit, that Minotaur ultimate is gonna turn things around paired up with the Zetien.
Yeah, that was a really good setup there for Sayuri and Ashley, and a perfect interview as well on how happy they were, right? And even the celebratory, even me, if I were able to beat the remaining or the defending queens of MWI, I would really like celebrate and watch out for them, girls, because they are here to stay and they already slain one of the powerhouses here for MWI.
And now we have to watch a signature of EWC, the key of Na'Vi PH getting crushed. The double Na'Vi key crush for Gaming Gladiators for today. It'll be Ashley leading the charge.
I'm really happy for her. You know, following her story from last MWI, they weren't able to go far, and considering that Sayori apparently was unable to be a part of their lineup, and her coming back here, and the story that she was behind, you know, equipping everyone, making each other come back into the same lineup. It's just wonderful to see, and I understand the emotions that were, I guess, shown up on stage during her interview. She was crying. I think her lashes nearly fell off at some point, and there it is.
Yeah, just so that we could tell a little bit more stories about Ashley here. The team has described her as sort of like the mom of the group because she's the one who gathers everyone, somehow sorts everyone's extremely busy schedules just so that they could find time to practice, find time to scrim. And with all of the challenges that these ladies had to go through to make it to where they are now, they grit and grind. It's what Gaming Gladiators had to do. Here they are now, the dethroners of the defending champions, former defending champions of MWI. Congratulations again to Gaming Gladiators. Let's now take a look at the brackets so that we have a very clear picture now of what to expect for our knockout stages.
And with that said, This is the first quarterfinals onto Stream A where Gaming Gladiators managed to dethrone the defending MWI champions previously, and now looking forward on who will be facing up against them on who will be the winner for Onyx Indonesia versus Terra Queens, which is by the way on a 1-1 score.
Yeah, it's time. They are down to one best of one to determine who's gonna advance.
Yeah.
Onyx and Terra Queens, Eterna.
Yeah, I'm not gonna predict anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Everything that I thought would happen today has been wrong.
Seriously?
Yes. Falcons moving forward.
right.
What was the first one? Oh, Navi MY moving forward. And then I would expect Onyx to move forward, but you know what? I don't know anymore.
So it'll be the Eter curse?
But just for today, right?
Just today.
Aw,
Hey, what's
yeah.
your prediction for Onyx versus Terra Queens?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm glad we got a quick look there at Sayori to start things off here. The sizzle reel for Gaming Gladiators. Her Fury of the Phoenix timings, I think, absolutely key. Not just as a Zetien, but in the game number 1 as a Valentina.
Yeah, I really do like her timing as well and how she manages to try and stop most of the crowd controls that Navi PH was planning, right? And even so, the proper layer there was just to try and wait when things for the side of Navi PH gets too close. That's the perfect time that you would activate the Fury Phoenix and even the Minion Fury. So unleashing the Fury here for Gaming Gladiators was the key.
Yeah, and I think this bodes very well for Gaming Gladiators and everyone from North America supporting the team, and not just North America, but other parts of the world as well. Very vocal about their support for gaming, wherein they now got to show that all throughout the tournament, no matter what situation you put them in, they will find a way to make a comeback. Whether it's them in the lead and dominating, they can get the win. Whether it's them having to reverse sweep, they can get the win. Whether it's them having to wait, 11 to 12 minutes before they can finally find their zone in the game, they can get the win.
That's what the GG stands for. It's not Gaming Gladiators, it's grit and grind.
Oh, hey!
That's very nice.
You know what? Thank you for that. I didn't even think about that. So grit and grind for Gaming Gladiators.
And so far, they rose above the situation, right?
Yeah.
They're becoming limitless. And now above standards, above everyone else doubting them, they managed to dethrone not one Navi, but 2 Navis in one day.
Yeah. Wow. Again, what a story here for Gaming Gladiators. And I'm very excited to see what's going to happen for Onyx versus Terror Queens. Again, I think after their performance in the previous days of MWI, a lot of people are eyeing Onyx as one of the teams that could make it into the next round. I feel like Terror Queens are with the results that we're seeing right now, they're giving them a run for their money. That what if Terror Queens delivers the unexpected result with them actually being the ones to take down Onyx?
If that's the case, then we know that the women's scene is improving, right? Because for the past few MWIs, ever since it was first established, I think 2022,
yes,
we've always just been seeing the same regions come out on top: Indonesia, Cambodia, Philippines. So the fact that the other regions that are quote-unquote still developing or emerging are starting to come out on top and starting to create huge upsets proves that things are getting more competitive. And with that being said, whatever we were fighting for 2 years ago, it's coming to life.
It's really great to see the development of the stories and the lore of the women's scene of MLBB Esports. But once again, if you are just joining us now, decided to hop onto the stream, confirmed Navi Philippines have been eliminated by Gaming Gladiators. So that we can understand and get to know the players from Gaming just a little bit more, let's watch this.
Hi, it's Ashley Romer for Gaming Gladiators, and right now we're behind the scenes. This is Jewel. This is Panda. We are gonna be doing our makeup and hair if we have time, because we're kind of running late. We finished our makeup and hair, and we're going to be going to our photo shoots right now, right here as we go. We're taking our headshots. We're going to be posing like this. You look so unserious. We are going to the editorial videography room. Let's go. Oh, you want to say hi? We're here for our hero shots.
We kind of need to join them though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, bye.
Alright, let's go.
That's it for our media day, and thank you for watching. And please tune in for our games on Gaming Gladiators with EWC. That's good.
Eterna, how do you feel about that as the Ashley fangirl in the group? Okay, yeah, I think you're good. Athena, what about you?
That's a very great showcase of how bubbly she really is. What a pleasing personality overall, and how she really literally took us on the tour on what is happening onto their media day, right? The day that they arrive here on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Guys, remember what happened last year.
Wait, what happened last
Do you remember the moment when she lost her key and she had to give it over? That
yes.
was like the most iconic moment MWI last year.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember we all talked to Ashley about that at the end of the day, and she was just like, wait, I did that? She didn't realize like how her face was, like how she was reacting. Of course, like they just suffered a loss. They really wanted to go even further into the tournament. But yeah, if you aren't sure of what we're talking about, just try to look it up.
It's there. It's going to be there.
Yeah, it's going to be there.
And it's going to be like some of a day one for others to be a Ashley fangirl starting now. Even for me, I like the personality even before the game, right? Very relaxed, and finally getting the result of their hard work here for the MWI 2025.
Yeah, after all of that, I have been an Ashley fan since last year, but after all of this, I am now a certified Ashley fangirl as well, and proud of it because of just how awesome she was in that game. I'm just kidding around, but yes, congratulations again to GG. What a turnaround of events, but now you have to change to the discussion of who could potentially be the champions. That immediately catapults Team Vitality up there, considering that they've had the perfect run, the perfect dominating run so far in the tournament. But with the result that Terror Queens have already showed against Onyx so far in their stream, it's a 1-1. What if suddenly a team from Myanmar is going to rise up? Terror Queen suddenly shocking the world. And of course, the other teams here as well. That was just the very first match of knockouts. We're still waiting for Stream B to finish up.
So much drama already, right? So many emotions being shown over on the stage. I still don't want to say anything because at this point, I really don't know what to expect.
I don't want to predict anything at all now.
See, she doesn't either.
Yeah, and so far, I know many casters, even the people watching us right now, many of their predictions are already ruined. And now, for me, at the same time, it's quite happy for some because they finally have a chance, right, to try and grab that throne, try and grab that trophy onto the middle of our stage. Not literally though, don't do that.
No, they will eventually. They will eventually grab the trophy and race it.
Like on the final day of MWI when we have our champions.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
All right,
Don't do that.
let's check out the prize pool again. What these teams are fighting for besides the glory and the prestige of becoming MWI champions. 13th to 16th are fighting for around 10,000, all the way to 5th to 8th with 20. Then it goes up by increments of 10, and then suddenly, math, 20, 40, and then of course the champions of MWI securing 500,000 at most. It seems like Gaming Gladiators have now secured at the least $30,000 with their win here today.
Oh, you're right. They're top 4.
Yeah, they made it into the top 4.
Oh, yeah. So finally, we will be able to say that they already have a secured prize, right? Even for the rest of the teams. And so far, for some, this is already life-changing. And it's already a start, right? They could go further here for Gaming Gladiators.
I'm so happy for them.
Yeah.
They're top 4.
Yeah, they're top 4 and
higher than last year's performance.
Yeah, significantly better performance from their run last year. And of course, don't forget, here in MWI this year, we do have a battle for third as well. So if they're not happy with the 30 bans, I mean, they could get even more after that. Potentially, you know. So I'm very happy, again, for everyone right now who's made it into the playoffs and we still have more action. That was just the very first. Just because Navi PH was dethroned doesn't mean that there aren't any other teams still vying for their glory to etch their names in the history books of MWI and the Esports World Cup. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing another series here in the knockout stages, and we are looking forward to having you here with us. We'll be back in a bit. Once again, my name is Redmar, here with Athena and Eterna. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Sign out myself.
CPR. Lazy Sunday. Yeah. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. City lights sing my song. Sticky rice on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile at me. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah.
or Diablo? Oh, I cannot see them. Wait. Oh.
Esu or Diablo?
Oh, I cannot see them. Wait. Oh. Okay, Diablo.
Diablo or Sigilo?
Diablo.
Diablo or Supercan?
Supercan. Chinese.
Supercan or B?
Supercan.
Supercan or Hunter?
Supercan.
Supercan or Mikey?
Mikey.
Mikey or
Mikey. 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 Wait, it's Kyrie. No, Mikey. No.
So your last try is 3, 2, 1.
Mikey. Sorry, Kyrie. You seem cool. Yeah, we can chill. We're gonna walk around, talk about ML, and play ML together. You know, I don't know. I can get ice cream, share. But he has to pay.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. That encapsulates the stories of Team Liquid and their opponents today, Twisted Minds. For years, they took so much time and effort to find out the answer to the question, how could I make it to the grandest stage of women's MLBB esports? It took multiple teams, multiple iterations, but now here they are, fighting for their slot to move forward, fighting for Tournament Live to move forward for a chance to be called Women's MLBB World Champions. Welcome back to our knockout stage for MWI here at the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Renmar, still here with Eterna and Athena. I'm sure we've already moved on from the previous shocker of a result between Navi PH and Gaming Gladiators. We now have to talk about Twisted Minds and Team Liquid.
And looking forward for this match also. Another elimination round, by the way, if you're new to the stream. I'm expecting maybe another upset, but even so, we could definitely see some new crowd favorites here for TLPH and even for Twisted Minds. Actually, earlier this day, another somewhat Filipino-coded attack onto their draft as well as their gameplay.
So how will these two teams fare against one another, right? I think that's one of the biggest questions that we're going to be looking at, considering, Twisted Minds have pulled an upset of their own, right? With the PH-coded gameplay that you mentioned earlier on. Will they be just exactly what is needed to take down the Philippines?
Yeah.
All very important questions. We will find the answers to by the end of this series. But of course, if this is your first time here joining us at MWI, we've actually been here since July 10th for MLBB as a whole here at EWC, and we are gonna be here until August 2nd, the end of MSC. Right now, you're watching the knockout stages for the Women's World Championship of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and after this, we're gonna take a quick break, then we'll be right back at it for the Mid-Season Cup for the men's division. Again, we're here again until August 2nd at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, live at the Boulevard, live at the Esports World Cup. It has been an amazing journey so far, and I'm pretty sure we are in for even more shockers, considering now that we are going to be seeing a matchup between two teams with two very prolific gold laners. Kla was actually the MVP of the day for Stream A at the end of day one. And just earlier today, I believe Lunar, am I correct?
Yes.
The gold laner of Twisted Mind secured a double Savage.
Wow. And so far, I double-checked, that was the first double Savage in a single game, right? For the whole MWI history, if I'm not wrong. Plus, you are up against like somewhat not only Filipino coded, but they also have this hidden identity being shown all throughout the previous game, wherein that was somewhat the longest game also for the season, right? Their game number 1 versus the Falcons, right? And we could definitely see the change and as well as a bond of chemistry over time here for Twisted Minds.
They're record breakers, right? They're record breakers, and I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to look to break more records, considering it has been quite some time since we haven't seen a Filipino rep come all the way to at least top 4.
Yeah.
So if in this particular match they decide to be like, hey, you know what? We saw what Gigi was able to do earlier. I think we can replicate the same thing, and they actually succeed.
Yeah.
No PH top 4 in MWI history?
I thought you said no predictions. Is that a prediction?
No.
It's not a prediction? Okay.
Just more questions.
All right, just more questions, just tossing it up in the air. But something that's been very sure and definitive here in MWI 2025 is the performance of Team Liquid's jungler Ramichi, who is actually leading in multiple jungle-related stats in this tournament.
And so far, you could definitely see her surpassing some of the records she has shown from her previous years performance, right, with Xeno Lilies. And right now, together with the rest of the newcomers for TLPH, she is actually leading and taking charge on all of the charts here for our current MWI.
She's definitely a jungler to watch amongst all regions right now, and it's kind of a redemption story that we're looking from her, considering you mentioned the Xeno Lilies. Last year they only placed 5th to 8th place, so they didn't come far. She's here with a vengeance. She's here to make a name for herself, and with all the communication and the language barriers out of the table, considering she is now with a Filipino team, she's looking to surpass more heights here in MWI.
Yeah, we did mention the two gold laners for these two teams, but yeah, with seeing those numbers, seeing those stats, the hero pool that she showed off so far in this tournament, you definitely have to watch out for Ramichi.
Yeah.
And there was something that was whispered into my ear before this series. There are actually significantly closer links between these two teams that I actually wasn't aware of. So let me just run down a little history lesson. The members of Team Liquid actually come from an organization in the Philippines, a team called Super Monching. So majority of them came from that squad. The former member of Super Monching, to be specific, the former jungler, is now today the jungler of Twisted Minds in Hyde.
Why she was so familiar.
Yeah, former teammates. So in an alternate universe, maybe we would have seen Hyde Team Liquid Philippines, but now we're seeing Hyde in Twisted Minds go up against Team Liquid Philippines led by Ramichi.
And if you're part of that Super Munching FE before, maybe even once in their lifetime or the time they were together, we're like, let's go on stage together at MWI. But they didn't specify together, like in a single team. They are now at the same stage here on MWI, but on different teams, on different parties, right? Hyde for Twisted, and then you have the rest of the 4 members on the opposing side. Kind of heartbreaking.
I love how shocked Eterna has been this whole time. But yes, Hyde, the jungler, is who we just talked about. She is with her fellow Filipina, Miss Meow, and of course, Lyrics, Livin, and Lunar. Miss Meow has actually been integral to the inclusion of Hyde in this roster because considering that they're both Filipinas and Miss Meow has been here for quite some time, she's actually helped Hyde transition to playing for Twisted Minds.
Well, there you go, right? Storylines after storylines, and if the drama and the storylines weren't enough, technically Twisted Minds are coming here on a revenge story of their own, you know. Disregarding them going against Liquid today, the fact is they are considered newcomers to the MWI stage because they weren't able to qualify because Falcons, the team that they just sent home, did not allow that to happen last year. So big momentum. We were talking about momentum for GG earlier on, and now they're coming off momentum as well. Again, another recap into the Lunar Savage 2 times in a row. I think it's looking hot, and I think they're looking good.
All right, and now on the side of Team Liquid, let's show up their roster so we can remind you who they are yet again. It's not only Ramichi in that squad, you also have Class, Soju, Zaishi, and Daiki, who, yes, heading into this tournament, there were a lot of questions about this Team Liquid squad, but I actually got to talk to 2 prolific sisters in the MLBB space. I'm not going to say who they are, but they are here in Riyadh. We actually got to talk to them yesterday. They were actually very impressed for Team Liquid. They've heard a lot of good things and love their performance.
And so far, they're showing us some great and even when we play with it, aggressive performances, right? Everyone was expecting like more of a documented play, more a systematic play rather. But for TLPH, you're coming in hot, just moving on to somewhat compromise or even improvise sections of their draft as well as their play cycle onto the MWI. But so far, even though we see Ramichi topping up the charts, by the way, she is among the top of all the junglers so far here for MWI with a total of 24 on their total kills. And so far on their performance as well, I could definitely say that she's sticking to her words that she wants to surpass her own record that she set with Xenoladies last year.
And speaking of records, I think Kla deserves to be highlighted once again, right? Obviously, we were super stunned with a 2-time Savage in one single game, but a similar thing was actually made by Kla, right? 2 times was able to get the triple kill in a single game as well. She's very, very adamant when she has her comfort heroes. She knows exactly what she needs to do in the game, facilitated, of course, by the rest of the members. This is a team that looks to be very macro heavy and really great at in-game adaptations. And of course, they're super flexible. Like, let's not forget the Alice in the jungle, and they actually made it work.
Yeah, and that was a jungle Alice that didn't have an Angela with it. For the longest time, we would always think, why would you play an Alice in the jungle without an Angela? That's gone on for... that's been a narrative and a question for over 2 to 3 years of MLBB Esports now, but then they succeeded with it.
And they made it work, right? And so far, they also have a very steady Zetian play. with Zaishi, which also became a somewhat of a game changer here for TLPH. So far, you mentioned Kla with a double, triple kill. She's slowly regaining her confidence as well. Very active and confident in her interviews as well with Cheryl. And also sharing the victory with Chantal and Brigida, bringing the credit for that extended game, leading them for a reverse sweep, surviving another day here for MWI.
Yeah, they almost didn't make it here. They lost their game one, if I'm not mistaken, it was against Navi MY, correct?
Yeah.
And then, the game that we're seeing now, and then they made it. They were able to secure that reverse sweep. And yeah, Kla is such an important part of that equation because she's starting to draw a lot of comparisons to Team Liquid's OHEB as well, with how efficient they are in the jungle, in the gold lane, and how much kills and assists they're getting, but at the same time barely racking up any deaths. Like, she stays alive.
Which is great, right? Because there's confidence when she's online, but there's also that level of discipline that we're seeing from Kla, which is very different maybe for newcomers coming into like the international stage. The jitters, the adrenaline, it plays a factor. But I like the fact that we got a little bit of a highlight to their final game against Navi MY, because their first game that they lost, that was like around 20 minutes, and then they reverse swept. So what I'm seeing is they're really good at downloading blueprints and coming back really quickly in the second and third game, which averaged around 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more about Team Liquid and Twisted Minds for this series here today, but we have some breaking news. We are going to go on over to Rose with an exit interview with Onyx Livin.
Hey guys, Rose here. Welcome back to Reporter Hits live from Stream B. In our recently concluded match, unfortunately, Onyx ends their journey in MWI after falling to the hands of Terror Queens in a 2-1 match. First of all, Livy, maybe you could share with us what actually happened in the match just now.
Maybe we just got overhyped, and then our communication was not very good also. And yeah, I think our hero is also for late game, and they got the early game, so we managed to it's a little bit hard for us to come back.
Yeah, I feel like after the second game in which they managed to get a comeback up against you guys, the momentum definitely shifted. Now, speaking of momentum, Livy, we have to remember that Terror Queens played 2 matches today. Do you think that gave them the advantage today because they have momentum already?
I think yes. Of course, they had been doing the rehearsal already. Well, we didn't get the chance to play this morning.
Yeah, so technically, to sum it up, Terror Queen's hands were already warm. Yeah. They were already warmed up. Now, maybe any last words to the final Indonesian team that is left, which is Team Vitality?
For Vitality, good luck. Semoga kalian bisa juara. Saatnya ini Indo Pride.
Okay, she said to Team Vitality, good luck. Hopefully you guys can become the champion, because at this point of time, it is already Indo Pride. Thank you very much, Livy. I hope to see you guys come back stronger in the next MWI. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
There you have it. An Indonesian representative falls today. Thank you, Onyx, for the effort that you've shown in our tournament. But congratulations to Terror Queens of Myanmar. They move forward one step closer to the grand finals. They will face off against Gaming Gladiators.
And we could definitely see them on a roll. Like, teams already played the elimination round for the first half of our day are winning, right? And if I'm not mistaken, that was a reverse sweep by Terror Queens.
So there's something about momentum, guys. There's something weird about this momentum theory that we're looking here for MWI, because even in that interview that Rose had with Livy, Rose mentioned, you know what, do you think that the momentum was a part of the reason why TQ was able to win like that? And then Livy was like, you know what, maybe that could be one of the main reasons.
Well, now we find ourselves in another elimination match here at the quarterfinals of MWI 2025. It's Team Liquid versus Twisted Minds.
The day of upsets is upon us. our final showdown of the third day of MWI at EWC 2025. Two more teams will take to the stage. One looking to build on their momentum, and the other looking to crush their opponents and their keys. And this final showdown promises to be an insane set of games. So, let's get into it.
It is evident that chaos reigns the land of Dawn today. From a double Savage to a double Nami elimination. With the Titans toppled and dethroned, an empty throne awaits a new ruler. And this is it, the last stand of the day, the ultimate quarterfinal showdown. And the cavalry rides on, starting with Team Liquid. So yes, the cavalry rides on. In their first MWI foray, Team Liquid dominated a group filled with teams from emerging regions to qualify for the knockout stage. The cavalry is led by standout goal laner Kla and jungle Ramisi. Now, Navi PH early exit. Can they continue to fight for their Filipino counterparts? The weight of their flag rests on their shoulders.
And their opponents looking to make their first appearance in the semifinals in this MWI. Give it up for Twisted Minds! Fresh off a double Savage game, Lunar leads her team back on the stage in front of their hometown crowds. Can Twisted Minds make another historic run by taking down the last representatives of the Philippines? You have your shot at the semifinals. Your chance is here. Take it while you have the chance.
Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, they have made their entry into the arena. And part of me is just thinking right now, like, do we get a moment to breathe? Upset after upset, surprising result after surprising result. With the added inclusion of the storyline with Hyde and meeting her former teammates and the members of Team Liquid today, we are bound for another epic matchup, an elimination match.
It's a twisted fate for both of these teams, right? And so far, for reaching this far, we could see another underdog story unveiling, right? Even for Twisted Minds, like beating one of the crowd or hometown favorites earlier and showing us such a great performance with Hyde.
Actually, yeah, this is a great contrast to the first series, which saw two MWI veterans. Now we're seeing two MWI debutants.
Yes, we are. And one team, one region, no longer double representatives. So I like the way that Cheryl put it up on stage, right? The pressure and the weight is on the shoulders of Team Liquid right now for the pride of the Philippines.
The weight of their flag on their shoulders. This Team Liquid squad will have to rise beyond expectations and take it to Twisted Minds.
And so far for Twisted Minds, it's up to them to also raise the flag that they're representing and finally show the world, and even here on studio or live, that they are here to stay and they have the fighting chance for the trophy.
Yeah, we are looking at Kla and Lunar. We now go back to the gold laners. It seems like these two teams love to play around their gold lane. You touched on it earlier. Team Liquid really wants to set Kla up for success. Of course, Ramisi's there to help bridge for Kla, but then you also see that kind of playstyle in Twisted Minds. Again, have to address the elephant in the room wherein these two teams are very Filipino coach-coded.
And so far, according to one interview after the double Savage for Lunar, she said that she was just having fun. She wasn't chasing any Savages at all. And then when she was asked that now she's up against Kla, which is a strong contender to always be on an MVP stage, right? And she just wants to have fun, keep the momentum going, but let's see how it goes.
I love that, right? Because for newcomers, their mentality and their state of mind is going to be ever as important. And we've been talking about momentum for quite some time, but technically that can also be a double-edged sword. Twisted Minds are coming off really long games that went all the way. And technically, Liquid, they were just waiting to see, okay, all right, maybe downloading some codes that could actually eventually work in their favor. So it's a 50-50 here looking at them both.
Yeah. And so far, we've seen in this knockouts, the teams who have competed earlier today are getting wins over the teams who were just waiting to see what happens. Twisted Minds played the longest game in MWI this year, 32 minutes against Team Falcons. I believe that was just game number 1 that they played. It wasn't even at the end of the series. So let's compare the head-to-head between these two. And again, because of the performance that they've showed, it's Team Liquid leading the pack.
And so far, we could definitely see some advantages here onto the side of the LPH, specifically onto the objective, which is a turret, average turret per game, which is slightly higher here onto the side of the LPH.
So we can see that TL are a more objective-centered team, right?
Yeah.
Looking at the statistics. And Twisted Minds always find an avenue to look for team fights that eventually lead to them dominating the game. So maybe that's going to be one of the stark differences in playstyle that we might be seeing here from game number 1. And to go back into the gold lane, another thing that we should consider is the fact that the Kimmy is flexed for TL. Kimmy is not just a mid for them, but it can also be flexed into the gold lane. So I don't know how that's going to affect the drafts, but it's still something that we should consider.
Yeah, and that's something that Coach Daliot of Twisted Minds definitely has to keep in mind here. So, Coach Daliot, I just want to throw this out there real quick. You mentioned that Team Liquid are a very objective-focused team. Coach Daliot's coaching DNA stems also from RSG Philippines, led by a coach I hope a lot of our viewers are familiar with, in Coach Panda, who has always been a very objective-focused kind of coach, a very condition-focused kind of coach. So, Twisted Minds, I think I really want to focus on that. If they want to give Team Liquid a very difficult time here, they're going to have to translate a lot of their, hey, let's win through fights mentality over onto, hey, let's contest objectives better mentality.
I like how you said it. Like, they do need to be more objective when it comes to their team fights, as well as capitalizing on what Coach Daliot can teach them, on what Coach Daliot has somehow passed on to them. And so far, we could definitely see some of their stage jitters disappear every match. That is according to Lunar as well. And so far, they also said that they may feel bolder to pull the trigger into this battle against CLPH.
That makes sense. That makes sense because we're seeing those adaptations IRL, right? In real life, we're looking at the progress that Twisted Minds are undergoing every single game that they're playing, because I think one of the main concerns for Twisted Minds coming into MWI, especially seeing their first few games, is the fact that, okay, we do see what they're trying to go for. We do see the objectives of the drafts. They want to be macro heavy. They want to be objective centered, but it feels like the execution seems to miss. However, looking at their match against Falcons earlier on, it felt like that kind of dissipated.
Yeah.
So we're seeing already really great adaptations coming in from Twisted Minds. And we need to consider how many heroes that they have under their belt, the unique picks as well. Remember, Miss Meow plays the Faramis in a meta that doesn't really favor the Faramis.
Yeah, well, that Faramis didn't work out well, but that just because it didn't work out once, it doesn't mean that you completely close the door on the possibility. So now we mentioned what Twisted Minds has to keep in mind. I feel like with what you mentioned, now Team Liquid has considerations in place that they have to really think about. Again, they have to think about the type of coach that they're up against, a Filipino coach. Coach Daliot, very objective-minded. And talking about the conversion of like getting wins through fights and getting wins through objectives, Twisted Minds, with what you mentioned earlier in their matchup against Team Falcons, definitely showed that in that 32-minute monster of a match, wherein a good amount of it by the late game was just who could do the Lord dance better.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, even though it's a Filipino coach, it's how you somehow execute it, right? You're given the same type of ingredients. You both have very powerful-minded coaches here who are strong on objective-related drafts, but it's how you somehow create or the recipe. It's how you cook it, right? And for Twisted Minds, it's just the right mix of somehow being more objective-oriented, but at the same time, the consistency isn't really there yet when it comes to the latter parts of the game, which was what happened onto their battle onto Team Falcons. Meanwhile, for TLPH, I would also like to highlight the fact that sometimes they do miss out on two important fights, specifically onto Daiki's XP lane yesterday. There were hits onto the Lapu that just didn't make sense at all. She's just jumping onto the line of fire.
So it makes sense, right? That's why we're seeing the CC ban in the first phase come in so ever early. And this opens up the question, do TL want to set up for the Boxia pick? Not really sure what the last ban coming in from Twisted Minds will be, but even so, whether the Boxia is banned or not, there's still the option to go for an early Brethren. So there it is, though. The respect ban towards the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, so this opens up the field actually, not just for Team Liquid, but Twisted Minds, who are on the red side, that are gonna get 2 picks. They pick up the Baxia. Twisted, are they gonna rush things like the Badang, Moskov rush? Sometimes on the red side, we get to see it. But Kimi, Zetian, all of that also still available.
And that's the beauty of that, that the LPH can flex, or anyone can flex Akimi rather, but they're one of the few teams here that also uses it on the gold lane, right? But you're right about that for Twisted Minds, they could also just like outmaneuver onto the XP lane here as early as the first phase, or even just get somewhat of a Granger just to be on the safer side and give Lunar what she wants.
Yep. Okay, gotta catch a Granger for Twisted Minds. They're already thinking forward about the potential mid lane pick strengths of Team Liquid. Of course, Zaishi on the Farsa has been terrific so far, this MWI. And then with the Granger, Twisted Minds get some good long range. And I think they're gonna repeat what they've done in the past. They're definitely gonna be playing around Lunar here. They're just gonna build around this Granger.
Yeah, which is why we see the instant lock-in for the Irithel. And the Angela, so early. Deja vu.
Wait, are we sure we're still not in the preview series?
Are we sure? What time is it?
Is it gonna be a Grok and Use out there at the end?
You said it's what time is it? I was gonna say it's definitely not Onyx time.
I'm sorry.
You said that. You said that.
It's
you said
okay.
that.
Anyway, last pick in for Twisted Minds. I'm thinking whether or not they want to secure something early here for their jungle, considering that the options are limited. But if we're talking about limited options, technically there's not a lot for the mid lane either, right? Kimi banned out, Farsa banned out. We're looking at heroes like the Zetian and the Jushin, and I think in this particular scenario, the Jushin might do well, but no, they go for the Akai.
Okay, there's the Air Fist.
Yeah, y'all don't see it right now, but I'm raising my fist in the air. I am happy, and my prediction says Twisted Minds will win game number 1. Why? Just because they picked the Akai. No, okay, I'm not serious, but hey, this Akai could be flexed. I could go into the XP or jungle, because we've actually seen the Indonesian teams, Vitality and Onyx, be the ones to put the Akai in the EXP instead.
And that's the rising somewhat role of an Akai here for MWI, and so far I'm also liking it, to be honest. Like, you could totally disrupt anyone onto your pathway, and a perfect somewhat of a flex here for Twisted Minds, knowing that I'm sure that this backshot is going to be onto the jungle for Ramisi, and you would want someone to highlight the fact that you could just go on with a heavy spin and give so much space here for Lunar.
And this should force the Irithel onto a Purify, right? There's lockdown from the Gatot, there's lockdown coming in from the Akai, so she can't go for her usual sprint to maneuver in and out of these team fights.
Unless you want to be funny about it. Because sometimes it just looks funny for an Akai trying to chase an Irithel with a sprint. But definitely, I agree with you. It has to be Purify. But the jokester in me is thinking, hey, it'll be funny if the Irithel was just too fast to catch, you know?
Makes sense, makes sense. It's still an opportunity. There was something that we mentioned before we got into the second phase, is the limit on the mid laner. So technically, I mean, if they want to, do they want to replicate what their Filipino counterparts did, right? Flex the Angela into the mid lane. That's why they're starting to really chum down into the mid laners. Zetian here gets banned out.
I think this is a warranted Farsa ban if you're Team Liquid, but okay, I'll throw another crazy pick for this series.
And that's why it was banned already.
Farsa was banned already. Excuse me, Farsa was banned already. Okay, I'll throw another crazy pick out there. What if they go way back, they call back, and they go for something like a Kadita in their mid for
Why
Twisted
not?
Minds?
Why not?
I would
right?
choose my
You just
own
need
path.
something that could outmaneuver, outspeed the way that Irithel runs with a heart guard, and that's just it. And I do believe that if for the side of TLPH managed to somehow replicate what Navi PH was trying to do. Maybe they should do it sooner onto the early phases, like which was what happened onto the previous game number 2, right? And retain that consistency and prevent overextensions onto the side of the gold laner specifically.
That's a good point. That's a fair point that they should consider. You know what? I think just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't put the Angela into the mid lane, right? If you want to look for that early game snowball, you need a little bit more damage in the early game to get that going. Now, the Kadita is interesting, but I feel like she's a little bit too committal, right? She goes in, does her entire
full combo, everything with a Petrify, yeah.
If it doesn't land, it's pretty bad, right? With the Masha now picked up for Twisted Minds, this also, once again, poses another question. This is really great dive into the Iritel. We can expect a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
So I think they need a little bit more peel for the Iritel.
Yeah.
But also a little bit more damage to work with.
Yeah, Twisted Minds is so chaotic right now that I think to be safe, they do just need raw damage. So yeah, put the Angela in the roam, get another mid laner, but then the risk is, what if Twisted Minds have been playing us all along? What if the Gata Kaja goes XP, the Akai goes jungle, then they last pick a chip? And Team Liquid have taken that into consideration. They're picking up a Ruby and Badang that could counter a potential last pick surprise chip pickup. Wait, no, they can't play chip. They won't have a mid laner. Never mind. I got too excited.
It's okay.
My bad.
What if
That's on
they
me.
just go crazy, right, with the draft? But who says that TLPH could not go for that mid lane? They just want to go and somehow tweak around the draft here for their side, still going onto the mid lane Angela.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds goes for the Novaria. They didn't need any more burst. It'll take her a while to get that burst, but they do have the Masha to give it from the EXP lane. 2 MWI debutants, Team Liquid, Twisted Minds. Let's toss you on over to game number 1 with Chantel and Brigida.
Thank you so much to our panelists for giving their thoughts on that. I'd say surprising yet again of a draft sequence. Welcome to the caster's desk once again. This is the only remaining representative of the Philippines, and they're going up against Twisted Minds, who earlier performed out of their minds.
And also the only representative from the MENA region. So you could feel the intensity and the gravity of this match. Again, another elimination match for our knockout stage. And the only discovery that I see since we started the knockout stage is that the draft can get really crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of Angelas. We have the Angela match 1 of the knockout stage. And I think for Twisted Minds, they have a piece of that crazy draft with the Masha. So I kind of feel like this is gonna be a twisted fate for both.
It can be. I mean, how often do you see this matchup? The Ruby versus
even
the
the
Masha. Even the Ruby itself, it's a huge surprise for us already. And if we were to look at the emblem builds of these 2 heroes we are talking about, it doesn't seem like it is gonna be the fighter combo for the Ruby. But wait, Livin might just not survive this attempt from Team Liquid, successfully securing the first blood for their side. Ramichi with that retribution used, gets to escape as well. The potential counter coming in from Twisted Minds.
And now to reiterate on your point that there's gonna be like a really front runner type of a Ruby, like a really fighter 1. It's because of the Inspire spell also, or Inspire emblem rather. So that's a 5% cooldown reduction plus the mana regen. Although nothing much on the mana regen, but the cooldown reduction could help a lot up against a Masha just to stop the aggression. So far, we see for Team Liquid that they know how to disengage in a team fight. And for now, we'll have a pause. I mean, for Team Liquid, that was a nice start. But when we go back to the game of Twisted Minds against Team Falcons earlier, we always have to remember that 30-minute game. Team Falcons was literally on the lead, but they were able to come back and win the game with a sweep.
That is going to be terrifying if they get to extend things long enough once more. Their lineup does feel like it is kind of chaotic, but it might eventually favor them if it does come to a point where they desperately need to start the fights or look for very unique angles, I'd say, because those are what kind of kind of changes things up when we do reach that point in the game. We're also hearing our very supportive crowd right now.
Probably the favorites now in the league with the support from the crowd. And I gotta say, this could be a factor for Team Liquid seeing the crowd from Twisted Minds. But at the end of the day, we also have to take note that it is actually Ramisi up against Hyde. And we know the history of these two players. So for those who don't know, Ramisi was actually the one that replaced Hyde as the jungler of TLPH. And it all goes back when they were still in an amateur team in the Philippines, which is the Super Munching FE. So you have 4 players from Super Munching FE with Hyde now playing up against her previous teammates, and now we see Twisted Minds full support with their mascot in our venue.
By the way, did you know that the name of their mascot was Fikri? I think it's a...
What again?
It's Fikri. It's Fikri. That is the name of the mascot. It's literally a brain.
Because in the
So
Philippines,
cute.
we also have a team for MPL that is Twisted Minds, and we call it the Mind. So it's Fikri. Okay, hopefully after this we get to have our own.
Yeah, it's so cute.
Fikri.
It's so cute.
Fikri plushie.
But we all know that Team Liquid has their own.
Yeah, blue.
It's blue. It's called blue. But I don't know. Like, I feel like at this point they're all just so focused on the game itself. And speaking of, we immediately will be jumping back into the game. Still 2 minutes in. And again, Team Liquid was the one who got the first blood just a few moments ago. But this might be the response from Twisted Minds. Kla is going to be the target. And even the Heart Guard won't be enough to keep her alive. Hyde and Luna are working on Zaishi. She has to keep herself safe. That was a very precise target for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is actually Team Liquid winning that trade because of that objective secure on the turtle, but for Twisted Minds, it's a win for them because it is actually Kla that they stopped, and we know that Kla has been making a nice debut in MWI, but things are a bit slow for both teams. We're currently at almost 3 minutes, and the competition at the bottom lane is going to be a really long one. And Daiki is doing a great job, by the way, on keeping this Masha at bay, because we normally see Masha at early levels just roaming around and stopping some of the players. So yup, pretty much that's it for the early game. But for the side of TLPH, they will try to go and take Lunar at top lane.
And they successfully will, because that's 3 members trying to take her down. They have to dodge that star shot. Okay, so Kla was the one, interestingly, who blocked that. But look at Daiki. Literally, this is what you mentioned. She's just holding Lyrics down, but she has to take note. Hyde is there. Beautiful flicker to keep herself alive.
Yeah, she knows that Hyde is gonna be there at the bottom lane. So far for Team Liquid, they are on the lead, almost 1,000 against Twisted Minds. And I gotta say, Heidi's been playing really well in this game. All those heavy spins, it just so happened that during that time, Daiki was aware of the imminent threat from the Akai. So it feels like for Team Liquid, it's just them slowly trying to build up that lead against Twisted Minds. If Twisted Minds is able to secure this turtle, then most probably they would also win the team fight, because now Lyrics has the Blade of Heptasis.
Yeah, and I'm really liking how decisive Team Liquid is so far in terms of wherever they decide to rotate. There was an immediate response, and they really wanted to help Kla earlier. But speaking of Zaishi, was forced to flicker out. Kla, though, surprising Lunar and Miss Meow in the mid lane. But here, along the turtle pit, it seems like there's a completely different fight taking place. Daiki somehow able to dash away, and look at that I am offended catching 3 together with a fist break as well. Kla takes the kill onto Hyde, and alongside the Heart Guard, it seems like Livin will be able to survive as well. 2 members deleted from Twisted Minds.
Great counter engage from Team Liquid, and I gotta say it was a nice escape from Daiki around the time. Even that ultimate also just to stop the players of Twisted Minds. Hence, Team Liquid securing yet another turtle.
against the Mines. And if we go to the instant replay, it was a nice setup play against 3 players. We see, yes, the initiation with the AOG. It just so happened that there was no other players left for Twisted Minds, and because of that, from 1K goal lead, we shift to higher lead for Team Liquid at 2.7K.
Imagine, you barely could walk around that wall that was already placed by Soju, which made things easier for Daiki to just capture the targets that they wanted from Twisted Minds. And I feel like even though Twisted Minds know that they definitely have to deal with Kla, which again is the reason behind that early rotation towards the gold lane earlier, Team Liquid, you can't stop them when they're all 5. When they're together, you see the entire idea of this lineup, which is to just protect Kla, literally overwhelm Twisted Minds with the amount of crowd control. Because how could you actually engage in a fight or dance around the team fights with a Badang and the Ruby?
Yeah, and aside from that, there's a layer of slow with the Angela and the Love Waves, and even that anti-heal on Ramiz's hero, but we see Livin on that AOG. But at the bottom lane, there's a play. Solo kill for Daiki, and there goes the team fight, continuing at the top lane.
Hyde might go for Soju, but Lunar, the bullets won't be connecting. Instead, it's gonna be Livin, immediately taken out. Heavy crossbow 2 coming in from Skla. And surprisingly, Zaichi gets the double kill, but they got the job done.
Yup, and Zaichi is out 2-0-3, and it's just his Team Liquid putting on a lot of pressure against Twisted Minds. I mean, 7-1 for this game. Another instant replay. We're in. This is after Livin went for the AOG, right? So we see Ramizi just zoning out the supposed player that will be on front for Twisted Minds. So because of that, there was a lot of space for Kla and even Soju to deal damage, and eventually having a double kill for Zaichi.
Team Liquid, they're playing the first few minutes of the game really, really well, leaving little to no room for Twisted Minds to actually answer back. And this is gonna be a little tricky for them. They're gonna be forced to use their resources defensively this time. Imagine not being able to commit the heavy spin for a target, but instead just to deny Team Liquid of what they want to do, because so far they're playing this very aggressively.
Yeah, true. I think for Twisted Minds now, the key players to potentially turn things around is going to be Miss Meow and even Lunar. So as long as there is a farm and even a slow from the Astral Echo, then they can and potentially have a comeback in terms of the lead. But we saw the items earlier. We see the difference for both, but 8 minutes and you have 6K gold lead, and even potentially taking down some of the players at the middle lane. It's definitely Team Liquid controlling this game.
It's only Hyde trying her best to defend. Heavy spin already committed, but Ramichi, they have to take note. There's the heart guard, so they might not go for the full commit. They could be sort of lacking in damage too, so I think it's great that Twisted Minds are just respecting Team Liquid for now.
Yeah, they really have to, as much as possible, slow in the pace of Team Liquid, but we can see a fist crack for the players of Team Liquid, and Ramiji securing that kill against Twisted Minds.
Oh, they do not want to fight, but Team Liquid, they're forcing the fights, even right under that turret where it was just Livin, who, by the way, is unfortunately on a 0-4 KDA. This is not looking too good for Egato Chacha. Even though you do commit the AOG, there's no guarantee that the follow-up will be enough. That was the big problem earlier, but now there's no guarantee that you can keep yourself alive long enough, and that is probably one of the most important things you have to do as the Gato Kacha in this lineup of Twisted Minds. But the pressure, it's just non-stop now for Team Liquid, and this is just the first Lord.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that is good on the side of Twisted Minds is that they are still able to go on for the split push. I mean, they have the Masha, who was actually at the bottom lane prior this initiation of Team Liquid at the Lord, even went in for the Malefic Roar. So it feels like for Twisted Minds, they are changing things up. They don't want any team fight anymore, but just give space for the players like Lunar and even Lyrics. And we could see a team fight probably. We have the Spin for Hyde. I'm not sure if Team Liquid will let them escape, but it's just the discipline that they will focus on. But we could see Daiki just forcing the players of Twisted Minds to push back.
She's so brave. And this is Team Liquid. Brave enough to risk taking on a fight even right after securing the objective for themselves. But speaking of, that Lord is going to be marching down bottom lane. And I feel like the way things unfolded, ouch, indeed, it does hurt, is also mostly because Daiki literally held down Lyrics in the lane.
Yeah.
Like, this could have been different if we saw the Masha in other places early on.
Yeah, that's true. Would agree. And also, if speaking about Daiki, she both has a defensive item, not the last item for magic defense, but covers both physical and magic defense. Hence, the reason as to why she is very brave in setting up plays.
Oh, they forced out the heavy spin already from Hyde. They can only do so much now. They're looking to take out the Holy Shields as well. And I feel like if you're Twisted Minds, you have to think twice whether or not you want to engage in this because you're lacking a major resource. And speaking of, they might just look over it. Limit though, could this be the right call indeed? Because it seems like a go call for Lyrics, but instead it's a punish. They take out Limit in the heavy crossbow. The damage is too much.
By the way, it was a nice initiation by Livin. It just so happened that for Team Liquid, Soju was fast to react on the flicker, was able to survive the threat, and we could see right now that for the damage dealt ranking, it is actually Kla on top, despite that kill against her at the top lane, and Ramiti against two players. I'm not sure if she is still able to survive that, but she doesn't.
She probably should be expecting a little more damage now. I feel like all this time, Lyrics, whenever she got the chance, she still tries to go for the split pushes anyway. She still tries to manage the waves. And just now, she picks up the Sea Halberd. So I feel like they are a little more equipped if ever they find a target, which Team Liquid should not allow if they want to keep the lead.
Yeah, super good point because you have the penetration, you even have the Blade of Heptases. I mean, if it is going to be Kla who is going to be the target for Lyrics, and then that's gonna be the problem for Team Liquid. But because of the Angela, then we see a kill against Lyrics.
Good thing the Angela was there for Kla. If there was no Angela, that could have been different because you're looking at a Masha also with the Malefic Roar. Those are 3 damage core items already in her build, but this just allows Team Liquid to freely take the Lord for themselves. But Twisted Minds, it seems like they still want to deal with the mid waves, but this is all that they can do for now.
Yeah, for now, that is something that they should really hold on to. As much as possible for Twisted Minds, they don't really want Team Liquid to capitalize on this Lord, which by the way will march in at the bottom lane. So given that Livin already has the immortality, as long as she's able to put up that AOG really nice in the middle of a Team Liquid's formation, plus the Unbreakable maybe, just to have that added layer of a crown control, then it would be nice for them. But you have tanky heroes right for the side of Twisted Minds, but in terms of damage that is sustained over time, it is Team Liquid winning that department.
Yeah, they can, or the longer fights might just favor Team Liquid, especially if there's a lot of slight errors. If there are ultimates which are committed, which don't necessarily get what they're after, but now they get to slowly access the base. Is this gonna be a fight for both of the teams? It seems like they're not gonna decide to go for it just yet. Also, Kla just secures the purple buff, so they're probably really considering timing.
Yeah, more like more to the discipline and the respect the potential from Twisted Minds hero. Again, because they're still waiting for the minion wave on other lanes. Speaking of minion wave, we have the AOG for Twisted Minds, but Kla and the rest of Team Liquid jumps in.
Oh, Kla just keeps looking for the targets. That was an error that could have been lethal for Team Liquid, but just because Soju was still able to flicker out, it seemed like it remained a go signal that Team Liquid can still go for this. Cla jumped in with the heavy crossbow. She knew that they were already able to force out the resources from Twisted Minds, and even though the I Am Offended did not commit, they were still confident enough, but they have to be careful.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful because even Hyde already has the immortality. And if you look at the hero composition of Twisted Minds, it is meant to be on the late game because late game Cla almost down. But it is gonna be a counter engage for Team Liquid. Lurks is down. Hyde's gonna be the next target.
The fist crack denies Hyde of her route towards escaping that fight. And Team Liquid successfully take out 2 members from Twisted Minds, and they have a wave approaching mid. Daiki, she could potentially go for the setup later on. She has the I'm Offended still, but Cla, she's the one who starts things up. AOG lands onto 2, but it seems like they do not mind. Lunar trying her best to defend, but look at the damage coming from Cla. But the wind of nature! That nearly turned things around.
You know what? The players here are like really using their items and even their skills at the right timing. It started with that nice hard guard when Cla was almost dead or bursted down by Twisted Minds, and even the wing chant for Lunar. But because of that, Team Liquid has the space to actually secure the Lord, but Soju's immortality has been popped off.
Once again, Daiki to the rescue, always keeping her teammates safe. Look at Cla, just looking for the target. Even gets to dodge that heavy spin from Hyde. Instead, is chasing after everyone. Even the AOG gets dodged away, and now Livin is the third to fall.
We can see the timers now for 3 players of Twisted Minds. You have 30 seconds for Lix and the rest. You have the Lord for Team Liquid at the top lane. Cla is currently at 419. Hyde and Miss Meow. Could they defend their base? A lot of damage to it from Cla.
How could you? If you get bursted down even in your very own base. And with that, Team Liquid, they put an end to this game.
Oh wow, Team Liquid taking back their control after that potential comeback from Twisted Minds, and we could see Ramisi and the rest of the players actually smiling after that win.
I have no words. Zaishi, Daiki, everyone, they did so much to protect Cla. And it was all worth it in the end.
Honorable mention, special mention to Zaishi. I mean, those hard guards were crucial. I mean, a millisecond of delay could cost them a lose on on those team fights. And yeah, it's just a confidence for these players. A lot has happened for the game, but let's hear from our panelists.
It wasn't a completely dominating performance by Team Liquid, but it was dominant nonetheless. The best qualities of Liquid that we've discussed about them heading into that game number 1 was exemplified and showed off to the nth degree in that very first game.
And those heart guards, really, Chantal and Brigida has mentioned it, very on point. Even if it takes just stealing up a kill out of Cla, as long as they get the job done, it's all alright, right? And even the level of aggressiveness that Cla is playing right here, she doesn't even care if they still have ultimates. Even if you're the tankiest one of all, she will puncture you, she will annihilate you.
Which is why this game was just so suffocating, I think, for Lyrics, right? Because yeah, we're looking at the burst damage coming through at the final moments there from Cla as soon as she was able to get online. But back to the earlier point, suffocating game for Lyrics. Masha was one of the spearheads, I believe, for Twisted Minds in this particular game, considering that they were trying to take down the back line, which was the Iritel. And even from the early stage of the game, during the laning phase, the fact that she was head-to-head against Daiki on the Ruby turns out is not a good lane for the Masha. Masha was unable to roam around the map. Masha was unable to be aggressive, be the oppressive force. And even when we get out of the laning phase, the fact is, there was a moment there, I like that you mentioned it earlier on, but there was a moment there that she was supposed to be able to take down Cla, but the hard guard came in so clutch.
Yeah, the combination of, you've already dissected how the Masha is just nothing against a Ruby. Apparently, like that was like an analytical blind spot for myself. But
Yeah.
the combination alongside the Badang, the fact that the Angela has the Ruby as an option, it's sort of like it's not completely like another CC, but it sort of does the same effect.
Somehow she kept Lyrics grounded all throughout the first phases of the game, which is what is the opposite of what Lyrics should do, right? She should target the backliners here, especially Kla, just so she could prevent that kind of snowball effect or kind of a suffocating effect here from TLPH, but that didn't happen because she is busy. Like looking at the mini-map, that was a solo kill by Daiki onto Lyrics herself. She doesn't care even if she has multiple HP bars, but as long as she could keep Lyrics grounded and the rest could do the job. And it's going to be a hell of a game here for TLPH because they managed to totally outmaneuver the draft here for Twisted Minds.
I like that you mentioned the drafts because I really do believe that it started from there. I think they were clinching on the fact that they should have won the EXP lane trade. I mean, considering if we take a look at the gold lane, it wasn't as easy for Lunar as well to pop off. There were moments where they were like 50-50, but the amount of rotations that were made by TL in the early game with the, of course, the Boxy just rolling around the map everywhere, you know, giving that oppressive pressure onto the side lanes, it became a moment where in the laning phase, the Iritel was leading against the Granger. So they were working off a draft or a composition where they lost both side lanes.
Yeah, and we usually talk about suffocating map pressure through the eyes of the roamer and the mid laner and the jungler of a specific hero composition. But then now for Team Liquid, yeah, they were doing good at the center of the map, but when you have both side lanes shut down, at that point, you're desperately just playing for the late game, wherein their late game isn't as easy to pull off. They have the Novario with them. Usually we find the mid laners as the next late game option, but it's like such a demanding skill shot. Yes, the ultimate's there, but at that point, by the time you've counted up on items and damage, the opposing team already has like magic defense items to negate the damage of the Novaria.
Exactly. With the Novaria last pick, I think they should have gone for a different kind of mage hero. But so far onto the game itself, I do like the fact that you also mentioned onto the early phases of the game wherein TLPH was just focused onto trying to sink down both lanes onto the side lanes of the Twisted Minds. And out of all the matches or clashes that we've seen, they were kind of struggling on who to really target because Kla, even though she is the most viable target to shut down, that just isn't it because the hard card is solely reserved for her, right? So you have to pick the next best option, but all of them were just tanky as hell.
Yeah. And for what you mentioned earlier, Eterna, wherein they needed the Masha to win the EXP lane, they couldn't. And it was because of Daiki on that Ruby, who did a fantastic job of shutting the Masha of Lyrics down on astronomical stat lead for Daiki on that Ruby.
Absolutely. We're looking at every single stat and it looks like she's leading heavily. And I think one of the main things to look at is also the KP, right? Because the Masha functions in a way, she's like a kind of a quote-unquote assassin, right? She wants to go in, burst down whoever is the backline of the enemy opponent. But that's clearly the main function of the Masha. There's no secondary function that the Masha can actually give aside from, let's say, maybe split push, right? But for the Ruby, there's so many things that she can do in team fights where the impact is definitely seen. I think you were the one, Renmar, to mention inside the game as we were looking at it, the layering of skills that were able to be created by TL with the Badang. They had the I'm Offended as well coming through from Daiki to make sure that even if Twisted Minds looks for an opportunity, it's really hard for them to execute at the end of it.
Yeah, it's a good balance of what it seems like in the previous series. At some points there were like overloads of crowd control and utility, but this time they had the damage. And different from what we saw earlier from Navi PH in their game number 1. Here in this game number 2, Team Liquid were able to have a better time around because they had the better early to mid game. There could have been a universe wherein we'd see Team Liquid actually be the one trying to crawl back from behind with Twisted Minds getting the lead. There were a few trades in the early game that we thought Twisted would be able to win it out. But no, Team Liquid were able to readjust very well.
And so far, we could definitely see it reflecting onto the titles as well with Kla and Zaishi's duo early on. And we could definitely see some adjustments as well onto who to take down if you're TLPH. For Missy also, I would like to highlight on the way she rolled over with the Shield Unity and as well as the Turtles Suns, just giving it her all, preventing anyone from trying to full on take on the backlaners here for TLPH. Just a little cheer here for Coach Moody as well. And I like how the energy reflects also onto their game, and even after the game, there was just like happy faces as well and very relaxed. Too early to celebrate, but also given the fact that they have this constant pressure that they're the only remaining representative for the PH.
Yeah. Let's see what are the adjustments of Twisted Minds going to be in this draft, because I feel like with how Team Liquid drafted in that game number 1, there were still some surprises. Ruby in the EXP lane, sort of doing their own remix of what Navi PH brought out in the previous series, playing around the Baksha, Angela, Irithel, all of that. So as much as I'm excited to see what else Team Liquid has in store up their sleeves, I love an underdog story, so I really want to see what Twisted Minds will do to adjust. I feel like their Masha was supposed to be the linchpin of their draft in Game 1, but it just didn't work out.
Here, this is the one thing that I really wanted to ask you, Renmar and Athena, right? In a lane where supposedly you're losing out because of the out-sustain coming through from the Ruby, with the Masha going first item Blade of Heptases instead of the anti-regen, was that okay?
From what I recall from the Masha games that I've seen, it seems like no matter what, they do like to go for the Blade of Heptases right away. So maybe the sheer damage output of the Sea Halberd could have been better, considering that it does give the 80 damage, yeah.
Because the Sea Halberd was built in so late, Athena.
Yeah, and actually, the Renmar does have a point, but at the case or the situation at hand earlier for Lyrics, maybe she was just trying to kind of like give back some of the damage that she wants onto Ruby. That I do believe she should have gone for a more defensive force at first. Especially if she was constantly harassed, right? She couldn't get out. She couldn't do anything at all. Even her first main role, which is to be kind of like an assassin.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just need to improvise just so you could survive.
Yeah. I feel like with us having differing opinions in terms of what the item build path the Masha should have gone for. I feel like there's something we could have agreed on, or we can agree on. Twisted Minds, if they have one lane that's really struggling and it's the linchpin of your draft, I think you have to rotate there more. Actually, the lack of rotations to help out the Masha, in my eyes, was quite surprising to me. So let's see if they can set up their EXP laner far better in this game number 2 as we head into the draft. Farsa, Baksha instantly getting taken away by Team Liquid, Uranus, and the 1-1. If ever, Twisted Minds might be able to end up with a Isan Shin first pick available for them.
We're kind of seeing like a trend also, like a YSS, even though it's a powerful hero by itself, but it also gives up 2 advantage heroes for the red side, right? You could just easily like counter it out this early into the facing. But if so, Twisted Mind manages to get the YSS, the Granger could be the first option here for TLPH.
Like, they should be comfortable with it, right? They have picked it up before. That's actually a really good point, because in game number 1, there was no ban towards the YSS either.
Yeah.
Completely ignored.
Let's see if we're going to see Sun Shin now in this one, considering that in MSC wildcards leading up to MLBB here at EWC, Yi Sun-shin definitely was the pick. Almost all of the teams in scrims and whatnot were contesting for. Moskov gets taken away by TL. They want to make sure that Twisted Minds' impact in the map is severely depleted. All 3 picks that they banned against Twisted Minds are heroes that are great with applying pressure in the map.
Is there a Fanny possibility here for TL? Are you guys... Do you guys know?
That I am unsure of. Fanny, like LaFell and I got to talk about it earlier, Fanny's not that great in the current meta, but if ever they're eyeing the Fanny, they're gonna be picking it up with the Badang in the first 2 picks. So maybe, just maybe, there might be Fanny for Missy available.
We've seen a Fanny yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, you need so much firepower for a
Yes.
Fanny to work, especially onto the energy after Steel Blades.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if TLPH wants to go on the safer route, maybe not the Fanny for this time, right? It's elimination.
Okay.
Anything can happen. More on the safer route, which is somewhat control the jungle with the utility jungler here, plus a Jushin for Jaisi.
So that's why they took away the three heroes who are great at pressuring the map, because they're going to be playing a much tighter formation and rotation. Now expect Team Liquid to rotate as 4 or 5, slower but stronger in terms of the skirmishes. Twisted Minds, I think at this point they do have to put that Kimmy in the mid lane and consider something else for the gold, but they might just end up with a Granger.
I'm wondering if they want to secure a jungler here first, right? We were talking about this with the Fredrin being picked up. That should deny the Joy away. It is a comfort pick for Hyde. But we can consider a hero like maybe the Suyo, the YSS that technically is still available. And there you go. Finally, we get the YSS here for game number 2 alongside the Badang that you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, and I feel like considering that they are not showing they are going to be playing double marksman, getting the Badang is a great option for them. They need stoppers and crowd control. Although an Arlott comes through for Team Liquid, it's Arlott and Fredrin.
Yeah, and so far here for Twisted Minds, as you mentioned, they could just stick to what they're good at, right? And I like that they picked off the Badang as well right off the bat with the YSS, because it's also an option here for TLPH. And with that, I do believe they should just focus with the Kimi onto the mid lane and just focus onto another very impactful here onto gold lane. Just try and limit or even outmaneuver Kla onto her heroes.
If you are Twisted, do you really lean in on the idea of going for the triple marksman? Because they can go Kimmy mid, YSS, then Granger gold. Then the Roman XP are just going to be like hard tanks.
Minotaur will finish
I think that's a
all what was
possibility
left
here.
undone.
So the Minotaur gets eliminated here from Twisted Minds. What heroes in the gold lane are we thinking, right? Granger is still open.
Yeah.
The Irital is still available.
Yeah.
It's strange for me that Twisted would ban out the Minotaur, considering that there's room for Liquid to pick up a Harith in their lineup. And the Minotaur could have been a fantastic counter against that, unless Twisted is eyeing out the Harith instead.
Do they want to go for a healer here?
Maybe just so they could balance out somewhat of the physical and magic damage that they could implicate onto TLPH. But I do agree with the Minotaur, just maybe a question mark onto the ban here for Coach Daliot. But still for TLPH, just trying to get the Ruby out for this game number 2, more on the safer side onto the XP.
Possibly. Ruby ban, is it a possible Masha pickup instead for TL here? Considering if they do go for that triple marksman strategy, they need someone to be able to dive into the backline. And we saw earlier on that the Yuzong didn't really do too well in the hands of not Ayanami.
Oh.
Yeah.
They still have the Lapu though for Daiki if ever they want to put the Arlott onto the roam here.
Yeah.
Let's go. But maybe a little short on the melee range, but Irital ban out here for Twisted.
Yeah, we still don't see the big damage leader for Liquid. Lots of utility. Majority of their damage is going to come through the gold lane. I think they're going to be the ones that end up with a Granger in their hands.
But I feel like it could be a bait.
That too.
Maybe.
Granger.
But what about if we think that this is going to be a gold lane Kimi? What's going to be on the mid lane for Twisted Minds? That's also a possibility playing right now in my mind.
Yeah. Well, Zetian's there, and they do need a little bit more utility as well.
Zetian's already banned.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. It's banned out.
If they just want to play around, like somewhat of a do or die, right?
Yeah, if Liquid's gonna go slow front to back, okay, they go Kaleo for the roam. They put, that's why they banned out the Phoveus, because they want to put the Arlott in the EXP. Well, you can still flex it out. Sometimes Kaleo goes into the EXP, but recently it's just been always roam. But considering that there's a Badang on the other side that could cancel out getting caught out, yeah, Twisted needs to be careful of their mid lane pick. I would not mind if they went Lilia.
I think Yves is an option.
Yves, Lilia?
Yes. Yves is a possibility.
Just so you could have that much of a freedom, right? And especially you don't have to really put yourself on the line of fire here. especially you have diving heroes here for TLPH.
And it should be a problem for the Fredrin in neutral objective takes. So if they want to fight fire with fire, they can go for that. With the Glade being picked up, I'm thinking about heroes like the Beatrix and the Carry, so I think it really depends on the next two picks. Coming in from Twisted Minds.
Renmar.
All right, the Harriet pick comes through with the Gatot, and TL close things out with a Granger.
You read that right.
Yeah, wow, okay.
On point.
I'm surprised. But I like the damage distribution and crowd control on the side of Twisted. It's fantastic. While for Liquid, in terms of sheer firepower, Liquid loses it. But can Twisted Minds execute? Let's see. By the end of the day, what will be louder? Will it be Let's Go Liquid or Let's Go Twisted? Let's go, Chantel and Brigida.
Definitely for this game, what's gonna be loud is the dreams of these ladies. Again, for Twisted Minds, they came from a game earlier and they win it. For a TLPH, now's the time to carry their dreams also and fight for their region.
Yep.
Breda, what do you feel about the draft?
I feel like I'm honestly scared of the triple marksman. Or it's not actually a triple marksman, it's a double marksman lineup alongside the Harith lineup we're seeing from them, because the damage is looking to be overwhelming if it ever does reach the latter portions of the game. But for Team Liquid Philippines, we also know that they are a very proficient team in terms of macro. So they can find a way to work around with this, but speaking of it as early as less than a minute, that was dangerous for Miss Meow.
Yep, and even Miss Meow was forced to use that Purify, even though there's still not really a crowd control from Team Liquid, but it's the only thing that she could hold on to just to survive the threat. So Yapa, we've mentioned about the spells. It's so close, but Sojo was able to use that flicker, so a lot of resources being used on this game, but a lot of control from Zaichi's Jushin, but Miss Meow is just really stable or cleared the minion wave at the middle lane. And going back to her thought, for the lineup of Team Liquid, because of the skills or potential crowd control that they have, they forced two players from Twisted Minds to have and get that Purify and live in. This is the time we're in. She can actually redeem that performance on that Gatot play from game number 1.
This is a very aggressive start for Team Liquid too. I mean, the way that they're able to control the mid lane, it's gonna be so beneficial for them if they're able to keep it this way, because they're gonna have an easier time rotating and dictating the tempo of the game, which is why it does seem like right now Twisted Minds, they wanna go in this turtle fight all together. 4 members. They all have vision of each other on one another, but it seems like Team Liquid, they're the ones forced to slightly back off, but Daiki, it seems like they still want to fight. Zaichi nearly gets picked off, but fortunately has the flicker. It's just it's a non-stop exchange of pokes, but there's no one fully committing just yet. Unlike Lunar here in the bottom lane, committing the Zaman Force. Action pulse already used, but there was enough time for Team Liquid to secure that turtle. What an unfortunate sequence for Twisted Minds. It was Hyde who got taken out.
Yep, and I think for Team Liquid, it's really about the control, but really have to commend the laning, both for Lunar and even Kla. I think there was a time wherein I reacted at the middle lane, but it was actually because of the potential kill against Kla at the bottom lane. But all in all, for Team Liquid, we have 1.7k gold lead, and even if we look at the emblem set, you have the concussive blast as usual for the Fredrin, and even the Festival of Blood for both Arlot and even Zaichi. But at the top lane, that is gonna be a kill for Lyrics, and Twisted Minds just playing really well against Team Liquid.
Oh, that was indeed an outplay shown to us by Lyrics there up top. Daiki needs to be extra careful here. She does make a huge difference, especially when there are team fights that break out in this game, but that just allowed for Hyde to gain access to the energy shields, and
bring that turret HP down to half. So this is looking good for Twisted Minds. If you're part of their team, oh my goodness. This gold lane, the action doesn't stop.
I really love how really strong Lunar is playing in this game. I mean, the confidence is there. We see a setup play at the bottom lane. You have Miss Meow as well for supplementary damage.
Living hurts, the Unbreakables. You're seeing it, but now she has to get out of this. But the AOG is committed pretty close to the other members of Team Liquid. The Zaman Force is there. Soju might just get taken out, but gets to sustain it. Now instead, it seems like Team Liquid, they're just going for the other members. That's a flicker from Clap to ensure the kill. Miss Meow, she also gets taken down. And they immediately convert to a turret while Taiki just keeps distracting the other members.
Yep, a kill after another kill and an objective for Team Liquid. Again, we've been talking about control all throughout the game, and if we look at the instant replay, so the AOG didn't hit anyone, and we even see Soju surviving that damage against Twisted Minds, and because of that, there was enough players from Team Liquid to actually dive 2 players of Twisted Minds at the bottom lane, and because of that, there's also an opportunity for them to secure this turtle. But Twisted Minds, I like that they kind of shift how they move, because what matters now is how they will trade things off, and the trade is the bottom lane.
Oh,
but Taiki was there just right in time to defend that turret.
Oh, Miss Meow. They nearly went for the kill here in the middle lane, but as you mentioned, Daiki did a great job in defending that top or that bottom lane turret. And it seems like, I do agree, Twisted Minds, they don't feel as reactive. They're still setting the pace. They're still the ones deciding on what they want to go for. And right on cue! Look at that beautiful fist break, fist craft, but still Team Liquid take down the turret. Nonetheless, Lyrics, will she be able to get out of this? She does, but at the expense of that turret. So Team Liquid, we're seeing the entire macro working so well for them, and a beautiful final slash, taking out Hyde. Miss Meow needs to reposition herself. What a sequence from Team Liquid right there.
Yeah, it's as if Daiki knew that the players from Twisted Minds will go in that area, just went in for the final slash. If there was a kill for Team Liquid at a time, it would probably highlight worthy for the next broadcast if they win the game. But yeah, for Team Liquid, again, they're just continuing the pressure that they give against Twisted Minds. And that's the beauty of being in a lead in a game, because if you do pressure all the time, then it's going to be hard for the counter-engage. Speaking of counter-engage,
it's a beautiful setup here by Lyrics, but then she gets punished. And now there's an attempt from Livin to actually follow up. They successfully take down Soju, but 2 members of Twisted Minds are gone. Those are the 2 front lines.
So 2 for 2 trade for our teams. And I gotta say, for Livin, that was a nice setup play. Just so happened that the range of the players or the skills from Twisted Minds isn't enough to deal damage against the players of TLPH. Now, if you look at the instant replay, there's the setup play. You even have that AOG, but for Daiki, she went in for the final slash. So there was a delay for the follow-up damage from Twisted. So 9-3 is our score. The rest of the players at Twisted Minds, as much as possible, is trying to clear all the minion wave. It's just a turtle. I'm not sure if Team Liquid will go for this or just wait for the Lord, just to make sure that there's no enough room for Twisted Minds to breathe.
Oh, Lunar though seems to have found the room to actually engage with the Zaman Force. Livin gets taken down though, so that might have not been the best call for Twisted Minds. And Team Liquid, they do wait for the Lord, so they wanna end things fast actually. They wanna get the most out of this early Lord, this 8-minute Lord.
Yep, I think they learned from Twisted Minds game earlier against Team Falcons that they have the potential to actually stretch the game into a longer one. And if we look at the goal lead, wow, 7.5k versus 4.8k. This is something to be mindful of if you're Twisted Minds and you are heavily relying on the Harris, but the Daiki is gonna be down. So you have other players from TLPH coming in. AOG out for Livin.
Oh, Tsunami Slam. It was committed onto Lyrics here. There are some shields, but Glaz there, currently unstoppable on this Granger. Also takes down Miss Meow in the process. Who would have expected that?
Oh wow, Kla is at 6-0-4 in this game. Talk about precision and even nice position from Team Liquid. Even the control from Saiji's hero. Soju yet again at the middle lane. Who was able to survive the third damage using the flicker? So Team Liquid, they have the Lord at the bottom lane. All players are still alive, but take note, you don't have the flicker and for both Daiki and Soju.
There's so much action and the Lord hasn't even arrived at the base just yet. So we're just about to see more. Like, there could be other potential setups coming in from Team Liquid if ever they do want to risk it, because the Holy Shields are nowhere to be found. Lyrics gets bursted down. The Tsunami Slam was committed as well. Traction Pulse already used by Miss Meow, but then they are forced to back away. Livin tries to go in with the AOG, but gets immediately blasted. Kla, legendary on this Granger yet again. Twisted Minds clear the ways, but this is looking scary. 804 for Glad. She's nearing that statement, that record she made.
Now that I'm looking at the statistics of Kla and even the stats, you have 60 for the Sky Piercer. Just imagine the damage that she could bring. I think this is also the same hero that cemented her place in this tournament. We have another set of play. It's gonna be legendary for Kla. Just those bullets are hard for Twisted Minds to sustain.
A surprise double kill, or then possibly a triple for Kla. The flicker is there to also keep her safe, but that's 3 members down for Twisted Minds, including 2 of their damage dealers.
Oh wow, another.
It does feel like she wants to beat that record, you know? Like, this is 12:05. ADA.
I think for Kla, the record is 15 kills, right?
Yes.
So if she is able to get more kills than 15,
no
that's
deaths.
another record. So she defeats herself.
She's only against herself. And now, this is looking bleak for Twisted Minds, honestly. Like, I know their lineup, their power spike, it could come in if they extend this series long enough, but the discrepancy, the lead that Team Liquid currently has in terms of gold, it's just too much.
Yep. And you also have 2 blade armors from the players of Team Liquid. So just forced to back away. Okay, we have a defense for for Twisted Minds. Actually, nice defense, but there is a threat again at the middle lane with this Lord. So I think all the minion waves are flowing equally on all sides of the map. And nice setup play, by the way, for Twisted Minds.
And a follow-up AOG, but it seems like Lyrics is blasted. Livin is next once again. The sequence, it just happens again and again. A triple for Kla, or a maniac rather. It could be a Savage here right now, but will Lunar allow that? They don't mind. They don't care. It's the win that they're after. Team Liquid secures the sweep.
Team Liquid Philippines securing their journey in MWI 2025. And it's just amazing to see that they didn't give Twisted Minds the time to breathe. I mean, 4 minutes, 5 minutes of just pressuring the inhibitor turrets. It's as if it was just Ramizi taking all the jungle areas. The rest are just doing those pokes against the players of Twisted Minds. And yes, Philippines is still alive in this tournament.
Yeah, some might even say that could have been a bit of an overstay, but it felt like it was warranted if you were Team Liquid. By the time it was dangerous enough, they all recalled too, but this is such a moment.
Yep, a very heartwarming moment, a wholesome one. Again, Hyde has been the teammate of 4 players from TLPH, and this is the essence of having a women's tournament, to celebrate women and to celebrate also their strength. At the end of the day, it's the friendship during the league
that is being built. I'm really excited to see some of the teams that we said goodbye show their strengths in the future.
Yeah, I love how we're celebrating these women and their strengths. The way they're just able to dominate, or I think a better way to say it is to the way they introduce themselves, because that's the biggest difference in terms of the previous series and the current series, as mentioned by our panel too. These are the quote-unquote newcomers in this tournament, but they're clearly making a statement. Even for Twisted Minds, I'd say. Even for Twisted Minds, they've been successful in introducing and showing what they're capable of. And Team Liquid, they're so close to actually doing just that too.
Yeah, I believe for Team Liquid and even for Twisted Minds, they're just really confident on how to play on a bigger stage, more hungry to win. But at the end of the day, it is TLPH that is the better team. And you can just feel that they're just enjoying every match. But I want to hear more from our winning team. So let's go to the stage for the interview.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, right now I have Ramisi right here beside me. Amazing stuff. Of course, the pressure to continue flying the Philippine flag, and it still continues with a fabulous maniac finish from Kla as well. So, Ramisi, you led your team to eliminate the hometown heroes, all right, of Twisted Minds. And of course, it's also led by jungler Hyde, which you guys are very, very familiar with, and we have seen earlier on broadcast as well. You guys were hugging, amazing sportsmanship. So because of this relationship, did you guys do anything special to prepare for this particular match?
For me, they're really close with her. And I think they just prepared as much as they just prepared for it, yeah.
So you guys know exactly what's going on and how to work around her.
Yes.
That secured this win. Fantastic. Now, today was a very special day and a very sad one for many of our Filipino casters on board, as we've seen the elimination of our previous queens of Navi PH. Now, is there pressure on you guys to continue flying this Filipino flag?
I think it's pretty normal that we are pressured, but I think it's an honor to be pressured since we will set the standard. But babawi pa kami para sa Pinas.
I think the pressure is normal, but I think the pressure is really good because we're representing the Philippines and we're going to have a comeback, of course, for the rest of the matches.
Fantastic. We're so very excited. And this is really the mindset of champions. Pinas lang malakas, am I right? So you've also surpassed your previous finish from last year's MWI. Aside from the title, what do you guys plan to achieve right here in this competition?
Best team.
Best team, securing the championship?
Securing the championship and best team.
The eyes on the prize, and the prize is right here. So ladies and gents, this is Ramisi right here from Team Liquid. And oh, looky there. This is what your team is going to do in a couple of moments' time. You guys didn't just crush your opponents, but you've also crushed their keys. The keys signifying their life, and this is what you and your team will be doing in a couple of moments' time. So this is all we have right here from us here on stage, and we're gonna head it back to the studio to recap a little bit on what happened today for us. Take it away.
Ramisi, the jungler of Team Liquid, with a fantastic quote. It is an honor to be pressured. And with the pressure on their shoulders, they rose above and galloped away to victory. TL gets a dominating series win against Twisted Minds.
The plan is to win, and the plan is to be the best team at MWI 2025. What a strong statement here from Ramisi, exuding that much confidence, and of course, keeping a cool head from that very hot match between them and Twisted Minds.
Can I just take a quick shout out to the stage?
I didn't know that the setup was like that. That was really cool.
From yesterday, I was like, where is the key crush gonna happen? And then we saw it today, and I was like, I never noticed that before. And it turns out it's because it rotates, guys. So shout outs to EWC.
Very nice touch there. It really literally caught me off guard. That was such a cool thing to see like live here, but definitely something to highlight, of course, for TLPH. They're the newcomers, right? But now they're in onto the top 4 of our competition, still alive and kicking.
Yeah, their next match. No, let's discuss their next match later. I can't overthink that now. Let's celebrate their victory here against Twisted Minds. The concerns that we had about the Twisted Minds draft showed up. It was high risk, the lineup that they went for. But you could definitely see mid to late game, that would be a nightmare for Team Liquid to deal with, so they didn't allow it to get to that point.
Yeah, they went in for the Harith into the gold lane. It was something that Renmar considered coming into the drafts, but that's the twist, right? We were talking about the Harith ever since yesterday, and the thing is, Harith is great in the late game, but in the early game, it finds its difficulty, right? Because it really takes a little bit more time to get rolling. So when we took a look into the gold lane, which is one of the highlights of this matchup, it was very difficult for Lunar to make that impact because she was rolling at the final moments, finally getting that Holy Crystal, but at that point, I think it was a little bit too late. The damage pumping out from Team Liquid, the pressure as well as the control that Team Liquid had from the early game onto the neutral objectives and so on and so forth just created, I would say, a snowball. I think for game number 2, it felt like an outclass by TLID.
They literally didn't have any time to function at all, right? For the 11-minute mark, it was all TLPH, and up until the very end, even onto the early phases. Let's discuss the early phasing. Yeah, we mentioned that Ahai is supposed to go for a snowball onto early, but what could she do if she's constantly harassed? She's constantly cornered by 4 or 3 members of TLPH, right? And up until the very end, if I remember it correctly, it's around 11 to 12k gold gap.
Yeah,
like that is a huge established lead by TLPH.
Yeah, again, this is what you get with the core 3 of Team Liquid. With the Kalea, the Juicin, and the Fredrin, you will just have relatively unbothered rotations, ganks, and jungle side invades. The Twisted Minds, I feel like with that last pick, Harith, it eventually just became too greedy a pick.
I agree. Which is why, again, we mentioned earlier, right? Lunar, coming into this match, we were highlighting a lot of players from both teams, and one of the main highlights was the gold laner for Twisted. So the fact that she was shut down in game number 2, it felt like the winning conditions started to get a little bit skewed. So that 2-0, man, it's unfortunate, but I'm happy to see Twisted this round.
Yeah, they did a great job, a fantastic job actually, onto getting this far onto MWI. But you are definitely right, heroes that she is supposed to use. But definitely for TLPH, they just did a better version of what Navi PH was trying to do onto the game number 2.
Comparison at a certain position for the game number 2 for